What if heroes from every universe faced a civil war of the gods? Episode 6. Let's get started. Yugito Ni screamed in pain and horror as she took on a more Aerial appearance in the form of what Komamura could only assume was her version 2 form. Yugito. Komamura called out, worried for his opponent's well-being. Komamura was then joined by a familiar face. Urza. She's in pain. Urza Scarlet noted, looking at the woman with sympathy and horror. Look at her, she's in pain. It's like she's trying to resist transforming. Komamura's eyes widened. You mean she's? Urza nodded. I think she's being ordered to make the full transformation into her tailed beast. However, she clearly doesn't want to. She's resisting and is stuck in version 2 as a result. Do you really think that's the case? Komamura inquired. Urza sighed. It's only a theory, she admitted. But even so, we need to stop her before she transforms completely. Something tells me that unless we do something, we're going to be dealing with a monster made of pure chakra. Komamura growled at this. Damn, that is bad. Urza acted quickly. Requip, she shouted. Armadura armor. Komamura watched in awe as Urza's outfit transformed. If I am going to fight a monster made of pure chakra, I must have the power to match such a beast. Several Alliance soldiers joined Urza and Komamura and surrounded Yugito. A veteran Cloud Jonin looked at Yugito in worry. Yugito, he called out. Calm yourself. Do not let the two tails take control. She can't hear you, fool. A samurai from the land of iron yelled at him. She's getting out of control. Your orders, Captain. A Squad 7 Soul Reaper inquired. Do not kill her, incapacitate her. Komamura ordered. She's being controlled by Kanton. She does not deserve to die for his actions. Yes, sir. The soldiers all yelled cooperatively. With that, the monstrous-looking Yugito reared back and prepared to pounce. With Nanao eyes, Hana Inuzuka, and Yukio Han's Viralbrana. Anao eyes took notice of Hana Inuzuka's horrified expression. Hana, what's wrong? She asked. This chakra, Hana muttered. This is the chakra of a tailed beast. Oh, Hana was quite familiar with a tailed beast's chakra. She had been around during the Nine Tails rampage across the leaf and was old enough to remember it. It still terrified her to this day. It was why she, in spite of her being more rational than her mother, never encouraged Kiba to interact with Naruto. She never hated him, of course, she was just wary of him. Still, she did feel guilty when she realized how wrong she was about him. A tailed beast. Nanao's eyes widened. Yukio Han's Viralbrana sighed dramatically. It appears that with my towers failing, Yugito must now transform in order to compensate for our loss of manpower. Hana and Nanao looked at Yukio in shock. This is our trump card, Yukio continued, a monster of pure chakra that cannot be stopped. Have you people lost your minds? Hana asked furiously. Do you even realize the kind of damage any tailed beast can cause regardless of the amount of tails it has? We are, Yukio nodded, and that is why the coalition is using it. This is our endgame in this battle. Yuget, O's version 2 state will tear your forces apart. With Killer B. Yo, 8-0, can you feel that? Killer B asked. I can, it's Matabi, she's being unleashed. Gyuki noted grimly, although at a very slow rate. It appears that Yugito is trying to resist fully transforming. Damn, if only I wasn't stuck. With me the fifth could have better luck. B said in frustration. B looked over at Bairo, who was still down from being taken out by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Yo, old man Octo, how do I get out of here? Bairo chuckled darkly. The only way out is to kill me, he said. B's eyes widened. So what will you do now, Jinchuriki? Bairo asked mockingly. Will you kill an old man to save your indoctrinated friend, or keep your morals and spare me? B looked at Bairo. What do you think, 8-0? He asked, seeking the beast's advice. This is your decision and yours alone, B. Gyuki told him. I'll support you no matter the decision you make. B sighed, not getting much help from that reply. He then shook his head, coming to a decision. No way, he said. I ain't gonna kill you, old man Octo, that's what I gotta say. Bairo was shocked. You won't kill me. It ain't cool to kill someone who can't fight back. B told him. The Alliance plans on keeping its morals, Jack. B sat down. Besides, I believe in my comrades. With Chitsujo and Monkey D. Dragon. We came as soon as we heard what was happening. Chitsujo said, Wah, L King into the Intelligence Division HQ with Monkey D. Dragon. What's the current situation? Reports say that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yugito ni, is trying to resist fully transforming into the two-tailed monster cat, Matabi. Shikaku Nara explained. Where is she currently at? Drone inquired. A partial transformation of sorts, we suspect it to be version 2. Shikaku continued. However, there is no doubt that if we don't stop her, she'll fully transform. Chitsujo thought over his next move. What do you think? Dragon inquired. We could end this right now with a Seal Master. Shikaku pointed out. Sir, I may be out of line, but I think you should send out Master Jiraiya or Lord 3rd Hokage to subdue the Two-Tails. Unless of course you have Lord 4th Hokage on standby too. That would be even better. Chitsujo sighed. I'm afraid I could not track down Minato Namikaze when I had been searching for people to resurrect. I can only hope that my brother did not beat me to him. How did you resurrect them anyway? Dragon inquired. There's a separate dimension where the dead from all worlds are gathered. Chitsujo explained. It is called the Styx. It is taboo to go there, but obviously that didn't stop my brother. What we used to bring back the dead was a necromancy spell that works like recharging a battery of sorts. A portion of our power is used to give the dead new life. Chitsujo continued. Unfortunately, while necromancy taxes me greatly, Kanten is left nearly unaffected by it. He simply has a better talent in it than I do. It's because of the fact that our powers are complete, polar opposites of each other that he has such great talent in it. So wait, you're saying that as long as people like me are alive, you're not at full strength? Shikaku was surprised. Chitsujo nodded. Do not despair, Shikaku. I do not regret giving you a second chance at life, even at the cost of some of my power. I have power to spare, as does my brother, and even if it is taboo and my hand was forced by my brother, I'm glad I gave some of my power to bring you and the others back. Do you think Minato Namikaze is with Kanten? Dragon suddenly asked. Chitsujo sighed. I hope not. Back on the subject though, I would like to suggest sending Master Jiraiya to subdue the Two-Tails. Shikaku reminded him. Chitsujo had a grim look on his face. Unfortunately, we cannot. Do not forget Master Jiraiya is a Sannin. Dragon raised an eyebrow. And that is stopping us from sending him out there. Chitsujo nodded. What do you think will happen if we send out the Toad Sannin himself onto the battlefield? Besides the defeat of Yugito. Shikaku's eyes widened. Kanten will send someone just as strong if not stronger than Master Jiraiya. Exactly. I know it's selfish to put the entire burden on those who are fighting now. But I am keeping people as powerful as Jiraiya and Lord 3rd Hokage out of the fight because I am trying to keep Kanten's aces in check as well. If I sent someone like Jiraiya in, an ace of Kanten's will fight to counter him and Jiraiya will either win, lose, or tie, and we will not only lose one of our top fighters, but the battle would be over for us. That is a risk I'm not willing to take just yet. It's the same if Kanten sent one of his trump cards in. I'd send someone just as strong if not stronger to counter that trump card. We'd be in a constant stalemate that will just keep causing our casualties to pile up. It's like a cold war is being fought on the side of the actual war. Shikaku noted. That's correct, Chitsujo said. However, I have no intention of keeping Jiraiya out of the fight forever. If Yugito fully transforms and the situation spirals out of control as a result, I will send him out to subdue the Two-Tails. But until then, Shikaku inquired. Chitsujo sighed. Until then, we believe in Jello, Naruto, and everyone else. Jello Fernandez versus the Third Raikage. Even the Third Raikage was shocked by what he felt right now. It can't be, he can't be thinking of unleashing the Two-Tails. The Third said, eyes wide. Jello Fernandez looked at the Third Raikage. Is that the malicious chakra I'm feeling right now? The Third nodded. 1, 2, 3, it does. Nt matter how many tails a tailed beast has. It is still a force of nature that is capable of wiping out an entire nation if let unchecked. Jello gritted his teeth at this. Damn, I need to end this quickly, my men might need my help. Jello looked over at the enormous cube. B is still trapped inside of there from transforming into the 8 tails. Jello noted. He then looked over to where Naruto was fighting. And Naruto is still fighting Vice Admiral Smoker. Jello narrowed his eyes. I need to keep him one place long enough to finish him off with my strongest attack. This will be the end of our battle, Lord Third Raikage. Jello declared. Prepare yourself. Trafalgar Water D. Law vs. Guriko Kutsuzawa. Trafalgar Water D. Law panted in exhaustion. He absolutely hated Guriko Kutsuzawa's power now. While he had managed to kill one of the sound ninja, the strength of the other sound ninja and the other wizard had continued to double. Meanwhile, Guriko continued to laugh at Law's plight. I'm surprised time has not run out for you yet, Surgeon of Death. You are clearly a lucky man to be blessed with such longevity. However, time runs out for everyone at some point, Guriko said in mock sadness. Even those such as yourself. And I'm afraid today your time is up. Law glared at Guriko. Shut up, he growled, angered at Guriko's words. It's not my longevity that's keeping me alive. Hell, following your logic, my time should have ran out a long time ago. See, the thing is, I should have been dead years ago. But, Law continued, the extra time I was given instead of death was entrusted to me by Korra. He gave his life because he couldn't stand the idea of my time running out so early. For that reason, I refuse to die until the time he's given to me runs out by itself. Guriko smirked at Th. As his two remaining subordinates glowed once more. Once again, your time has run out. I find myself wondering how many times the strength of my subordinates will continue to double until you finally die. You'll have to keep wondering. Because I'm not going to die today. Law told him. Shinji Hirako vs. Urza Nightwalker. Urza Nightwalker groaned in pain as she stumbled backwards from being struck once again by Shinji Hirako. To put it simply, just being caught inside of Sakane's illusion was disorienting. Up, down, left, right, the direction doesn't matter. Nightwalker noted. He can K himself look anywhere he desires by completely screwing with my sense of direction and perception. Nightwalker then cried out in pain as she was then slashed again by Sakane. Damn you, Nightwalker screamed. Face me like a man. Hey now, don't you know that I don't have the time to play the good guy? Shinji's voice was heard. In case you haven't noticed, a comrade of yours is slowly transforming into a monster. I'm trying to end this fight as quickly as I can. If anyone's at fault, it's you for refusing to go down. Nightwalker shook in fury at this. I won't fall, she told him. I simply refuse to lose to you. You're not giving me much of a choice, Nightwalker. Shinji pointed out. If you force me to continue, I'll have no problem with bringing as much pain as possible before you decide to drop to the ground. Not if you die first. Nightwalker reminded him, her spear transforming from raveled into something else. You're moving away from your strongest form. Shinji was surprised. Summit. One must sacrifice pure power for a specific purpose. Nightwalker told him, if I cannot strike you with my strongest attack, then I must hit you with an attack that cannot be avoided. The tip started to glow. Explosion spear. Nightwalker slammed the spear into the ground. Explosion. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Smoker. Neither gave the other an inch as they continued to trade blows. The two had blue D in various spots all over their bodies. Naruto Uzumaki kept his furious glare on Smoker. What makes me so naive, Smokey? Naruto asked furiously. Isn't it obvious? You've clearly gotten pulled into he so-called nobility of your allied force. Smoker spat distastefully. What the hell does that even mean? Naruto yelled. Is there something Chitsujo is hiding from us? Smoker frowned. Of course not, he said. It's not what he's hiding. It's what's right in front of you. It's right out in the open and you cannot even see it. That, Uzumaki, Smoker continued, is what makes you a naive fool. Stop talking in riddles and tell me what the hell it is you're talking about. Naruto demanded. I'm talking about your alliance's supreme commander, Monkey D. Dragon, the revolutionary. Smoker told him. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Dragon, Luffy's dad. What does he have to do with any of this? Naruto asked angrily. Idiotic brat. Smoker shook his head. You probably think every single member of your alliance is so noble and heroic, don't you? Haven't you ever once considered that some of your comrades might not be as noble as you may think? Smoker inquired. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger as his Sage mode faded for a second time. He now had only one shadow clone at Mount Myoboku left. With this in mind, he decided to listen to what Smoker was talking about. Seeing that he had Naruto's attention, Smoker continued. Haven't you ever wondered why Dragon is considered the world's most wanted criminal? Why the term, revolutionary, is spat on by the world government? Naruto did not respond. He wanted to hear Smoker's reasoning first. Men like Dragon are little more than wolves in sheep's clothing. Smoker explained. They are opportunists who disrupt order for their own end under the guise of a noble cause. If you truly believe that my world will improve under Dragon, then you are a damn fool. Smoker continued. Dragon is nothing but a man who disrupts order for his own gain. And what about all of the pirates who joined the alliance? Do you believe they are noble? Smoker asked. Of course not. Eustace Kid is infamous for his cruelty against innocent civilians. Nico Robin possesses Nold GE that could possibly destroy the world. Do you want to know why I'm with the coalition? I'm with them because I cannot in good conscience let your alliance win when men like Dragon, who would the entire world burn because of his dissatisfaction with the elites, are with it. The coalition must win because the world government maintains order, and people like Dragon selfishly disrupt that order. So where's your peace now, Uzumaki? Smoker asked. Is that the kind of peace you want? A world controlled by pirates and revolutionaries? You doom my world for the sake of your own. Naruto CLOSED his eyes as he thought of an answer. Naruto. Kurama was actually worried for his host, wondering if Smoker had actually managed to get to him. I won't turn my back on my principal, Smoker. Naruto growled. Because any of our worlds sure as hell aren't going to improve if you win either. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing that he had gone into Sage mode for the third time. First things first, I'm ending this fight, he told Smoker. He then gestured to the area where the malicious chakra was gathering. Then I'm going to help Yugito and Matabi. Naruto created a shadow clone. In fact, why wait? I'm going to help Yugito and Matabi right now. Smoker frowned and vanished into smoke, reappearing quickly behind Naruto and the clone. Smoker attempted to strike the shadow clone down with his jeet, only for the real Naruto to get in front and grab it with his bare hands. Idiot, why didn't you make more than one clone? Kurama asked. If you had made more than one clone you wouldn't have to protect it. You know why, Naruto replied. This clone needs a lot of chakra. It has to have enough to survive against an encounter with a tailed beast and to enter Matabi and Yugito's consciousness in order to stop them. You're playing a dangerous game here, Naruto. Kurama reminded him. Last time we did this it was the real you. This time you're sending a clone in to do the work. This could just as easily fail. If that happens, we're dealing with a fully unleashed tailed beast and you will have to scramble to stop her. Don't worry, Kurama. Naruto grinned. The shadow clone I sent should be able to last for a while. Only a significant blow will destroy him. Kurama sighed and smiled. I guess shadow clones really do come in handy. He mused. Just be careful, dumbass. I can't die yet, remember. Naruto grinned. I haven't become Hokage yet. Naruto pulled the jeet forward and punched Smoker in the jaw. Go, he yelled to his shadow clone. The shadow clone leapt past Naruto and Smoker and started running to where Yugito was. Naruto watched his clone go. My clone can't even contact Urza and others, and I'm too busy fighting Smokey to do it myself. Damn it, the only thing left to do is hope that he gets there in time. Naruto was admittedly worried now. Please let him get there in time, Naruto hoped. Please be okay, Yugito. Shinji Hirako vs. Urza Nightwalker. When the smoke finally cleared, Urza Nightwalker looked around for any trace of Shinji Hirako. She smiled in slight satisfaction. Perhaps my explosion completely incinerated him. She mused to herself. Above her, however, was a different story. Shinji Hirako stood upside down with a grin on his face and his Zanpakuto back in its sealed state. He was concealing his presence perfectly. He then allowed himself to fall down in front of Nightwalker. Landing on his feet, Nightwalker's eyes widened as she saw Shinji's blade come down in front of her. However, she could not react quick enough. The Daedalus captain gasped in pain as she was cut vertically across the chest. Her spear fell from her grip as she fell backwards to the ground. Shinji straightened himself out and looked at Nightwalker's defeated form. Like I'd fall for that a second time, he muttered, remembering how he almost got blown to bits in the last war he fought in. Shinji looked over to where the malicious chakra was originating. He then looked his own body over. He was satisfied with the fact that other than a few burn marks and puncture wounds, he was unharmed. Nightwalker may have been strong, but he was stronger, much stronger. It was as simple as that. Captain Hirako. Shinji looked to see Tony Chopper running towards him. Oh, hey Chopper, Shinji muttered. Chopper looked over at Nightwalker and freaked. Oh my god, you cut down Urza, you traitor. He immediately jumped to conclusions. Quit freaking out, idiot, it's Urza's counterpart from an alternate dimension. Shinji yelled back. Shinji calmed down. Treat her most serious injury. But make sure she can't get back up as soon as she wakes up. Chopper had no problem with this, he was a doctor after all. However, Captain, isn't she our enemy? Chopper asked. Shinji sighed. Call it me having a soft spot for hotties with rocking bodies, but I get the feeling that she might not have been our enemy willingly. He replied. Oh, I see, Chopper said as he immediately went to work. Just like that, huh? You're not going to question me? Shinji was admittedly surprised. I'm a doctor, Captain. Chopper reminded him. It's my job to save the lives of anyone, friend and foe alike. Shinji smiled fondly at the reindeer. You're a good little guy, you know that, Chopper, he said, before walking away. Where are you going, Captain? Chopper asked curiously. Shinji narrowed his eyes. I'm going to put a stop to that chakra, he said as several coalition soldiers took notice of him being on the move. Jello Fernandez vs. the Third Reikage. Jello Fernandez used Meteor to match the Third Reikage as he prepared his strategy. Black One-Finger Nukite. The Third Reikage charged forward. Here he comes again, Jello thought. I need to dodge or he might just kill me this time. Jello Frantica. LLY weaved in and out of the Third's attempts to stab him. I need to get in close, Jello thought. If I can just plant the spell on him. Jello then cried out in pain as the Third impaled his shoulder. Damn it, now or never, Jello thought as he slammed his open palm onto the Third's chest, ignoring the immense pain he felt from touching the black lightning. He channeled wind magic into the palm and briefly blew apart the cloak around the Third's chest. The Third's eyes widened as Jello actually managed to touch his chest. The Third then slammed him onto the floor. Jello cried out in pain from the impact. The Third Reikage landed nearby as Jello struggled to his feet once more. I admire your durability, Fernandez, the Third said genuinely, but you will only get yourself killed if you continue. Jello panted. You know as well as I do that I cannot die here. Jello told him. My comrades who have entrusted their very lives to me in my leadership. If I died here like this, I would be spitting on every single one of them. The Third narrowed his eyes at this. Now, Binding Snake, Jello shouted. The Third Reikage gasped as he suddenly found himself immobilized. He looked at his body as strange tattoos spread across this body. What is this? He wondered. The Third's eyes widened. That time when you touched me. Jello grinned. I told you this would be the end of our battle. He reminded him. What you are seeing is the result of an all-or-nothing gamble. The Binding Snake spell will keep you immobilized as I strike you with my final attack. Jello gathered the light of heavenly body. Magic in one hand and wind magic in another hand. True heavenly body magic, Jello chanted, advanced form. Jello brought the two spheres of magic power together, creating an even larger sphere. The Third Reikage watched in awe as wind and light became one, just like when Jello had punched him with his divine wind spell. Jello roared as he tossed the sphere forward. Arcturus. Jello roared as the sphere expanded. There was a brief moment where nothing happened, other than the sphere's expansion. But then the attack exploded into a massive ball of wind and light. The Third Reikage screamed in pain as he was cut into and singed by the light. If it had not been for his cloak of black lightning, he would have been killed. As the Third fell to the ground, a small smile appeared on his face. Well done, he said weakly, congratulating Jello on his win. Jello caught this and allowed a brief smile to grace his face. It was a good fight, he muttered. He then suddenly felt the effects of Yusin. Too much magic power during this fight. Jello now found it very hard to stand. He stumbled a bit, breathing heavily from the sheer exhaustion he felt. Jello then caught a glimpse of Naruto's Shadow W clone fighting to reach the source of the malicious chakra he had felt, which Jello knew was from a Jinchuriki fighting on the side of the coalition. Naruto, he thought weakly, the rest is up to you. And with that, Jello Fernandez collapsed and lost consciousness. Jello, Lucy yelled worriedly, running over to him. Lucy cradled the blue-haired man in her arms. Horologium appeared beside her. I have returned to transport another injured person. He told her. Good, because our leader is in serious need of medical attention. Lucy told him. I can barely sense any magic power from Jello. Lucy noted. He must be suffering the drawbacks of exhausting his power supplies. Get him to the medical tents, Horologium. Lucy told him. Understood. Horologium placed Jello inside his clock body and vanished once again. Lucy looked out at the battlefield. We're almost at the end. She noted. Most of the enemy has been defeated. The only enemies that are left besides the common foot soldiers are the Vic. Admiral that Naruto is fighting and the girl with the malicious chakra that Urza and Captain Komamura are fighting. That chakra, she muttered, it's so evil, it feels almost like the curse power the members of Tartarus used. If we don't put a stop to it soon, Lucy thought grimly, I fear for everyone's safety. Sajin Komamura, Urza Scarlet, and the 5th Division vs. Yugito Ni. The monster that was once known as Yugito Ni made the first move. She immediately sped towards the soldiers that made up the 5th Division, throwing one of her claws forward. The Heart Pirate briefly cried out in pain as his throat was torn open, killing him instantly. A Soul Reaper moved to avenge the Heart Pirate, only to be knocked away by Yugito's tails. She then kicked a wizard and clawed open a samurai in spite of his armor. Urza Scarlet and Sajin Komamura watched in horror as Yugito effortlessly tore through the soldiers. God, so this is the power of a Jinchuriki. Urza looked on in horror. And this is only the two tails. God only knows what would happen if Naruto and B lost control. No, I can't think like that, Urza derided herself. Naruto and B aren't monsters, and neither is this woman. She's being controlled, I have to remember that. Urza shook such thoughts away. Komamura, let's go. Right. As the two charged Yugito, they saw the Jinchuriki suddenly freeze in place as a strange spatial region. Urza's eyes widened, realizing who had attacked. Minerva, she called out to her former enemy. Minerva Orlando gritted her teeth as she struggled to hold Yugito inside of the region. She roared with exertion as she tossed Yugito to the ground with a flick of her hands. Get her while she's down, Titania. Minerva yelled. We need to pressure her. Urza nodded and charged with Komamura. However, Yugito quickly recovered and struck back. Urza grunted in pain as she was kicked away by Yugito and cut into Komamura's shoulder with her claws. Komamura cried out in pain as Yugito prepared for another attack, only to be pulled away by Minerva's territory magic. No you don't, she yelled. With Komamura safe and out of range, Minerva prepared her next spell. Neil wheeled Mion Terse Elcanteus, Yagdo Rigora. An enormous statue appeared in front of Yugito. The statue almost immediately exploded in a burst of enormous energy that enveloped Yugito. Minerva narrowed her eyes at this. Was that enough? She wondered. A burst of red chakra then sped at her. Minerva gasped as she was suddenly cut open by Yugito's claws. Unbelievable, she thought. She shrugged off Yagdo Rigora like it was nothing. Minerva's eyes narrowed. No, that's not it. She continued, noticing Yugito's new injuries that were healing rapidly. I did hurt her. She's regenerating. Yugito raised her other claw, prepared to deal the killing blow. Minerva closed her eyes and waited, only for her death to not come. She opened her eyes to see Yugito roaring as another injury regenerated. A rough-looking man with a broken sword stood over her. Minerva recognized him. Kairos. She muttered. Kairos, hero of the Dressrosa Colosseum, narrowed his eyes as he looked at his broken sword. Damn, he muttered, the chakra covering her actually melted my sword. Father. Rebecca, the undefeated woman, ran over to her father. Rebecca, stay back, Kairos ordered. Your sword will not work on it either, and I doubt the fighting style that I taught you will not do much. Yugito roared at Kairos. Damn, And fighting her with my fists is most certainly out of the question as well. Several soldiers joined Kairos. Sir, orders. A Soul Reaper inquired. Killing her is out of the question. She'll just keep healing herself until we're all dead. Kairos shouted. Bind her with as many techniques as you can muster. Yes, sir. Several members of the Kido Corps then moved forward. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. One shouted. Golden chains appeared around Yugito's body. Yugito roared in anger as she struggled against her bonds. Another member moved in. Bakudo number 61, Raikujokuro. 6 golden beams appeared around Yugito as well. Now hit her with everything you've got. Kairos yelled. Hado number 31, Shakaho. Hado number 32, Okasan. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. 3 Soul Reapers all fired their Kido techniques. A third member of the Kido Corps struck as well. Hado number 73, Soren Sokatsui. The combined attack struck Yugito, who roared in pain as an explosion occurred around her. Did we get her? A Soul Reaper wondered. Be on guard, Minerva yelled, clutching her injured stomach. She can still heal herself with her tailed beast's chakra. When the smoke cleared, Yugito was still on the ground, but was indeed healing. Minerva then noticed that the chakra around Yugito was starting to turn black and blue ever so slowly. Her eyes widened. Her transformation is still progressing. Minerva realized. Yugito roared as it then blasted away the binding spells on her body. No way. A Soul Reaper yelled in disbelief. Kairos. Eyes narrowed. Damn, he thought. 2 figures then appeared in front of the group. Captain Komamura, Captain Scarlet. Kairos was surprised. Komamura had tied part of his haori onto his bleeding shoulder. Urza looked completely unharmed. Stand your ground, all of you. Urza ordered. Titania. Minerva yelled. Her transformation, it's almost complete. Urza narrowed her eyes. I see, then I suppose we need to end this with one fell swoop. Urza looked at Komamura. Are you ready, Komamura? Komamura nodded, keeping his impassive gaze on Yugito. I am as ready as I can be, Urza. He replied. Urza nodded. That's all I need to hear. She said. Yugito, Komamura, and Urza all charged simultaneously. The 2 allied soldiers slashed at Yugito, only for her to effortlessly parry the attacks. She knocked Urza away and turned her attention to Komamura. Komamura growled at the woman as she slashed at the Squad 7 captain. Komamura parried the claw with his Zanpakudo, only to see Yugito preparing for a follow-up attack with her other claw. Komamura narrowed his eyes. No you don't. Komamura outed before doing one of the most reckless things people had seen today. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Komamura punched Yugito knee in the jaw with his bare fist, ignoring the burning sensation of the chakra around Yugito's body. Komamura. Kairos yelled in worry. Komamura launched Yugito into the air. Kairos looked at Komamura's burnt fist in horror. My sword melted. Kairos thought. I can't believe he hasn't passed out from the pain. Urza then leapt into the air. Yugito growled at Urza, but could not do anything as Urza delivered a massive slash across Yugito's body with her twin swords. The Two Tails Jinchuriki roared in pain as it fell to the ground. Urza panted and looked at Yugito. Did we get her this time? Komamura wondered. Urza's eyes widened as the cloak of chakra around Yugito continued to change color. I don't understand, she muttered. Shouldn't she have run out of chakra by now? What's keeping her going? What the hell are you guys doing? Naruto Uzumaki asked angrily as he jumped onto the scene. The group looked at him in surprise. You're a shadow clone, right? Urza asked, remembering that he was fighting Smoker. The clone nodded. Boss sent me over here to enter the consciousness of Yugito and Matabi. Before the clone could move forward, Yugito suddenly got to her feet and roared as her chakra levels spiked once again. What's happening? Rebecca asked in fear. Why is she still transforming? The clone narrowed his eyes. Damn it, why the hell did you guys keep beating her up like this? You just made her angrier. What? Urza was surprised. Jinchuriki become their tailed beasts in 2 ways. The ones that have full control do so willingly, but the ones who don't become ones in extreme emotional states. But Yugito has control of her tailed beast. A cloud ninja pointed out. And Kanten has control of her. The clone reminded him. Komamura's eyes widened. He is forcing her to transform. He realized. What's more is that I fear for Yugito's chakra reserves. I think Anton is draining them by forcing her to do all of this. The clone noted. If this keeps up, not only will Yugito destroy us, but she'll also die in the process from chakra exhaustion. The clone charged forward. I have to enter her mind before she goes on a rampage. I can probably stall the transformation if I do that. Yugito then roared as a sudden blast of chakra blasted the clone away, destroying him as well. Naruto. Rebecca shouted in worry. Don't worry, he was only a clone. Urza noted. Everyone watched as Yugito fully transformed into the two-tailed monster cat. That is a tailed beast. Rebecca gasped. Damn it. This is bad. Urza growled. Matabi roared. The roar reverberated across the entire battlefield. It then charged up a giant mass of chakra in its maw. Oh crap, it's a tailed beast ball. A cloud ninja yelled. Everyone get clear. Matabi fired randomly as everyone dived for cover. Trafalgar Water D. Law vs. Guriko Kutsuzawa. Law's eyes widened as he saw the mass of chakra coming towards him. Damn it, I need to get away. He yelled to himself as he used room to teleport himself away from its trajectory. The sound ninja and the wizard were not as lucky as they were struck by the mass of chakra, killing them instantly. Guriko, however, was out of its range. It appears that our time here is over. He mused to himself. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Smoker. Naruto's eyes widened as he got the memories of his clone back. He then looked at the battlefield. Smoker did as well. They both gasped as they saw Matabi attack indiscriminately. I can't believe it, Naruto muttered dejectedly. I was too late. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Smoker muttered. She wasn't even supposed to transform completely. She has, and she's killing my own men as well. How about that, huh, Smoker? Naruto asked. Is this what the coalition is willing to do for victory? Sacrificing their own men just so a tailed beast can tear across the battlefield? Where's the justice in that? We went too far, Smoker yelled. I never wanted her to transform. I knew that it was too dangerous for my men. Smoker growled in anger as he quickly came to a decision. Retreat, he yelled. Get away from the two tails. Naruto's eyes widened as Smoker put some distance between him and Naruto. We'll have to finish this another time, Uzumaki. He told him. But I need to get my men away from Yugito or she'll kill them all. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Fine, he said. Save your men, Smoker. Naruto looked over at Matabi. I have bigger fish to fry anyway. He continued before running to where Matabi was. Back with Urza and the 5th Division. Urza and the others managed to put some distance between themselves and Matabi. The situation has completely gotten out of control. Komamura yelled. What do we do now? Rebecca wondered. Kairos wondered about the next move. He actually wanted to retreat, if only to keep his daughter, Rebecca, safe. Urza on the other hand. Stand firm, she yelled to whoever could hear her. We will not lose this fight. We will stop the Two Tails rampage. Urza re-equipped into her giant's armor. How are we supposed to do that, Titania? Kairos inquired. Urza narrowed her eyes. Our comrades are at our side, she said. That is all we need. Komamura sighed. I agree, he said. If we all work together, then there is no doubt in my mind we can put a stop to this. Bankai, Komamura yelled. Kokuho Tengen Myoo, with Chitsujo. Sir, a messenger yelled. We have just received word that the Two Tails has been fully unleashed. Chitsujo sighed grimly. I see, he muttered sadly. So we were too late after all. Chitsujo clapped his hands together. A bright light appeared next to him. An older man with long white hair appeared from the light. You called, Lord Chitsujo? Jiraiya of the Sannin asked. I am sending you to the battlefield. A tailed beast has been unleashed. Chitsujo told him. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You're kidding, this early? Chitsujo nodded. I know that you have only had to have sealed away a version 2 Jinchuriki, he said. So I'm going to give you time to prepare a seal specifically designed to seal away the entirety of a tailed beast. You do realize how difficult that is going to be, right? Jiraiya asked. Usually when a Jinchuriki completely transforms, the only way to stop him is to exhaust him, defeat him, or kill him. If I had the first Hokage's wood style this might be a different story, but... Damn it, make it happen. Chitsujo snapped at him. Your godson is on the battlefield, you fool. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto is. I have faith that they can stop the two tails without needing your help. Chitsujo said, it is Naruto after all. But just in case, I need you to prepare a seal specifically designed to seal the power of a fully transformed Jinchuriki. By the time you are finished, you'll have your answer as to whether they truly need your help or not. Jiraiya nodded. I understand, I'll get to work right away. Jiraiya opened up his scrolls. Damn, he muttered, the only problem with this is we have so few records of a Jinchuriki losing complete control in the leaf. Chitsujo nodded. Surely there are a few notes on the concept. Sarutobi-sensei and Minato did draft an idea for a seal when the wood-style jutsu became lost to us. Jiraiya admitted, but we've never gotten to test it out on the field. Lady Mito and Kushina never lost control and Naruto has somehow managed to avoid us needing to test it on him in spite of several incidents that almost escalated out of control. What is the seal? Well, for one thing, only an object can touch it. If a human attempted to seal a fully transformed Jinchuriki with his bare hands, he'd be asking for trouble because these are monsters made out of demonic chakra. If I can just find some way to stick the seal onto the two tails, I can probably seal away its chakra and bring our Jinchuriki back to normal. Jiraiya sighed as he got to work. The only other option is to hope that they exhaust this Jinchuriki enough and force him to power down. Jiraiya, Chitsujo corrected. Right, sorry. Chitsujo sighed. I don't know if exhausting her will work. Kanten has a hold of her. I think he's going to force her to use up all of Matabi in her own chakra until she dies of chakra exhaustion. Damn, Jiraiya muttered, not a good way to go. That's why I want to avoid killing her if all possible. She does not deserve to die just because of Kanten's control. I agree. Jiraiya nodded. Why do you think I'm dead set on completing this seal? But you know, Jiraiya continued, even if your psycho brother has control, I don't think we have much to worry about. After all, the child of prophecy is down there with our puppet Jinchuriki. Chitsujo nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto should be able to give them a fighting chance. And with people like Urza down there as well, I still am confident in our victory at Lake Willow. Jiraiya smiled with pride. Even if I fail, I know you'll find some way to pull it off, kid. Jiraiya thought, the impossible is never impossible with you. And that is what makes me most proud of you, my precious godson. Chitsujo had a contemplative look on his face. What will you do now, Naruto? He wondered, as back on the battlefield, Naruto continued running towards Matabi. Will you be forced to kill this Jinchuriki, or will you make another miracle happen? Yugito Ni's inner mind was a peaceful place, filled with lush jungles and blue waters. It had been the perfect place for Matabi, the two tails, to graze in. Yugito normally felt safer here than she did in the outside world. However, ever since that man appeared in her mind, she no longer felt safe in her own personal sanctuary. In fact, all she felt was pain and fear. The normally proud Kunoichi was now reduced to a weak, whimpering girl in the face of the man controlling her. Her face held a blank stare, save for the tears streaming down her face from what she was being forced to do. Kanten laughed darkly as he stood over her. Poor Yugito, he mocked cruelly. Those tears are the telltale story of just how you feel about your current situation. Kanten looked down at her. You don't want to hurt anyone, you never did. He reminded her. No, you wanted to prove that you weren't the monster you contained. That was why you accepted the hellish training you were given in hopes of controlling the two tails. You wanted to protect people, not hurt them. Oh, Yugito, if only you could see just what the two tails is doing now because of your own weakness. He sighed dramatically. Unfortunately, your constant resistance of my control has forced me to push your mind far past its normal limitations, so that is out of the question. Kanten sighed contentedly as he took seat on a throne of vines and leaves. Such fools, he mused, as he walked. Tched the Alliance prepared to face Matabi, they are all fools. Are they so insistent on dying that they'd face a superior enemy like one of the tailed beasts? Kanten sighed dramatically once more. Oh well, another victory for my coalition I suppose. He said. Honestly, Chitsujo is going to need to do better than this if he wants to at least make this interesting for me. He's only sending his own men to their deaths at this point. Kantan chuckled darkly at the destruction Matabi was causing. Bastard. Speak of the devil. Kantan turned to see Matabi towering over him. It was a mental construct, as the real Matabi was out fighting against her will at the moment. Curse you, Kantan, you bastard. Matabi screamed furiously. I swear if I could I would make you pay for what you have done to Yugito. Kantan mockingly wagged a finger. Ah, but you cannot, he said. First off, this is no longer your world, but it is mine. Second, even if by some miracle you could resist my control here, what could you hope to do to me? Kantan continued arrogantly. I created the man who was capable of defeating all 9 of you tailed beasts. What do you think I could do to you? Matabi growled in anger. Owing that the arrogant bastard was absolutely correct in that regard. Kantan chuckled at this. That's what I thought, he said, as the mental construct vanished. Kantan laughed at how things were going. As tears continued to stream down Yugito's blank face. The tears were for one reason and one reason only, her own failure as a Jinchuriki and a Kunoichi. Flashback. 26 years ago. My, you can't be serious. Jonin at the time yelled. Do the bags look like a joke to you? My niece shouted angrily. I have nothing left in this village, there is nothing left that is keeping me here. You can't abandon the village, not after everything that's happened. What would Roku think? I tried to reason with his sister. Don't you dare bring up my husband's name. Mai screamed at her older brother. If not for him, at least for your daughter. I gestured to a young Yugito Ni, who was currently struggling to get free from a young killer bee, screaming for her mother. She needs you with her Mai, you know that. Mai glared at Yugito. She is not my daughter, not anymore. A's eyes widened, realizing what this was really all about. So that's it then. He glared at her. You're just going to abandon Yugito because of the 2 tails. The 2 tails killed Roku, Mai, not Yugito. And the 2 tails also killed Yugito when my bastard of a father sealed it within her. Mai yelled furiously. She is not my daughter anymore, she is the 2 tails. What the hell brought this up all of a sudden? I asked as Yugito cried in anguish, still screaming for Mai not to leave. You didn't seem to care when the 2 tails was first sealed within her. You even declared that you would take care of her and love her forever for Roku's sake. I was a naive fool back then. Mai declared. No, you are a naive fool at this very moment. I countered. Quit acting so self-righteous when you don't even know what my life has been like ever since Yugito became the 2 tails. Mai snarled. I froze at this. So many incidents, brother. Mai told him. So many nights where I've been kept up by that thing running around the house. I'm just glad that her body is so young, otherwise she might actually damage the place. She's been controlled by the 2 tails. She is the 2 tails. Mai yelled. Don't you get it, Yugito? Your niece and my daughter is dead. That thing that's being held back by your monster of a brother is the 2 tails. Why didn't you say anything? I asked fearfully. I thought it would improve over time. Mai admitted. I tried to love her, I really did. But I can't love something that's not even my daughter. I got over his shock and glared at Mai. You disappoint me, Mai. I told her grimly. I thought you, my sister, was better than this, better than the ignorant villagers who can't tell the difference between a scroll and a kunai. Whereas you are a respected kunoichi. Damn it, you are better than this. Yugito is still your daughter. Yugito is dead, Mai insisted. Mai turned away from A. Don't try to stop me, brother. She told him. I'm leaving. If you want to die because you've decided to keep those things close to you, then so be it. A. Unable to bring himself to physically keep his younger sister from leaving, bowed his head in sadness as Mai walked away. However, he failed to notice that B's grip had been weakening from Yugito's constant struggling. With a sudden burst of chakra, Yugito threw B off of him and ran towards her mother. Mommy, she yelled, crying. Mommy, don't go. With speed honed through training, Mai spun around and backhanded Yugito across the face, sending the young Jinchuriki sprawling onto her back. Yugito whimpered at her stinging cheek. Don't you dare, Mai growled. Don't you dare call me that, you monster. Mommy, Yugito whimpered. Shut up, Mai screamed. Don't call me that, I am not your mother. Just as you are not my daughter. Yugito started crying again. You are a monster, that is what you are. Mai told her. You were the two-tailed monster cat that attacked our village. My daughter is dead." With those final damning words, my knee walked out of the village, leaving a crying Yugito behind, and a solemn A with his bowed low, furious at himself for being unable to do anything. Evening soon came. I had brought Yugito to his home, deciding that she would stay with him from now on. However, when he came home from explaining the situation to his father, the third Raikage, Yugito was gone. Luckily, I knew immediately where she was. He knew she wouldn't leave the village. She was far too recognizable as one of the village's Jinchuriki. She'd be caught before she got to the gate. So, there was only one place she could be if there hasn't been an announcement of her capture yet. I sped over to the Ni household and quickly found Yugito inside of her mother's old room. I approached her carefully. "Yugito," he called out to his niece. Yugito turned to her with tears in her eyes. "Is mommy coming back, uncle? Is she really gone forever?" I sighed, knowing that lying would just hurt her in the long run. "I don't think so, Yugito," he admitted, taking the little girl into his arms. Yugito sniffled and sobbed. "Am I a monster, uncle?" she asked. "No," I said sharply. "No, you are not. But mommy says I am. Yugito, your mother, as wonderful a woman she is also a fool," I told her. Yugito was surprised that her uncle would insult her mother and his sister. "You are not a monster, Yugito," I told her. "No, you are special, like B. Like B." Yugito's eyes lit up at this, as she was quite fond of her young uncle. I nodded, his fatherly instincts that he had suppressed for the sake of his village, coming out. "Yes, like B," he said. "You both have potential to become powerful for the sake of the village." "For the village," I nodded again. "Yugito," he said, "your father and my father chose you to be special, like B because they believed you were capable of doing amazing things for the hidden cloud." "Really, I can be amazing." While part of this was subtle manipulation on his part to keep Yugito in the cloud, as his father would be furious if he did not do so, I genuinely cared for Yugito and wanted the best for her. This served both his father and Yugito's interests. By keeping Yugito in cloud and training her to become strong and control the two tails, Cloud gains a valuable asset and Yugito proves that she is more than what is sealed inside of her, improving her own life in the process. If you want to prove that your mother was wrong, prove to everyone how special you are, then you are going to join B in his training. I told her, "I'm going to train with B." I nodded. "You are going to be strong, Yugito. And then you can show everyone how special you are." Yugito stopped crying and smiled at her uncle. "Okay, uncle, I'll train with B." I patted his niece on the head. "Become strong, Yugito, become special." End flashback. "I'm sorry, uncle," Yugito thought sadly. "All of my training, and I could not stop this." The tears continued to stream down Yugito's face as Kanten laughed mockingly at her anguish. With Nanao eyes, Hana Inuzuka, and Yukio Hans Viralbrana. Of all the horrifying things Nanao eyes had seen in her life, this easily ranked at number 1. And it was evident from the terrified look on her face. Nanao found herself stammering in fear as she watched the two-tailed monster cat roar as it began its rampage on the battlefield. "That is a tailed beast." Nanao was stunned. Hana Inuzuka was fearful as well. The Heimaru brothers whimpered in terror at the killing intent the tailed beast was giving off. Hana found herself flashing back to the time she had been evacuated from the leaf during the nine-tailed fox's attack. She had gotten a good look at the monster destroying an entire building with the shinobi defenders inside before being led to safety, NTH. That memory remained burned into her mind to this very day. Yukio Hans Viralbrana actually looked terrified as well. That wasn't supposed to happen. Yukio muttered. She was just supposed to go version 1 or 2. Why did she fully transform? Nanao and Hana snapped out of their fearful states and looked at Yukio in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Vice Admiral Smoker specifically stated Yugito not to fully transform, for fear that our men could get caught in the crossfire. Yukio explained, "She's not the type to disobey orders." What the hell happened? Nanao and Hana looked at each other. Nanao's eyes then widened. "Damn it, we've got a large force approaching us." Yukio gasped. "It must be the remainder of our army," he said. "They must have retreated when Yugito transformed." "Crap," Nanao cursed. "Hana, we need to go around." "And this kid," Hana gestured to him. Nanao responded with a Kido spell. Bakudo number 4, Hanawa. Yukio gasped as golden rope wrapped around him. We're taking him with us. Nanao said. With power like his, we can't let him fall back into enemy hands. Yeah, you're right, he's gonna slow us down though. Hana told her. We'll manage, Nanao replied, we just need to get away from the enemy and then form up with the others. Alright, Hana placed Yukio on the back of one of the Heimaru brothers, let's go. With the remainder of Smoker's forces. After exiting the platform Yukio's Fullbring had created, Smoker and his forces all took one last look at the rampaging two-tailed monster cat. Damn it, we need to get out of here. A Marine lieutenant looked at Smoker in surprise. What? But sir, we have a chance to take this territory. We can win this. You fool. Smoker glared at him. If we return, either the Alliance will destroy us or Yugito will. I am not going to risk the well-being of my men just to return to that battlefield. How would the Alliance destroy us? Yugito is going to wipe them out like that. Even if they do somehow manage to beat her, they'll be too exhausted to fight back when we return. The lieutenant pointed out. Smoker lifted the lieutenant by the collar. Listen, kid, he said, after losing at Harjan, the Alliance is going to be more careful. What do you think is the first thing they're going to do if they manage to survive Yugito's rampage? They'll send reinforcements to this army. We don't have the manpower to wage another battle with them at the moment. Only Katsuzawa and myself are still in fighting condition. The rest of our best fighters have either been defeated or captured. Smoker yelled out the next words. Full retreat, he ordered. We need to regroup further back. And after that, Smoker continued, I'm going to have a word with him. The 5th Division versus Matabi. Keep binding it. We can slow it down for the attackers to strike. A Kido Corps member yelled. It's no use. Another shouted. No matter what Bakudo we use, that thing's flaming chakra just burns right through them. Matabi roared at the futile attempts to slow her down. She picked up one of her claws and swiped it at the soldiers, knocking them all away and killing them instantly. A shadow then loomed over her as Kokuho Tengen Myoo came upon her. Sajin Komamura roared out a battle cry as he swung his blade downwards. The giant did the same and slammed its blade onto Matabi, flooring the giant monster cat instantly. Matabi shrugged off her already rapidly healing injury. She attempted to get up. However, Urza Scarlet then leapt into the air, still in her giant's armor. She yelled out loud as she slammed both of her fists onto Matabi's head, sending her back to the floor. Urza landed in front of Matabi. It's not enough, Urza thought, as Matabi started to recover. Alliance soldiers continued to bombard Matabi with attacks. She'll just keep getting back up, Urza thought in frustration. Urza then heard a new voice. Kido users, form a perimeter around her and bind her with Bakudo number 99. Urza turned around in surprise. Shinji Hirako was in H's rarely seen element with a very serious expression on his face. Yukino, Shinji shouted to the saber-toothed celestial wizard. Summon your gravity-changing spirit to aid them. Yukino Aguria nodded. Yes, Captain Hirako. Open, she continued. Gate of the Heavenly Scales, Libra. Libra appeared by Yukino's side. You summoned me, Miss. Libra, use your gravity change magic on that beast. Yukino ordered. Understood, Miss. Libra nodded and increased the gravity on Matabi. Matabi roared in anger as she suddenly felt heavier. She still managed to move slightly, only to be interrupted by the Kido Corps members. Bakudo number 99, they all shouted. Kin. Matabi roared in anger as she was suddenly forced to the ground by several large restraints. Good, that should keep her down long enough. Shinji noted. Shinji put on his hollow mask. Make sure she stays down, Urza. Shinji told her. I'm going to hit her hard. Shinji flew up into the air. Sero, he shouted, firing a Sero at Matabi, striking her in the back. Matabi roared in pain from being struck by the signature attack of hollows. Shinji frowned behind his mask as the wound started to heal. Damn it, she's still got enough chakra to heal herself. Shinji landed back on the ground. Urza, Komamura, keep hitting her as hard as you can, do you understand? He asked. Urza and Komamura both nodded. Urza, however, added, it's gonna be tough though, She looked at her armored hands, which had burn marks. This armor may be tough, but at some point even it will melt against that fur. Komamura nodded in agreement. Same with my sword. That fur coat of fire gives her a near-perfect defense. Then we better hope that she runs out of chakra before that happens. Shinji noted grimly as the 5th Division continued to bombard Matabi with attacks, trying to keep her down. That's our plan. Urza was shocked. Do you have a better idea? Shinji asked. Our only other option is to kill her. We can't though, she's being controlled. Komamura pointed out. And that's why I don't want to kill her. Shinji, if you're so concerned about wearing her out, why don't you just use your Shikai? Urza suggested, knowing what Sakanade was capable of. You can wear her out by causing her to attack nothing. Shinji shook his head. If I did that, I run the risk of a stray attack hitting a nearby town or even the medical division's tents. He reminded them. Urza and Komamura gasped at this. Listen to me, Shinji continued. There's a reason why the coalition fled the minute the Jinchuriki transformed. They know what kind of collateral damage she can cause. It's not like I don't agree with you that Sakanade would be effective in wearing her out. Shinji admitted. I just don't want to risk the lives of anyone getting caught by a stray blast, especially the medical division. Need I remind you that all our injured are there, including Jelil? Urza gasped, realizing that Shinji was right. Just keep hitting her, Shinji told them. Keep wearing her down. Shinji turned to Libra and Yukino. Hey, Spirit, how are you doing? I am doing as well as expected, Captain Hiroko. Libra replied. This monster is resisting very well. Yukino frowned at this. Captain, we need to wear her out fast. I'm not sure how much longer Libra can hold out. If that happens, either retreat or go on the offensive with us. Shinji told her. You do have a combat spirit, right? Yukino nodded. Yes sir, she said. If all else fails, I will summon the 13th gate, Ophiuchus the snake charmer. Can Ophiuchus stand against something like this? Shinji inquired seriously. Yukino nodded again. Ophiuchus is roughly the same size as this monster. I have confidence that Ophiuchus will do just fine against her. Good, be prepared to summon Ophiuchus if your spirit can no longer hold her down. Shinji ordered her. Why? Oh, we're acting a bit more serious than usual. Urza noted. Shinji grinned behind his mask. With Jelil out of commission, I have to take charge as his proxy. I'm a cool guy like that. The ladies love a cool guy like me. And, respect gone. Urza deadpanned. Shinji turned his attention back to Matabi. Bala, he yelled, firing several condensed balls of reishi at Matabi. Komamura swung down Kokuho Tengen Myoo's blade once more, slamming it onto Matabi. Komamura frowned as Matabi's fur coat of flames clashed against the steel of Kokuho Tengen Myoo's blade. Urza noticed this. Perhaps we need to try putting out the flames. She suggested. Requip. Water Empress. Urza requipped into her Water Empress armor. Shinji noticed how revealing it was and gawked at it behind his mask. Oh hell yes, he cheered. I think I've found my first love. Focus on the tailed beast, Captain. Several Alliance soldiers yelled. Urza gripped her crystal sword with both hands. She swung the blade, sending a massive crescent of water at Matabi. The blast of water struck Matabi in the face. Matabi recoiled as the flames were put out, only to regenerate moments later. Urza's eyes widened. I don't understand, Couldn't my water attacks be able to cancel out her flame-based chakra? It's probably because her body is made entirely of fire. Komamura noted. Urza frowned at this. Damn, it's like a Logia. She noted, remembering Smoker. How do you even beat something that keeps regenerating? Urza wondered. We don't have to beat her, just wear her out. Komamura reminded her. And besides, that water attack of yours had cancelled out her flames for a few seconds. Stay in that armor, it should provide us a good defense against any fire-based attacks it uses against us. The two were then cut off by the sounds of objects being broken and ripped apart. Everyone gasped as Matabi tore right through Kin. Libra yelled in pain as she felt Matabi break right through her gravity change. Libra, Yukino shouted in worry. Damn it, Yukino, send her back. Shinji shouted. Right. Yukino acted quickly and sent Libra back. Close. Gate of the Heavenly Scales. Shinji kept striking at Matabi with Bala. He then gave out new orders. Kido users, create a barrier to slow her down. He ordered. All long-ranged users, stay behind the barriers. We'll hit her together. He turned his attention to Urza and Komamura. Urza, Komamura, you two are going to hit that thing with everything you got, you hear? He asked. Long-ranged attacks are helpful, but can't do as much damage as direct assaults can. Shinji looked at Yukino. Yukino, summon Ophiuchus to help them. Understood. Yukino nodded. Yukino took out a strangely shaped key as several Kido barriers were formed, stopping Matabi in her tracks. Kokuho Tengen Myoo, being on Matabi's side, slammed his blade into Matabi once again, knocking her backwards. Urza leapt past the barriers in her Sea Empress armor with her crystal sword raised, prepared to use it on Matabi. Meanwhile, Yukino raised the key into the air. The sky seemed to darken as magic energy started to gather. Open, she said lowly. Gate of the Snake Charmer, Ophiuchus. An enormous snake suddenly appeared out of the sky. She said Snake Charmer, not Giant Snake. Several Alliance soldiers screamed in horror. Ophiuchus. Yukino shouted. I want you to attack the monster cat. Ophiuchus let out a monstrous hiss as it lunged at Matabi. Ophiuchus's magically hardened scales should provide the protection it needs from those flames that cover the two tails. Yukino noted. Matabi leapt away from Kokuho Tengen Myoo's blade, only to be tackled by the lunging Ophiuchus. Matabi roared in anger as Ophiuchus reared back from the flames coming into contact with its scales. Matabi quickly knocked Ophiuchus away and ducked under another swing from Kokuho Tengen Myoo. Shinji kept firing bala at Matabi, frowning at the fact that they only seemed to make her flinch, rather than actually hurt her. She's adapting, he noticed. Rather than trying to overpower us with brute strength, she's now fighting smartly and conserving her energy. Damn it, this just got a lot more difficult. Urza was also fighting carefully, but for different reasons. She did not want to get caught in the crossfire between the tailed beast she was fighting, and the two monsters on her side. It was why most of her attacks were mid-ranged. Urza fired another blast of water from her crystal sword at Matabi. Matabi hissed and roared in anger at this and noticed Urza once again. Matabi roared as it sent another ball of fire at Urza. Urza narrowed her eyes and created a massive ball of water from the tip of her sword and sent it at the fireball, canceling the two out in the process. Matabi roared again and prepared to pounce on Urza, only to be knocked to the side by a tail whip from Ophiuchus. Kokuho Tengen Myoo then appeared and slashed Matabi once again, leaving a deep cut across her body. The wound almost instantly regenerated. Urza frowned in frustration. Her body really is made completely out of fire-based chakra. She noted. Matabi got to her feet and slashed the leg of Kokuho Tengen Myoo with her claws, causing the giant Bankai to drop to its knee. Komamura cried out in pain as he felt the pain his Bankai felt. Shinji and Urza quickly acted and attacked Matabi. Urza fired a stream of water while Shinji fired a Sero. Matabi noticed them and breathed a large stream of fire, canceling out the two attacks. Kokuho Tengen Myoo struggled to its feet as Matabi turned her attention back to it. A large mass of chakra started to form around Matabi's mouth. Shinji's eyes widened behind his mask. Damn it, it's a tailed beast ball. Before anyone could stop her, Matabi fired the tailed beast ball straight into Kokuho Tengen Myoo's chest, creating a massive crater. Komamura screamed in pain as burn marks formed around his body, coughing up blood. The massive Bankai collapsed backwards and fell to pieces, forcing many to scramble to get out of the way. Unfortunately, some of them were not so lucky as the Bankai crushed them. Komamura had also been in the path, but was saved by the timely intervention of a familiar face. Kairos, he muttered. Are you all right, Sajin? Kairos inquired. Komamura nodded. Yes, thank you my friend. Kairos turned his attention to his daughter. Are you all right, Rebecca? He asked. Rebecca nodded, carrying an injured soldier on her back. I am fine, father. Yukino's eyes were wide. Kokuho Tengen Myoo's defeat not only took Komamura out of the picture, but it also put everyone else in danger. Several of the people who had been crushed were part of the Kido Corps, who had been keeping up the barriers that had served as protection for those attacking Matabi at long range. This just leaves Ophiuchus, Urza, and Captain Hiroko to fight that thing. She noted. Shinji growled in anger at this. Urza, he yelled. I need to get our men regrouped. Can you handle this thing? Urza nodded and Shinji flew off, satisfied with her answer. Regroup, he shouted. Get the wounded away from the fight and get the barriers back up. As the soldiers prepared to do just that, Shinji turned his attention back to Matabi, Urza, and Ophiuchus. Until the barriers are back up, we need to keep her from unleashing that damn-tailed beast ball a second time. He thought. Ophiuchus kept striking at Matabi with its tail while Urza kept firing blasts of water at her. Matabi roared in anger as it bit down on Ophiuchus' tail. Ophiuchus hissed in pain as Matabi yanked it towards her. Matabi then brought her claw down and cut the giant snake in half, sending it back to the spirit world. Ophiuchus! Yukino yelled in worry. Lucy Heartfilia, who was placing another injured soldier inside of Horologium, watched this in shock. Even the famed 13th gate was no match for that thing. She noted. Can we really beat something like that? Shinji was frowning behind his mask but nagged to keep his cool as he continued firing bala at the monster cat while Urza kept attacking as well. Shinji flew next to Urza. I'm not sure if what we're doing is working, Shinji. Urza admitted. She's shown no signs of slowing down. I know, Shinji frowned. I guess this is what happens when your entire body is made out of an ungodly amount of an energy source like chakra. Matabi noticed Urza and Shinji and slammed her claw down on them. Shinji and Urza leapt to different sides. Whoa, she is feisty. Shinji noted. Matabi swiped its claw at Shinji, who flash-stepped away from the attack and appeared above Matabi. Urza took this opportunity to try an attack with a larger arc of water than usual, only to be knocked away suddenly by Matabi's other claw. Urza! Shinji shouted for his comrade. Matatabi turned her attention back to Shinji. Sero! Shinji yelled, firing a massive blast of spirit energy straight at Matabi's face. Matatabi reared back as the attack struck her right in the face, creating a large cloud of smoke. Before Shinji could do anything else, however, a large stream of fire shot out from the smoke and enveloped him. Captain Hirako! Yukino yelled. Shinji! Lucy added. Matabi then turned her attention back to the Alliance soldiers, who were still bombarding her with long-ranged attacks. Damn it! I think she's preparing an attack. A soldier yelled. Somebody bring the barriers up. The remaining members of the Kido Corps quickly formed a barrier. Matabi started charging a tailed beast ball anyway. It's not enough. A member of the Corps yelled. We don't have enough members to create a barrier strong enough to stop an attack of that caliber. Lucy acted quickly. Everyone fall back, she yelled. Urza recovered from the attack and noticed that Matabi was about to fire. Damn, not enough time, she yelled in frustration, fear, and worry. Matabi let loose her tailed beast ball. Lucy's eyes widened. She was right in the path of it. It was going to be EAK right through the barrier the remaining members of the Kido Corps had created. The tailed beast ball collided with the barrier and almost instantly broke through. The Kido Corps members closed their eyes and waited, only for the attack to never come. It simply exploded in front of them all. Everyone gasped in shock. Another barrier had suddenly appeared in front of everyone, a larger and more powerful one than before. Phew, got here just in time, a familiar voice said in relief. Lucy spun around to see Bartolomeo with his fingers crossed, being supported by Meredy. Bartolomeo. Lucy was surprised. Bartolomeo grinned. My barriers may fall to constant attacks, but even the strongest single attacks won't make it past them. Matabi growled at the fact that her attack had failed and prepared another attack. Requip. Purgatory armor. Another familiar voice yelled. Urza Scarlet leapt into the air clad in a new armor. Her enormous spiked mace started to shine with dark purple magic energy. Purgatorial smash, Urza yelled, slamming the club into the side of Matabi's head, sending the giant cat onto its side. Urza formed back up with her comrades. Shinji, burnt in several places with his mask gone, soon joined them. Fall back while she's recovering, he yelled. We'll create some distance between us and then attack. Shinji turned his attention to one of Chitsujo's soldiers. Contact Command and tell them if they have any ways of helping us combat and contain a tailed beast, we'd greatly appreciate it. Yes, Captain. Shinji looked at Matabi, who was slowly getting to her feet. Fly mused at how Urza had done a number on her with that one attack. If we don't come up with a plan soon, we're going to be forced to have to wear her out and kill her. Shinji frowned, not wanting to have to kill Yugito. You want a plan? How about I give you one? Naruto Uzumaki finally reached the site of the battle between Matabi and the 5th Division. Naruto. Urza was relieved to see him here. His own status as a Jinchuriki could definitely turn this battle around. Sorry I'm late, Shinji. Had a lot of ground to cover. Naruto apologized. No problem. Now how about that plan you mentioned? Shinji inquired. Everyone nearby, including Lucy, Bartolomeo and Kairos, who had come up to Urza and Shinji for guidance, listened in. Naruto took a deep breath. There's a technique that allows me to communicate with the tailed beasts by entering what is known as the mental world. It's called deeper tailed beast psyche. Everyone's eyes widened. If I can enter this world, I can probably communicate with Matabi and Yugito and figure out a way to get them to shut down the transformation. Shinji thought it over. The plan certainly had merit, and it was probably the best way to get Yugito and Matabi to stop rampaging. Urza and Lucy, however, were still a bit worried. Is the technique dangerous? Urza inquired. Naruto shook his head. Not normally, no, he said. The technique completely cuts us off from any outside interference. Kanten will be unable to interfere with us. However, if either Yugito or Matabi is not in a very talkative mood, my life might be in danger. Everyone gasped at this. Naruto sighed. If I die in the mental world, I might as well die in the real world. My mind will be completely destroyed and I'll live in a death-like state for the rest of my life. Lucy's eyes widened. Then don't go, she shouted. Don't risk your life like that. I'm inclined to agree with Lucy. Urza nodded. There's got to be another way, Naruto. Naruto sighed at the worry in Urza and Lucy's voices. If there was, I'd use it. But this is the only way, short of killing Matabi and Yugito. Shinji nodded. Urza, Lucy, Naruto is right. He said, if it's the only way, we'll only risk the lives of our men if Naruto doesn't do this right here and now. Kairos added. Shinji looked at Naruto. You sure about this, Naruto? He asked. You're pretty important to the alliance, you know. I'm not as important. Even if I was, it doesn't mean that I shouldn't risk my life like everyone else. Naruto replied. I came here ready to do my part. Bartolomeo sobbed dramatically at this. You're so brave, Naruto. He sobbed. You're an example to us all. Shinji sighed and nodded. Okay, he said, do what you've got to do. Naruto nodded and stepped forward as Matabi was now standing up and moving towards the 5th Division. Kurama, you ready? He asked. I'm initiating the technique now. Kurama told him. Be careful, Naruto, we don't know what's going to happen once we're inside. Naruto nodded. Same to you. I'd hate to see my favorite fuzzy friend get killed. Don't ever call me fuzzy again, idiot. With that, Naruto closed his eyes. He opened them and found himself inside of the vast world that is the mental world. Looks like we're inside, Kurama noted. Naruto nodded. Matabi, Yugito, he shouted. You guys in here. An enormous construct of chakra then appeared. Matabi looked at them with his Olam expression as a tailed beast could muster. A blank-faced Yugito appeared, standing in place. Naruto, Kurama, Matabi said solemnly, please forgive me, I cannot control myself. Neither of us can. Naruto and Kurama looked at Matabi and Yugito in sympathy. Don't worry about it, Naruto said, that's why we're here to help. Naruto looked at Yugito. Hey, Yugito, mind telling me how this bastard is controlling you so I can figure something out? Yugito did not respond. Hey, Yugito, Naruto called out worriedly. She can't hear you, Naruto. Matabi said sadly. That monster, Kanten, pushed her mind so far after she kept resisting him. Her mind is past its breaking point. Naruto growled in anger at this. Is there a way to free her? Kurama interjected. If there was, I would have tried it. Matabi replied. Well, we have to figure something out. Naruto shouted. Easy, Naruto, that's why we're here. Kurama told him. The three of us are going to put our heads together and figure it out. Kurama too. RNED his attention back to his fellow tailed beast. Matabi, he said, could you please explain to us the full extent of Kanten's indoctrination technique? Come now, Nine Tails, a smooth voice suddenly sounded out. If you want to know of that technique so badly, then why don't you ask the creator itself? Matabi, Naruto, and Kurama's eyes all widened. No way, Kurama muttered. That's impossible, Matabi gasped. Out from the darkness, emerged a red-eyed, silver-haired man in a red military uniform. Naruto took an immediate disliking to the man just from looking at him, evidenced by his glare. The man screamed arrogance and evil. Who the hell are you? Naruto growled. Kanten, the being of chaos, chuckled darkly. I would think the answer to that question is obvious, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's glare intensified. You know what? You're right. Naruto immediately got into a fighting stance. It is obvious, Kanten. Is the seal finished, Jiraiya? Shitsujo inquired as Jiraiya stopped working. Jiraiya wiped the sweat off of his brow. You bet, he said, it should work. Just send me down there and I'll apply it to the two tails. Before Shitsujo could do just that, a messenger rushed in. My lord, he panted. I've just received news from the intelligence division concerning the battle at Lake Willow. Catch your breath, young man. Shitsujo said softly. The messenger did just that. Now, tell me this news. Well, sir, this is a message given directly from the 5th Division's proxy, Captain Shinji Hiroko. Apparently Commander Jello Fernandez is incapacitated after a conflict with one of the stronger opponents. Get to the point, kid, Jiraiya interjected, not caring about that part. Just now, the messenger said, Active Order Naruto Uzumaki entered a mental world that tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki reside in. He is attempting to end the transformation from the inside out. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto did what? Shitsujo gave Jiraiya a stern look. Calm down, Jiraiya, he ordered softly but firmly. Calm down. Jiraiya glared at him. My godson is doing something that sounds dangerous and stupid, and you're telling me to calm down. Do you even know how the mental world works, Jiraiya? Shitsujo inquired. Jiraiya froze. He realized his mistake. I'm sorry, he said, I shouldn't have lost my temper like that. Shitsujo smiled. Don't worry, in fact it makes me happy that you genuinely care for Naruto's well-being. He said, the kid's all I have left of Minato. Jiraiya told him. Now how does this mental world work? It's a technique that all tailed beasts share. They open a line of communication in a place known as the mental world. Shitsujo explained. Jinchuriki who have gained complete control and cooperation of their tailed beasts can enter with them. So Naruto's gained control of the 9 tails. Jiraiya grinned with pride. Not just control, they are friends now. Shitsujo corrected. They are cooperating now. Jiraiya got back on the subject at hand. I think I'm starting to figure out what Naruto is planning. He's going to try to solve the problem from inside of the two tails' mind, right? Shitsujo had a contemplative look on his face. That's probably the case. It's going to be hard, considering how strong my brother's control is. However, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Now worried I again. Shitsujo smiled. I believe in Naruto, he said. After all, I created him. Jiraiya frowned at this. I don't want to correct you on that, but it technically wasn't you. He's Minato and Kushina's son, remember? Oh no, I don't mean anything like that. The truth is, it's kind of complicated and right now, explaining exactly what I did, and we have more important things to deal with. Jiraiya nodded, accepting the answer. Do you still want me to go down there? He inquired. Shitsujo sighed. I'm honestly not sure, he admitted. The problem now is trying to discern whether using the seal will put Naruto in danger, as the seal might disrupt the connection he has with Yugito-ni and Matabi, putting his mind in danger, and by extension, his life. It certainly is a plausible argument. If the mental world is only accessible to a free-tailed beast and those who have complete cooperation with it, using a seal that basically puts the beast back in its cage might cause harm to everyone involved with the technique. Shitsujo thought out loud. At the same time, Shitsujo continued. You can also make the argument that an abrupt severing of the connection might just force everyone back into their respective minds. The only question remaining is, do we take that risk? Jiraiya sighed. Send me down there anyway, he said. I'll be there just in case he fails. Shitsujo nodded. That's a safe plan, he said. Before Shitsujo could do just that, Jiraiya had one more question to ask. Is the technique safe? He asked, concerned. Shitsujo nodded. Only the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki have access. It's safe. In the mental world, Naruto Uzumaki had managed to surprise Kanten already. The being of chaos had honestly expected to Naruto to charge him in anger the minute he realized who he was. However, instead, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki stared at him with a steely glare that was also quizzical. Kurama, for his part, was also impressed with his host's restraint. Naruto had certainly come a long way from being the loud-mouthed genin that charged in head-on towards everything. Naruto finally broke the silence. "Are you really Kanten?" Naruto asked. Kanten grinned. "Not exactly," he said. "I'm merely a fragment of him implanted into Yugito's mind to keep her under control." Naruto narrowed his eyes at how casually Kanten was talking about controlling his fellow Jinchuriki. Kurama spoke up next. "What are you doing here, being of chaos? The mental world is reserved only for the tailed beasts and our hosts. No one can intrude." Matabi growled in agreement. It was taking all of her self-restraint to not try and tear this fragment of Kanten apart. Kanten chuckled at this, and that is certainly true. However, what you have failed to account for is that I have become a part of Yugito's mind now that I have been implanted into it. If I wish to enter the mental world, then I will. Kanten smirked darkly. Don't act so surprised. A king should not be barred from any part of his kingdom. If anyone is at fault, it is you for attempting to keep me out. This mental world belongs to me, just like everything else in the universe. Matabi finally snapped and charged Kanten. "Matabi, don't!" Kurama yelled. Kanten casually raised his hand. "Back in your cage, cat," he said dismissively. His hand started to shine and Matabi froze. With a terrible cry, Matabi vanished. "Matabi!" Kurama yelled. "Bastard! What did you do to her?" Naruto demanded. "As I said before, I am now part of Yugito's mind. If I want to send Matabi back into Yugito's own mind, then I will. Unfortunately, I cannot do the same to you too. Damn, he's already removed Matabi from the battlefield, and it doesn't look like Yugito's going to be helping us either." Naruto looked at the blank-faced Yugito. "What did you do to Yugito?" Naruto demanded. Kanten chuckled. "The only thing I have done is push her mind past its breaking point. I am now completely dominant over her mind. The only things keeping her going now are my orders," he explained. Kanten sighed. "Honestly, she is the one who is at fault for resisting my control. Now look at her. She's little more than a broken tool." Naruto growled in anger at this. Kanten walked over to Yugito and waved a hand in front of her face. "It's tragic really," he continued. "Even if she does somehow survive this battle, she'll be nothing more than a hollow shell of her former self. If anything, it would be better if she died." "Shut up," Naruto screamed. "It's your fault she's even like this in the first place." Naruto prepared to charge Kanten again, only for a massive furry arm to block his path. "Kurama, don't, Naruto," Kurama said sternly. "Kanten is trying to provoke you. Don't lose your head, you'll only end up fighting on his terms." Kanten laughed maniacally at this. "And here I thought humans were supposed to keep their pets on a leash. It looks like it's the other way around with you too. Nine-Tails." Kurama glared at Kanten. "That's where you are wrong. I am not his pet, I am his friend," he declared. "Are you now?" Kanten grinned. "Can you truly be certain that it'll stay that way?" Kurama grinned right back. "Naruto won't betray me. He's already decided he won't. So don't try tearing us apart, you bastard, 'cause it ain't gonna work." As Kurama declared this to Kanten, Naruto took a few deep breaths to calm himself. He managed to do just that and addressed Kanten once again. "Let Yugito go," Naruto demanded. "You have no reason to keep her under your control anymore. She's going to lose her battle." Kanten smirked. "Really? Are you really going to try the diplomatic approach with me, boy? I think we've long gone past the point of diplomacy. You know I'm right though. You've got no reason to keep her under your control anymore. She'll die if she stays under your control. So what?" Naruto was stunned at how coldly Kanten had dismissed Yugito's life. "Why would I release her? I gain absolutely nothing from it. You don't get your ass kicked by Kurama and me, that's a gain right there," Naruto threatened. Much to Naruto's surprise, Kanten laughed. "You don't know who you're dealing with, don't you, Naruto Uzumaki?" Kanten grinned. "Actually, I do." Naruto glared at him. I'm dealing with a selfish psychopath who has no problem murdering millions of innocents in a pointless war. What you see as pointless, I see as necessary, Kantan said dismissively. Anyway, I have plenty of reasons to keep Yugito under my control. For example, I can use her as a means to eliminate you. You and your 3 brothers have been a thorn in my side long enough, Naruto Uzumaki. All 4 of you have been hindrances ever since I created the 4 acts of order, and now here you are. Arrogant enough to come here alone to free Yugito. I'd be foolish not to pass up a chance like this. Naruto and Kurama were both on guard at this. If you want to free Yugito from my control, then defeat me and I will do just that. After all, destroying me should be a surefire way to free her, right? He's challenging both of us at the same time. Kurama was surprised. Why? He should be significantly weaker than the real thing, and yet he's challenging a cage-level shinobi and the strongest of the tailed beasts. Naruto was thinking along the same lines. Unlike Kurama though, he was not afraid to voice it. You've got guts, challenging us both at the same time when you are just a fragment of your real self. He noted. Kantan smirked. You're confident you can win. He noted. Good. That should keep things interesting at least. Naruto had an impassive look on his face. Just one question before we get started, he said. Why are you doing this? Kantan grinned at this. Really? You're asking me that now? Don't you know that every minute you waste is putting Yugito's life in danger from chakra exhaustion? Or, Kantan continued, perhaps you are trying to appeal to my better nature. Convince me that there is a better way, like you did with so many of your other enemies. Naruto frowned at this. Gaara became who he was because of how people treated him as a child. Nagato became who he was due to many tragedies befalling his life. Obito became who he was because he was manipulated by Madara. Naruto glared at him. So what about you? What made you like this? Why start a war with your brother? As far as I know, he's done nothing to you. He's a kind man, Kantan, and I'm sure he still loves you even after everything. So why do all of this? Kantan frowned at this. Why should I tell you? It means little in the end, doesn't it? We are 2 warriors on opposing sides of the battlefield. Regardless of what my answer is, you will still fight me in the end. Try me, Naruto said. I've found that people aren't born evil. Even you must have a reason, right? Kantan had an impassive look on his face for a while. He then grinned and chuckled, much to Naruto's surprise. This chuckle turned into a full-blown laughter. You really want to know why? Kantan inquired. Kantan smiled darkly. Well, the truth is, Naruto Uzumaki, he said, I simply hate my brother. Naruto's eyes widened. Of all the answers he had expected to get, this one was not one of them. It actually made him shake in rage. Gaara, Obito, and Nagato could not help themselves. Nobody could have predicted that the tragedy that had befallen them would have twisted them the way they did. However, Kantan, there was no excuse with him. He did all of this, tormented all of these innocent people, killed all of the soldiers had died so far, all because he hated his brother. You, Naruto said lowly. Kantan grinned. Perfect, he thought. You monster. Naruto screamed, leaping at Kantan while forming a Rasengan. Naruto. Kurama yelled in warning. Rasengan. Naruto screamed. Kantan waved his arm out. Looks like your leash needs to be tightened, boy. He shouted. Naruto cried out as a sudden explosion enveloped his body, sending him backwards. Kurama's eyes widened. It just appeared out of nowhere. Naruto landed on his back, charred everywhere. Damn, he muttered. Idiot. Why the hell did you charge him? Kurama yelled angrily. Gah. Sorry Kurama, Naruto muttered, still in pain. Kurama then noticed several dark purple shapes appearing all around him. Pentagrams. Kurama was surprised. Kantan, who was waving his fingers around, smirked. Chains of the damned. Black chains suddenly came out of the pentagrams, wrapping all around him. Kurama screamed in pain as the chains bound him tightly. Kurama, Naruto yelled. Naruto made a move to free him. Don't. Kurama managed through the pain. These chains will burn you. Naruto stopped at this. Defeat him, that will cancel the technique. Kurama told him. Naruto nodded and turned back to Kantan. Impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto Uzumaki? Kantan inquired. They are just like the chains your clan uses, but better. What the hell kind of chains are those? Naruto demanded. Ply one of the many techniques I have access to, being a master of my own particular art. Kanten explained. And what kind of art is that? Naruto asked. Kanten smirked. Where my brother has mastered the heavenly art of creation, I have mastered the opposite, the mighty demonic art of destruction. The ultimate power for the ultimate being in the universe. Where his power creates, my power destroys. Where he brings order, I bring chaos. We are two opposites that can never meet, even though he has constantly tried to find a middle ground for centuries. Kanten gestured to the chains that bound Kurama. If I wanted to, I could use those chains to burn right through your body and destroy the 9 tails. But I won't. I have no interest in destroying a weapon of such great potential. Several pentagrams formed around Naruto. You, on the other hand, I will crush, Naruto Uzumaki. And then I will extract the 9 tails from your mindless husk of a body and use him for my ambition. Naruto leapt away from the pentagrams just as the chains appeared. Those chains take too long to prepare to catch me, Naruto declared to him. Kanten just smirked. So it seems, at least this won't be boring, he said arrogantly. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he tried to think of a strategy to fight him. I can't use Sage Mode for a while, my physical body hasn't stayed still in the real world long enough. He thought, I need to stall for time. Naruto formed his signature hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he yelled as several clones of Naruto appeared around Kanten. Kanten frowned at this. You're going to face me with a parlor trick like that? I'd appreciate it if you didn't underestimate me, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't underestimate me, the Naruto army corrected as they all formed multiple Rasengan. Rasengan barrage. They all leapt at Kanten, attempting to hit him with multiple Rasengan. It's no use. Kanten waved his arm, creating another explosion that instantly destroyed the army of clones. My power is destruction itself, chaos in its purest form. Someone like you has no chance against me. The real Naruto recovered and glared at him. It's not over yet, he insisted. I will defeat you and I will free Yugito. Dark purple energy appeared around Kanten's arms. Don't make me laugh, he yelled back. Chaotic Choro. Kanten fired several beams of dark purple energy at Naruto, who was forced to leap into the air and out of the way to dodge them. He then formed what looked like a giant mouth with razor-sharp teeth. Asmodeus, he yelled, sending the mouth at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. I can't dodge it, he thought frantically, forming a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone grabbed Naruto's arm and threw him away from the attack as the mouth clamped down on him and exploded. Naruto landed on the ground. Kanten pointed his hands at Naruto as dark purple lights appeared around him. Beelzebub. Kanten fired several small bullets of energy at Naruto from the lights, who frantically ran from them. Naruto watched as the bullets struck the ground, completely erasing whatever it touched from existence. Whoa, I do not want to get hit by that. Okay, he thought, I've almost got enough natural energy. Kanten sighed. In this state, it's going to be a while before I can use Beelzebub again. But that's not important right now. What's important is trying to figure out what he's doing. Kanten frowned. He's doing more dodging than he is fighting. Not what I expected from someone like him. I wonder why. Realization hit Kanten. He smiled at this. Oh, that's what it is. Not bad, Naruto Uzumaki. I must admit that in this weakened state, even I might have trouble against that, but sadly I have the perfect counter for it. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them just as fast, revealing that his eyes had become toad-like. Kurama gasped at this. Of course, Kurama yelled. Because he's unconscious, Naruto is currently immobilized. He can still will his body to gather natural energy as his mind is still connected to it. That's brilliant. With that, Naruto charged Kanten. What are you planning, boy? Kanten wondered. Naruto quickly created 2 shadow clones. Kanten narrowed his eyes. The Rasenshuriken, he realized. However, much to Kanten's surprise, the 2 clones immediately broke away and charged him. Wait, what? The clones engaged him in a taijutsu fight while the real Naruto formed a Rasenshuriken without any assistance. Kurama grinned with pride at this. Naruto, you really have come far, he thought happily. Wind style. Rasenshuriken. Naruto yelled. Naruto tossed the Rasenshuriken at Kanten and the clones. The two clones vanished just as the giant attack. Kanten growled at this. Damn it. No time to dodge. Kanten held his hand out. Mammon. Naruto's eyes widened as the Rasenshuriken suddenly vanished. Was that just like Nagato's Preta path? Naruto wondered. Naruto narrowed his eyes and charged in. If that's the case, Naruto formed a Rasengan in one hand. Kurama's eyes widened. Idiot. What are you doing? He wondered. You can't fight him directly. His attacks are too destructive. You're being quite bold, Naruto Uzumaki. Kanten grinned. Bold and foolish. So I've been told, Naruto admitted. But don't you know that fortune favors the bold? Rasengan. Naruto yelled, aiming the Rasengan right at Kanten's face. Kanten grinned and leaned to the side. He delivered a block to Naruto's arm, knocking it off course. Naruto's eyes widened. He didn't absorb it. Naruto quickly formed another Rasengan with his free hand. No time. I've got to stick to the plan and hit him with this one. Kanten's grin became sadistic as he placed his free hand on Naruto's chest. Mammon. He yelled, pulling energy out of Naruto's body and absorbing it. Kanten then slammed his fist into Naruto's face, sending high M flying back again and sending the other Rasengan off course in the process. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized that Kanten had absorbed all the natural energy in his body. Naruto grinned at this. You just doomed yourself, idiot. He said triumphantly. You're about to turn to stone. Am I? Kanten raised an eyebrow. After a few moments, Naruto gasped when he realized that Kanten was not turning to stone. I don't understand. You should be. By all rights, I should, but you forget that my power destroys. When I absorbed the natural energy in your body, my own power destroyed it. You can't turn me into stone. Naruto was now starting to run out of ideas, and it downright terrified him. If this is really the best you can do, I'd advise you to give up. Kanten said arrogantly. Look, you haven't even managed to move me from this spot. No way, I never give up and I never go back on my word. Naruto declared. I already said I'd save Yugito and kick your ass in the process, so I'm going to do it. Kanten frowned in annoyance at this. I can't use Mammon, nor can I use Beelzebub anymore. Kanten thought. Curse the limits I have in this state. I hate having to manage the use of my own power. This brat certainly doesn't know when to lay down and die. Naruto thought his next move over and then managed to come up with an idea. Hey, Kurama, think you can give me some chakra? Naruto asked. We're still technically connected, right? Kurama grinned, in spite of being bound by the chains of the damned. You know what, I bet I can. Naruto was suddenly surrounded by a cloak of tailed beast chakra. Kanten narrowed his eyes at this. He is lucky I need the 9 tails alive. He mentally growled. You are starting to get on my nerves, boy. Kanten warned him. Do you have any idea how many people have said something like that to me? I've kicked their asses shortly after. Naruto grinned confidently. Naruto sped towards Kanten, covering a great amount of distance in the process. Kanten waved his arm and created yet another explosion. However, Naruto ran right through it, much to Kanten's surprise. He's stronger now, Kanten mused. No, rather, I'm not at full strength. That same dark purple energy formed around Kanten's fists. If the boy wants to turn this into a fist fight, then I'd be more than happy to oblige. Two fists collided, creating a massive shockwave. Kanten grinned madly at the immense power behind Naruto's fist. The two then started trading blows between one another. However, Naruto could not land a single hit on Kanten. He parried each attack with ease. Kanten laughed at Naruto's failures to hit him. Naruto was admittedly frustrated at this. Kanten noticed this and started to taunt him. Come on, boy, is that really all you've got? Kanten inquired mockingly. This can't really be all one of the 4 acts of order has. Right. Naruto aimed a kick at Kanten's head, only for it to be blocked. You're running out of time, Naruto Uzumaki. He taunted. If you can't beat me soon, Yugito will die. Naruto knocked Kanten's arm out of the way and quickly formed a different colored Rasengan. Shut up. Tailed Beast Rasengan. I don't think so, Kanten retorted. Chaotic Motus. Kanten vanish. Ed from Naruto's sight and reappeared several feet away from him. Kanten was now frowning at him in anger. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Well, I managed to move you from this spot. He said. That's a start. don't you think? Kantan narrowed his eyes at this. Yes, he agreed, the next step would actually be managing to land a hit on me. I can assure you that will not happen. You and Yugito will be long dead before that happens. Naruto took a deep breath and regained his composure once again. All your crap about killing me, don't you realize that it won't change a damn thing? Naruto told him. Kantan frowned again. What are you babbling about this time? He asked. Even if you kill me, even if you kill Yugito, others will just come after you. Naruto told him, as visions of all those close to him came to mind. You're a leader, so you must at least be smart enough to understand that. You're just adding to the cycle of hatred that plagues this world. So stop this meaningless war. Kantan's frown deepened. That damned cycle of hatred again, I had forgotten you were a student of that foolish sage, Jiraiya. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You knew pervy sage. Kantan shook his head. Of course not personally. He said, you seem to forget the main duty of my people, Naruto Uzumaki. We watch the many different worlds that exist and keep the balance. I have seen the rise and fall of so many nations. Seen the ideals of many men fall short of their goals. Kantan smirked evilly. And I must say, of all the ideals I saw fall over the years, Jiraiya's was the most ridiculous. Naruto's eyes widened. A day where all men will understand each other. Kantan recited. How ridiculous. Men will never understand each other. The order and peace that men like my brother and Jiraiya preach is nothing more than a fantasy. Kantan explained. War starts because men try and fail to understand one another. That, Naruto Uzumaki, is the result of your master and my brother's dream. Then what is your solution then? Naruto asked. How would you create peace? The answer is simple, chaos. Kantan said. I will create a world where people do not have to understand each other. What the hell are you talking about? If you plunge the world into chaos, conflict will continue. Not at all, Kantan smirked. Plunging the universe into my chaos is only the first stage of my plan. Once that has happened, I will create a universe where men do not have to understand one another. After all, Kantan continued, how can you fight someone who doesn't understand you, when that person is dead? Naruto's eyes widened again when he realized just what Kantan meant. The Conqueror's Coalition exists because my subordinates understand one another and what our ultimate goal is. Kantan told him, once we have control over the universe, we will institute one simple rule. Kantan's expression darkened. Destroy whatever it is you hate without fear of consequence. With freedom like that, the world will be at peace. What kind of crap is that? Naruto asked. How the hell could that possibly lead to peace? Chaos is the one true path towards peace, Naruto Uzumaki. Any attempt to control the universe through order only adds to resentment towards those who desire a different status quo. Kantan told him. Chaos is freedom, freedom is peace. Naruto looked down, hiding his gaze from Kantan. Do you understand now, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto looked back up and glared at him. The only thing I understand, Naruto said, is that you're willing to stand on a mountain of corpses just so you can stand on top of the universe. Kantan grinned. Well, of course, I have to get through your pathetic alliance first, don't I? It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Naruto told him. But what does matter is that you're creating peace from corpses. Whether you're right or wrong, creating peace from the dead is the wrong way to go. The path I've chosen may sound ridiculous, and it may take me a lifetime to do so, especially now that I have to bring peace to other worlds. But I'll stick to that path, because I don't want to willingly step over the bodies of others to create peace. Kantan sighed. I should have figured explaining my plan to you would gain me nothing. He said. And now all we have done is simply wasted more time. You're right in that regard. Naruto told him. I say we finish this right here and now. Naruto held out his arm. You didn't absorb my attacks like you did before. Naruto noted. That made me realize something. Kantan frowned. Had he figured it out? You're more limited than you let on, right? Naruto asked. Honestly, I should have figured it from the start. You're not even the real Kantan, you're just a fragment of his mind. You're nowhere near his real level of power. Although, Naruto thought, if this is just a fragment of his power, I'd hate to see how strong he really is. Kantan smirked. Well done, he praised. That is correct. Kanten sighed dramatically. It's so irritating, being unable to crush an annoying child like you with all of my power. Oh, the things I would do to make you suffer, Naruto Uzumaki. Kanten looked over at Kurama. Although I must say, it is quite satisfying to see that even with only a fragment of my power, I was not only able to bind the Nine Tails in chains, but also hold my own against one of my brother's acts of order. Kurama growled at this, annoyed with the fact that he was clearly downplaying his strength. Naruto grinned at Kanten and formed 5 shadow clones that immediately charged Kanten. Kanten narrowed his eyes in anger as 2 moved to his sides, 1 moved in front of him, and the other 2 leapt into the air. Kanten fired a burst of energy at them, however, one of the clones tossed the other over Kanten, sacrificing himself in the process. The clone managed to successfully land behind Kanten. Naruto then started forming a massive amount of chakra in his hand, even more than before. If you can't absorb my attacks anymore, Naruto said, then I'll just have to hit you with an attack so large that you cannot dodge. Kanten gasped at this and glared at him. You stubborn little, he growled. Naruto's grin widened as the chakra took shape into a massive sphere. He then leapt into the air. Massive-tailed beast Rasengan, he yelled, throwing the giant sphere. Kanten's gaze narrowed. Even if I use chaotic motus, these 4 will simply catch me. In my current state, I'm not fast enough to disappear from their gaze completely. Kanten sighed. I have no choice. Kanten gathered a massive amount of energy in his hands. Chaotic clematis, he yelled, firing. The blast collided with the Rasengan, creating a massive explosion that blinded Kurama and Naruto, destroying the shadow clones, and knocking the catatonic Yugito over. As the smoke slowly cleared, Naruto planned for his next move. Suddenly, a circle with a pentagram inside of it appeared beneath his feet. Naruto's eyes widened. No, he cried out. Cries of the damned. Naruto was suddenly enveloped in a pillar of dark purple energy. Naruto screamed in pain as he felt his body burn from the pure energy used in the attack. The smoke finally cleared, revealing Kanten completely unharmed. Idiot, boy, he said. It doesn't matter whether I am at my full strength or not. You're still too weak to defeat me. Now let the powers of hell itself destroy you. The attack continued for several minutes. By the time it finally ended, Naruto had been forced out of his tailed beast cloak. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki collapsed to his knees, charred everywhere. Naruto! Kurama yelled in worry. Kanten smirked triumphantly. You put your ideals on the line in this battle, Naruto Uzumaki. He told him. Not only have you lost, but also your pitiful ideals as well. Shut up. Kanten's eyes widened. Naruto struggled to his feet. This battle isn't over yet. Naruto told him. Not while I'm still breathing. Naruto, in spite of his injuries, managed to stand. Naruto, hang on, I'll heal you. Kurama told him. Kurama's chakra almost immediately went to work. Naruto's injuries immediately started to heal. Kanten chuckled at this. The chuckle then turned into a full-blown laughter. Well done, Naruto Uzumaki. He said. You've managed to survive. You're strong, Naruto Uzumaki, I will give you that. But you're still 100 years too early for you to believe you can defeat me, let alone my real self. Let's continue the fight and we'll find out. Naruto said. Kanten sighed. I'm afraid we cannot continue. He said. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what? Kanten's body started to fade. I'm afraid we're going to have to call this fight a draw. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Take a look, I am starting to vanish. That means, Yugito is going to die soon, and with it, me as well. Naruto gasped. Don't kill her, he pleaded. Kanten grinned. I never had any intention to do so. He revealed. Wait, what? Killing such a valuable war asset would be a waste. I only threatened her to get to you. Kanten explained. I gambled on threatening her, hoping that you would try to fight me, and it worked. I was hoping that I would be able to kill you in the limited time that we had and remove one of the pillars holding up your alliance, but that didn't happen. So now I have to release her from my control and spare your life as well. Kanten clapped his hands together. After a moment, Yugito's catatonic body vanished. She is free from my control, Kanten told Naruto as he continued to fade away, and with that, her transformation should be cancelled. She will not die now. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. But do remember this, Naruto Uzumaki. Kanten continued, now grinning darkly. Try to keep my property safe, I will be returning for her soon after all. I'll be strong enough to kick your ass when that happens. Naruto vowed. Kanten chuckled darkly. We shall see, he said simply. With that, the fragment of Kanten's mind completely faded away. Naruto breathed another sigh of relief. It's over, he said, relieved. Outside the mental world, the 5th Division watched in shock as Matabi suddenly vanished, leaving a motionless Yugito-ni in her place. Shinji Hiriko's eyes widened in shock. I can't believe it, he said. Whatever Naruto did, he pulled it off. Erza Scarlet and Lucy Heartfilia had stayed by the side of the unconscious but still standing Naruto Uzumaki. They looked on in amazement. However, one thing still worried Lucy. What about Naruto though? Erza looked back at the unconscious blonde. All we can do is hope that Naruto comes out of the mental world all right. Jiraiya stood off to the side, looking at his godson. Naruto, come back safe, kid. He thought. Shinji, meanwhile, gave orders. I want field medics attending to her immediately. Remember, she may have been our enemy, but she was an unwilling enemy. Several medics immediately yelled in acknowledgement and ran over to Yugito to provide aid. Shinji then grinned victoriously. Soldiers of the 5th Division, he said, I hereby declare this day a victory for us all. With that, everyone in the 5th Division started to cheer. Victory! They all yelled in unison. Erza smiled, relieved. The battle is over, she said. We've won. As the 5th Division cheered, Naruto started to stir. Lucy took notice of this and smiled. Naruto, she called to him. Naruto's eyes opened. He immediately almost fell over from exhaustion and being disoriented. Erza and Lucy managed to catch him. Easy there, Naruto, Erza said to him. How are you feeling? Naruto panted, still feeling the pain from his battle with Kanten. I'm fine, he said. Naruto looked over at Yugito. How is she? He asked. Not sure, Erza admitted. The medics only just started working on her. Without saying another word, Naruto started walking over to where Yugito was. Lucy grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto, don't push yourself. Lucy told him. Naruto calmly shrugged Lucy off. Erza now tried to reason with him. Naruto, you look dead on your feet. She told him. She's fine, don't worry about her. Jiraiya studied Naruto carefully. I know I look dead, Erza. He admitted. But Yugito is my Jinchuriki sister. I've got to see for myself if she's okay. Yeah, but, ladies, Jiraiya cut them off sternly, let him go. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. That was certainly a voice he had not heard in a long time. Pervy sage. Naruto looked at Jiraiya in shock. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. Hey kiddo, he said softly. Jiraiya, y'all looked at Erza and Lucy. Naruto has every right to check on that girl for the reasons he just listed. He told them adamantly. It's just as he said. That girl and him share a bond. A bond that even the two of you can't possibly understand. A bond shared by two people forced to share a similar burden. Erza and Lucy both relented at this. Naruto managed a smile at his godfather and master. Thanks, pervy sage. Jiraiya nodded and smiled warmly. You just make sure that she's okay, Naruto. Naruto nodded back and went back to walking towards Yugito. When he reached her and the medics tending to her, he immediately saw the worried looks on their faces. What's wrong? Naruto asked. She's going to be okay, right? A medical ninja from the Leaf replied first. Ah, Naruto, she said, she's going to live. She was in great danger at first due to a serious case of chakra exhaustion, but we managed to stabilize her with a few chakra pills. The ninja looked back at Yugito. However, well, by now we expected her to start coming around. But she's unresponsive still. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Unresponsive? She nodded. We fear that she's slipped into a coma. Naruto gasped as he remembered what Anton had told him back in the mental world. He said how her mind was now completely broken from her constantly resisting and him constantly exerting his control. Could this be the cause of her coma? Kurama was shaking in rage in Naruto's mind. That bastard, he growled. He didn't just release her with the intention of returning for her eventually. He released her knowing that she wouldn't be of any help to us due to her mental state. Kurama roared in anger. He played us for fools. He screamed angrily. Naruto collapsed to his knees. A look of shock and sadness was present on his face. Naruto, Urza and Lucy yelled in worry, running to him. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Kid, he yelled, doing the same. Shinji Hirako raised an eyebrow and moved towards the blonde as well. Naruto was now crying. I've gotten so much stronger. He lamented. And yet, Naruto's hands clenched. I can't even defeat a fragment of someone's damn mind. And now Yugito is like this because I'm still too weak. Naruto slammed a fist onto the ground. Damn it, he screamed in anger. Why is it never enough? Why do I keep running into enemies stronger than me? If I had just been stronger, Yugito wouldn't be like this. Meanwhile, Kanten laughed maniacally as the memories of his battle with Naruto Uzumaki returned to his mind. He was currently sitting on his own throne. So, that is the extent of one of my brother's acts of order. He was powerful, but still disappointing. Kanten stated arrogantly, you certainly seem to be enjoying this war, my lord. A female voice noted. Kanten smirked as a female figure stood in the shadows, leaning against a wall. Indeed I am, he admitted, watching Chitsujo's alliance engage in a futile struggle is quite the entertainment. Kanten sighed. Let them have their victory today, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Kanten then grinned at the woman. Now what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at your assigned district? Oh, but babysitting irritating commoners is so boring. The woman whined. The only upsides are shooting the breeze with our newest member and tricking young men into following me to bed. And how is he adapting to his new responsibilities? Kanten inquired. He's certainly proven himself. The woman replied. He's such a dedicated and handsome young man. I'd very much like to have my own special fun with him, but he has the perfect defense against my power. Of course he does. Kanten nodded. The reason I kept him was because of his power. It's the same reason I kept all of you over the years. Kanten grinned. Although, there are a few other reasons concerning you, Madarana. The now named Madarana giggled at this. Well, I won't argue with that, she said, stepping out of the shadows. Madarana was a beautiful woman. She with back-length black hair, a curvaceous, mature body, and emerald green eyes. She wore a cloak that had the color red as a design, the coalition's main color. Her eyes, even though they were a bright color, had an extremely cold and sinister look in them. Perhaps it is time I see to my other duty, Lord Kanten, she said lowly, approaching him while swaying her hips. Kanten smirked. I agree, he said. Enjoy your victory, allied forces. Kanten thought, as Madarana continued to approach him. It changes absolutely nothing in the end. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto Uzumaki? Kanten thought. Back with Naruto. Naruto slammed his fist onto the ground once again. Damn it, he screamed. Why am I so weak? Today may have been a victory for the allied forces, but for Naruto Uzumaki, it was a hollow victory. Are you sure it's safe to go alone, Lord Chitsujo? You don't know what's out there. Kazuki Urahara reminded him. Chitsujo was currently in the headquarters of the intelligence division. He had gone to them as soon as he had been handed the reports concerning the recently finished battle at Willow Lake, as there was something he wanted to discuss and take care of. The being of order sighed. I know, I'm venturing into unknown parts. But Daedalus may need our help, and I need to know if they are okay or not. Besides, I'm not going alone, Makarov is coming with me. I would have thought you'd already know if this Daedalus was under enemy control or not. Shikaku Nara raised an eyebrow. Chitsujo nodded. Normally, I would have, but the situation with Daedalus is rather complicated. What do you mean? Ben Beckman asked. Daedalus is a dimension parallel to that of this universe, which is known as Earthland. Chitsujo explained. Unlike Earthland, however, Daedalus has a finite amount of magic energy, and during an incident with a few of the core members of Fairy Tail, and a coup staged by the current king, a man known to the people of Earthland as Mistogen, Daedalus lost its ability to use magic. Chitsujo folded his arms. Due to lacking that ability, I would have thought that Kanten would have left the place alone, but hearing reports that 4 high-ranking members of Daedalus's army have now participated in the battle at Lake Willow certainly changes things. And now you wish to check to see if this Mistogen fellow hasn't betrayed us? Beckman inquired. Chitsujo nodded. He wouldn't betray us willingly, Chitsujo assured them. Istogen once had the mark of fairy tale and left the guild on good terms. He is trustworthy. Whether he's betrayed us or not, I am quite worried about the state Daedalus is in if my brother has been there. Chitsujo thought to himself. Knowing him, he probably. Mavis Vermilion spoke up, breaking him out of his thoughts with a bright smile. Did he mind if I join you? You are needed here, Mavis, but I'm sure Makarov would gladly tell you all about Daedalus when we return. Makarov Dreyar, who was indeed accompanying Chitsujo, smiled and nodded. Of course, don't worry Master Mavis, I'll tell you all about Daedalus once I return. Mavis smiled and nodded eagerly. Chitsujo had a grim look on his face. Sadly, I'm almost certain that this is not going to be a very pleasant visit. I'm not sure if Makarov is going to have anything nice to tell Mavis about Daedalus after we're finished. Chitsujo grimly thought. Chitsujo held his hand up. Now then, he said, I will now create a portal that will take us to Daedalus. Heavenly art of creation. Opening. Chitsujo chanted, take us to Daedalus. Everyone present watched as Chitsujo opened up a human-sized portal. Chitsujo looked over at Makarov. This portal will take us to Daedalus, he told him. Come. Makarov, let's go. Makarov nodded. I am right behind you, Lord Chitsujo. He replied. Shikaku sighed. Troublesome, he muttered. Be safe, Lord Chitsujo. Makarov. Don't worry about us Shikaku. We're just gonna go in, case the joint and come right back. Makarov told him with a smile, flashing him the peace sign. With that, Chitsujo and Makarov entered. The portal almost immediately closed behind. In Daedalus, in the world known as Daedalus, a second portal opened up. Makarov Dreyar and Chitsujo both stepped out. How far are we from this royal city? Makarov inquired. If my calculations were correct. Not far, Chitsujo replied. I didn't want to transport directly into the city because I didn't want to cause a panic. Makarov had a big smile on his face. Oh, this is so exciting, Makarov said. I haven't seen Mistogen in 9 years now. The boy may have been a recluse but he was such a loyal member of the guild. I hope he hasn't forgotten that he still has family back in Earthland. As Makarov continued his musings, something caught Chitsujo's eyes. Something that made them go wide in terror. No, it can't be, he muttered. In fact, as soon as I see him I'm going to remind him to employ the teachings of the guild when ruling over his people. Then again, I'm sure that's just what he has been doing. Makarov, Chitsujo cut the old man off. Look. Makarov was cut off his musings and turned his gaze to where Chitsujo's was. His eyes immediately widened as well. No, he muttered in horror. Up ahead was the royal city. However, it was not the royal city that held Makarov and Chitsujo's attention. No, Daedalus royal city was on fire. Those flames, Makarov said, looking at the particular color of the flames, they are blue. Why are they blue? Chitsujo narrowed his eyes. Was it them? He wondered. If the flames are still here, then the attack must have been recent. Makarov noted. But that can't be right, the attack couldn't have been this recent. Even if was, Udn't there be people putting out the fires? Makarov looked at Chitsujo, expecting an answer. However, Chitsujo appeared to be lost in his own world as he stared at the flames. Chitsujo, Makarov inquired, trying to get his companion's attention. Chitsujo realized that Makarov was still with him and broke out of his trance. Ah, sorry, Makarov, I'm just very worried about the people. Makarov studied Chitsujo carefully, trying to find a lie within that statement, but could find none. We should look around, I'm sure there is a refugee camp somewhere. Chitsujo suggested. A refugee camp? Why would they be in a camp instead of trying to put out those flames? Makarov asked. Chitsujo started walking towards the burning city. Because those aren't ordinary flames. Chitsujo stated grimly. They aren't. You've seen them before. Makarov was surprised. That's not important right now, Chitsujo said. What's important is that we make sure the people are okay. The more time we waste talking, the worse they are off. Makarov narrowed his eyes as Chitsujo sped off. I can tell you are lying to me, Chitsujo. Makarov noted. But I can sense no malice within your lies. In fact, you appear to be lying out of necessity rather than malice. The only question left is why. Are you still trying to figure out what is going on yourself, and as such, you don't want to tell me what is happening until you do figure it out? Makarov sighed. You don't have to tell me now, Makarov decided, you are as on edge as I am. If not more, considering that it is your brother who probably did this. Decide for yourself when you want to tell me, Chitsujo. I trust you to know when that time is right. With that, Makarov ran off after Chitsujo. Near the royal city, the refugee camp was indeed nearby, just as Chitsujo had surmised. It was a dreary place. There was not a single smile amongst the refugees, even the children. Of course, Makarov could easily understand why that was the case. Just from looking at the state the still burning royal city was in. Even a jolly old fellow like himself could not find much of a reason to smile. Everyone seemed on edge when they looked at Makarov and Chitsujo at first. However, they all seemed to ease up when they noticed something that made Chitsujo's eyes widen. Their uniforms are blue, he heard one woman note, they're not with them. This made Chitsujo's heart drop. Kanton had been here. Well, maybe he had not been there himself, but he had certainly given the order. Why though? It could not have been just to gain Urza Nightwalker, Sugarboy, Biro, and Hughes. That was not Kanton's style. Kanton always did things for multiple reasons that always benefited him in the end. That meant gaining those 4 fighters was not the only reason. But what was the other reason? What are you trying to gain here, brother? My name is Chitsujo, Chitsujo announced. Do not be alarmed. I have not come to harm any of you. I have come to help in any way I can. Chitsujo looked around the refugee camp. Who among you is in charge? He asked. Nobody responded for a moment. Is nobody in charge here? Makarov was surprised. Where's Mistogen? Shouldn't he be taking charge at a time like this? Chitsujo frowned. Mistogen isn't dead, is he? He wondered. I ask again. Chitsujo spoke up once more. Who among you is in charge? Suddenly, 2 people broke from the crowd and walked towards Makarov and Chitsujo with solemn looks on their faces. Makarov's eyes widened, recognizing them. Natsu, Lucy. He made a move towards them. Chitsujo stopped the old man and shook his head. They are the Daedalus counterparts, he reminded him. Makarov. I'd like to introduce you to Natsu Dragon and Lucy Ashley. I see. Who exactly are you people? Ashley inquired. Dragon seemed somewhat intimidated by the 2 commanding men, much to Makarov's surprise. Well, Makarov is from the Earthland fairy tale. He is the guild master. Chitsujo gestured to him. Makarov nodded. Ashley and Dragon's eyes widened. Wait, you're from Earthland fairy tale. Makarov nodded once more. How are our Earthland selves? Dragon timidly asked. Makarov smiled. They are doing just fine. He replied, not wanting to reveal that they were at war just yet. Who exactly are you then? Ashley looked at Chitsujo. Chitsujo sighed, not sure how he should explain this. Are you 2 really in charge? He asked. Ashley and Dragon nodded. Is there some place we can talk in private? Chitsujo asked. We have much to discuss. Inside a tent. Several minutes later, the quartet were inside a tent, in private. Now then, Chitsujo said, taking a seat, as much as I would love to answer all of your questions. I need you to answer a few of mine so that I can better understand your situation and better help you. Ashley glared at Chitsujo when he said this. Understand? Ashley snapped. What is there to understand? Did you not see the city, you ass? Oh my, I can't believe she's this world's Lucy. Makarov was surprised. Lucy, I don't think yelling at this guy is a good idea. Dragon spoke up. Don't make me hit you, Natsu. Ashley yelled. Enough, both of you. Chitsujo told them calmly, yet sternly. Perhaps I should have worded the request differently. I do understand what has happened to you all. Chitsujo continued. You were attacked, and if I had to guess, by my brother. Your brother sent those men after us. Ashley was still angry at him. What kind of psychotic brother do you have? One I still find it in my heart to love even after everything. Chitsujo sadly thought. A foolish one, Chitsujo admitted. So, he sent men to attack the royal city. Who though? Lucy, Natsu. Chitsujo said to them, can you tell me just what happened the day the royal city was attacked? If you can just walk me through that day, I can use this knowledge to help you all recover. Ashley and Dragon both immediately started shaking in fear as memories of that day returned to them. How could we forget? Ashley muttered, her eyes wide with terror. Everything they did to use will forever remain etched into our memories. It was a week ago. Dragon began. It was just a normal day in the city. Everyone was smiling. The kids were playing around all over the place. Very body was psyched for the big speech King Jelal was about to give. King Jelal. Makarov raised an eyebrow. Keep in mind, Makarov, the people here know Mistogan as Jelal. Chitsujo reminded him. As King Jelal walked out onto the balcony to give his speech, at that moment everything went to hell. Dragon continued. Dragon paused as his eyes went wide. Chitsujo noticed this and immediately realized he was about to break down. Natsu, he said calmly, soothingly, remain calm, focus, whatever happened here is over now. Dragon nodded. Yeah, he said, taking a few deep breaths. Ashley decided to pick up the slack. Explosions were suddenly heard near the end of the city. Everyone almost immediately panicked and started trampling over each other. His Highness immediately dispatched the royal army to combat that threat. Where were you and Natsu when this was all happening? Chitsujo curiously asked. We were directing evacuations of the civilians, Ashley replied. Fairy Tail had enlisted the kingdom as a workers' guild that would take almost any kind of request short of breaking the law. What happened when the royal army moved to fight? Chitsujo inquired. Ashley chuckled grimly. What do you think happened? She replied. It was a completely one-sided massacre. We were only halfway through the evacuations by the time the enemy had completely destroyed the royal army. And then we saw just who had attacked us. Ashley grimly continued. Dragon nodded. 2 men, he said. It took 2 men to completely wipe out the royal army. Makarov's eyes widened. 2 men did all of that. That's impossible. Don't tell me what's impossible, old man. She yelled. Especially after I saw what you call impossible. Lucy, calm down. Makarov was just expressing his surprise that 2 men could do all of this. Chitsujo tried to defuse the situation. Ashley took another deep breath. After that, Fairy Tail and King Jelal tried to fight them off as well to make sure the other half got away. We were idiots. We should have just ran and hoped for the best. Lucy, where is the rest of your guild? Makarov carefully asked. A tear rolled down Ashley's cheek. They're all dead, she replied. Natsu and I are the only ones left. Makarov and Chitsujo's eyes widened. Dragon nodded in grim agreement. Gray, Juvia, Levi, Jet, Droy, everyone is dead. Dragon shook his head. The fight was so one-sided, none of us even got near them. One could just cut us in half with a wave of his arm, and the other, he created those blue flames you see burning the city right now. The only reason we're still alive is because we ended up buried under the corpses of our friends, and those 2 men were soon too focused on brutalizing King Jelal to care if anyone was still alive. Chitsujo narrowed his eyes at the description of their abilities. About that, why haven't you tried to put out the fire? Makarov asked. We tried, Dragon admitted. Those flames are impossible to put out. Makarov's eyes widened again. No flame is impossible to put out. Makarov told them. And yet nothing we do puts out the fire. Dragon replied grimly. Eventually, they just up and left. One of them was actually laughing as they did. Like this was all just one big joke to him. Ashley was angry at the thought of it. Yeah, it was all really funny. She growled. So funny that there are children that are going to grow up without their parents now. It's so funny that our home has just been completely destroyed. Tears started to well up in Ashley's eyes. It's so funny that all of our friends are dead. Ashley could go on no longer. Dragon watched. In shock and horror as the tough as nails Lucy Ashley completely broke down and cried. How could they do something like this? Ashley sobbed. What possesses people to just massacre an entire city? People who do that are not people. They are monsters, Chitsujo said firmly. Ashley and Dragon looked at Chitsujo in surprise. Lucy, Natsu, nobody should have to go through what you and every person in this camp has gone through. Chitsujo told them. But I promise you, you'll get through this. Also, Chitsujo added, there's no doubt in my mind that those 2 or anyone associated with them will not return. What? How can you be certain? Dragon asked. Because my brother got exactly what he came for when he attacked you. Shitsujo told them. He won't come back to finish the job. You'll have plenty of time to rebuild. Makarov looked at Shitsujo in surprise. I can sense no lies from him this time. Makarov noted. He's actually certain that his brother won't actually return. Makarov raised an eyebrow. I guess that's to be expected. He knows his brother better than anyone else after all. Shitsujo looked at the two. Now, I'll see what I can do to help your people. Once I return to Earthland, I'll send some of my men to provide aid to the refugees. In fact, I'll even bring someone who I believe can get rid of the flames. Is there someone who can do that? Dragon inquired hopefully. Shitsujo nodded. Not so much as get rid of them, but seal them away. Makarov caught on and nodded approvingly. You intend to bring Jiraiya of the Sannin with you? Yes, Jiraiya's seals should be able to remove those flames. Shitsujo got up from his seat. I'll get right to it. Makarov, you can either come with me, or stay here and help the civilians. Wait, Shitsujo froze at Ashley's request. What is it? Before you go, Ashley began. Is there any chance you can go and help King Jelal? What? The king lives. Makarov had honestly thought Mistogen had died. Dragon had a sad look on his face. The thing is, we don't know. He said. What do you mean? Ashley sighed. I think it's best we show you. She said grimly. Near the castle, Lucy Ashley had brought a pair of binoculars along with them as they walked towards the castle. The quartet got as close as they could before they were unable to move any further due to the blue flames. Look through these binoculars and look at the top of the highest tower of the castle. You'll see what you are talking about there. Ashley told him. Shitsujo nodded and took the binoculars. He put his eyes up to them and looked at the top of the highest tower. His eyes widened in horror as what he saw. That's Lord Shitsujo. What's wrong? Makarov asked. Shitsujo lowered the binoculars. Those monsters, he muttered. Pinned by his hands to the top of the highest tower was Jelal, king of Edolis, also known as Mistogen. They put Mistogen on display like he was some sort of trophy. Shitsujo said in shock. What? Makarov screamed in anger. One of my children on display. How long has he been like that? Shitsujo asked, trying to contain his anger. Ever since the end of the attack. Ashley admitted. The men who attacked us decided to pin him up there on display for all of us to see. Why though? Makarov asked. Why do that when they can just take him and indoctrinate him? Makarov wondered. Someone with Mistogen's power would be welcome. It was to send a message, Shitsujo replied. It was to send us a message. More importantly, he put him there to send me a message. Shitsujo grimly added to himself. You think Kanton was trying to send us a message? Makarov was shocked. Shitsujo nodded. However, he was focused on something else at the moment. Why hasn't anyone tried to save him? He asked. Nobody can get to the castle. Ashley admitted. It's surrounded by those blue flames. Anyone who touches them catches fire. The only way to save anyone who catches fire is to amputate the burning areas before they spread. Is Mistogen dead? Makarov asked. I'm not sure, Shitsujo admitted. But if we don't check, we may regret it. How are we supposed to check? Dragon asked. We just said, nobody can get to him. Shitsujo sighed. Everyone stand back, he told them. The other three did just had as Shitsujo placed his palm on the ground. Heavenly art of creation. The ground rumbled as the area around Shitsujo's feet suddenly rose up. Amazing. Makarov looked on in amazement. Is that magic? Ashley asked. Shitsujo was soon at the same height as the tallest tower. He then waved his hands around. Several spots on the ground then rose up. Makarov, Ashley, and Dragon watched in amazement as several pieces of earth rose up from the ground and gathered in front of Shitsujo's pillar, creating a pathway of sorts to Mistogen. Shitsujo quickly moved towards where Mistogen was pinned to the wall. He immediately checked to see if the king was currently alive or dead. He breathed a sigh of relief at what he found. He's breathing, Shitsujo noted, but faintly. Shitsujo looked at Mistogen's battered body. I'm actually surprised he's still alive. Did he manage to live past this week with nothing more than willpower? Shitsujo looked at the stakes that had kept Mistogen's hands pinned. Taking these out is risky. But if I leave him here any longer, he'll die for sure. Coming to a decision, Shitsujo tore off 2 pieces of his cloak. He then removed the stakes from Mistogen's hands and Aitli tied the pieces around the holes in his hand to stop the bleeding. It looks like I'll need to bring in a doctor, too, Chitsujo stated, hoisting Mistogen onto his back. Chitsujo quickly brought Istogen to the pillar and cancelled the technique, allowing the pillar to recede back into the ground. Is he all right? Makarov asked worriedly. He's alive, but he's in very bad shape, Chitsujo noted. I think I'm going to need to bring in one of our best medics to make sure he makes a full recovery. Makarov looked at Mistogen with all the concern of a parent. Lord Chitsujo, if you don't mind, I think I'll stay here in Edalis for a while. I would like to stay by Mistogen's side while he recovers from this. Chitsujo nodded. I understand, he said. Do what you must, Makarov. Chitsujo handed Mistogen to Dragon and Ashley. Take him to your medical tents. I will return soon with medical help, aid, and someone to seal away those flames. Thank you so much, Dragon said. Ashley nodded in agreement and the two walked away with Mistogen. Makarov followed after them. Chitsujo had a grim look on his face as he opened up the portal. Kanten, he thought, this was a message for me, wasn't it? With that, Itsujo entered the portal and returned to his world. Back in Earthland, the leaders of the intelligence division were all shocked when they saw Chitsujo return with a look of horror on his face. What's wrong, Lord Chitsujo? Beckman asked. Where's Third Master? Mavis asked, referring to Makarov. Makarov is still in Edalis helping the refugees. Chitsujo said bluntly. Refugees? Is the situation really that bad? Shikaku asked. Chitsujo grimly nodded. Kanten has completely destroyed the royal city. The survivors are living in refugee camps nearby. Mistogen is alive, but is near death at the moment. Chitsujo walked towards the exit. I want members of the defense and medical divisions stationed in Crocus rounded up and sent to Edalis to provide aid. I also need Jiraiya's sealing expertise along with someone else of my choosing to direct all medical activities. Send the 5th Division a message and tell them I need Jiraiya back here immediately. Chitsujo ordered. Actually, Lord Chitsujo, Master Jiraiya has already returned. Shikaku told him. What? Why? Chitsujo was surprised. The thing is, he's here right now because Naruto asked to be brought here. Shikaku explained. Master Jiraiya Brug. Him here because he wants to speak with you and Supreme Commander Dragon. Naruto says it important, but it has to be between him and you two. Chitsujo was now even more surprised. Naruto wanted to speak with him and Dragon about something. What could he possibly want to talk about? Earlier, with the 5th Division. Ever since Yugito-ni had been brought to the medical tents of the 5th Division, Naruto Uzumaki had not left her side. He simply looked at her in worry and sadness. Naruto, Kurama tried to reason with him. You know that moping like this is not going to wake her up. I know that, Naruto admitted grimly. Then stop letting what happened to Yugito get to you. Kurama told him. All you can do now is trust that the doctors can fix her mind. In fact, I bet Chitsujo is going to get a few of the Yamanaka clansmen assigned to fixing Yugito as soon as he hears of her condition. I hope you're right, Kurama. Naruto said sadly. Naruto, you know that there is nothing you could have done, right? Kurama asked. We couldn't have possibly known that Kanten was going to completely tear her mind apart. You're wrong though, Kurama. Naruto said. There was something I could have done. If I had been stronger, I could have saved her. Idiot, do you really think that? You do realize that the person you were fighting wasn't exactly a pushover, fragment or not. Yeah, but having a conversation with your tailed beast, kid. Naruto was suddenly broken out of his thoughts by a familiar voice. Pervy Sage, he said in surprise. Jiraiya walked into the tent. I'm impressed that you can actually pull that off. You've certainly come a long way from where you were when he finished your training. Naruto nodded. His name is Kurama. Crazy right? We didn't even think that tailed beasts had names like us, but they do. They even have feelings. Just like us. Kurama. Huh, and you and Kurama are friends now. Naruto nodded again. Jiraiya frowned. Mind if I sit next to you, kid? Naruto nodded for the 3rd time. Jiraiya took a seat next to Naruto. So, he said, looking at Yugito, this is the Two Tails Jinchuriki, huh? Yeah, Naruto said softly. Jiraiya was admittedly saddened to see Naruto's dejected look. Had exactly happened inside of the mental world, Naruto. he asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I fought Kanten, he replied simply. Jiraiya was stunned. You did what? Well, I fought the fragment of his mind that was controlling Yugito. Naruto added. Oh, Jiraiya said, you won then, right? Otherwise this woman wouldn't be here. Naruto shook his head. I might as well have lost, he admitted. I didn't land a single hit on him. The only reason Yugito's even alive is because he chose to set her free so he could take her back later. Jiraiya's eyes widened. I see, he said grimly. Is this even better though? Naruto asked. Yugito's mind is completely broken. If I had just been stronger, I could have destroyed that fragment myself and Yugito would have been just fine. Can you say that for certain though? Jiraiya asked. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. What? From what I heard from asking around the division, namely that guy with the wolf head and the hot redhead, was that Yugito's mind was already broken from trying to resist transforming into the two tails. Seriously? Naruto was shocked. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, he said, what happened to Yugito isn't your fault, Naruto. It's not a question of you needing to be stronger. Yugito is like this because of Kanten. In fact, you should be proud, you saved her life. But is this even better? Yugito might as well be dead. I mean, there's got to have been something I could have done to prevent this. Right. Jiraiya smiled and rubbed Naruto's head. You know, another thing you have in common with the fourth Hokage is that you both try to shoulder everything on your own. Naruto raised an eyebrow at how Jiraiya had addressed his father to him, but then remembered that Jiraiya had died without ever telling him who his parents were. Jiraiya chuckled slightly at the memory. Sarutobi-sensei insisted until the day he died that he should have been the one to perform the sealing instead of Minato, and yet Minato chose to shoulder that burden himself. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Naruto, you concern yourself too much with what could have been instead of looking at what is now and what is to come. Jiraiya gestured to Yugito's unconscious form. Her mind be in shambles, but she's alive. And she has a chance to recover as far as we know. As long as she has a chance, the people who will be assigned to help her recover will do whatever they can to make sure she recovers. So stop trying to shoulder everything. Trust your comrades, and look at what may be instead of what could have been. Naruto thought Jiraiya's words over and quickly realized Jiraiya was right. He smiled at his godfather and master. Thanks, pervy sage. Jiraiya grinned. No problem, kid. Naruto. A medic walked into the tent. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We're going to run some tests on her. We need some space. Sure. Naruto got up. Jiraiya got up as well. I should get going, he said. Lord Chitsujo will probably want my report on the battle. I should also let him know that Yugito is going to need a Yamanaka clansman to fix her mental state. Thanks, pervy sage. Jiraiya smiled, but the smile quickly fell. Before I go, Naruto, I would like to talk to you about something else. Naruto was confused at pervy sage's change in attitude. Sure thing, pervy sage. The two walked out of the tent. So, what did you want to talk about? Naruto asked. Naruto, Jiraiya said with uncharacteristic seriousness. You know who your parents are, right? Naruto nodded. I do, he said. My father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And my mother was the red-hot habanero, Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya sighed in relief, happy that he no longer had to keep that from him. So I guess Tsunade finally told you, huh? Naruto shook his head. Not really. He admitted, I found out after Kurama almost got free. Dad had actually sealed some of his chakra to reseal Kurama, and Mom's chakra had also been sealed so that I could meet her one day as well. Jiraiya smiled at this. Minato, you really thought of everything, huh? He thought. And how do you feel about them? Jiraiya asked. I'm proud to be their son, Naruto replied, smiling. It made me so happy, knowing that my parents had enough faith in me to not only gain Kurama's cooperation, but also carry on their will. Jiraiya nodded at this. That's a mature outlook, kid. Jiraiya said. I'm proud of you. Naruto nodded back. Jiraiya's face then fell again. Hey, Naruto, he said. Your parents, did they tell you about me? What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. Jiraiya looked down in sadness. They didn't, huh? What were they supposed to tell me about you? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya sighed and took a deep breath. Naruto, I'm your godfather. Jiraiya revealed. Naruto's eyes widened. What? You, my godfather? Jiraiya nodded. It was kind of an unexpected twist. He admitted, I was actually the one who named you. Your parents wanted to name you after the main character in my first book. The Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi, right? Jiraiya nodded and chuckled. Yeah, I doubt Kushina would have approved of naming you after one of my other characters anyway. He said, but see, in effect, that made me your godfather. Naruto found himself processing this new information. When your parents died, I knew that as your godfather I had to raise you myself. Jiraiya explained, but, I just couldn't bring myself to come back to the leaf. Knowing that I had failed to save, yet another important person in my life hurt me so much. Naruto. Combine that with the fact that I had to manage my spy network for the sake of the village, I made the worst decision of my life. Read myself in my work and neglected you. Jiraiya admitted, I kept trying to tell myself that I was doing the right thing. Jiraiya continued, I told myself that Sarutobi-sensei would take good care of you. I told myself that by keeping the village safe through my spy network, I was protecting you in the process. And considering the emergence of the Akatsuki and only when I came back during your RST Chunin exams and saw how far behind you were everyone else, did I realize what a big mistake all of that was. Jiraiya sighed sadly. I should have been there for you all those years, Naruto. I could have given you the love of a father. I could have made you into an even greater prodigy than Minato, but I couldn't even bring myself to fight through my own pain to do all of that. Jiraiya took a deep breath before continuing. I'm sorry. Even though I don't deserve your forgiveness, I'm sorry. Naruto suddenly stopped Jiraiya by standing in front of him. Jiraiya braced himself for whatever came next. Words of hate, a beating worse than anything Tsunade could dish out, anything. However, instead of that, Naruto threw his arms around Jiraiya and pulled his godfather into a hug. Naruto, Jiraiya said, don't say anything else. Naruto told him, I'm talking now. You stupid, pervy old man, did you really think I'd be mad at you? Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Maybe if I still didn't understand the sacrifices we shinobi have to make, I'd be trying to kick your ass, but the thing is, I do understand. Tears of happiness streamed down Naruto's face. I get it, Naruto said, you did everything you could in spite of all of that. Just like mom and dad did. You may not have been there for me at the start, but you still did everything you could to make up for that. You don't have to apologize because there's nothing to apologize for. Naruto continued, even if you are a pervert, you are a great man, one who sacrificed everything for the village and for his godson and student, me. I could never hate you for that. Naruto smiled up at his godfather through the tears. I'm proud to call you my godfather, pervy sage. Jiraiya found himself holding back his own tears. You damn brat, he choked, I'm Veer gonna get you to call me something respectful, huh? Still, Jiraiya thought, I'm so happy that you'd actually recognize me as your godfather. Jiraiya soon returned the hug. They then heard the sound of a girl sniffling. Such a touching moment. Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes widened comically. The two separated as Naruto looked to see who had spoken up. Urza, what the hell are you doing here? More importantly, Naruto looked at the bandages that covered Urza's body. Should you really be moving around so soon? I mean, you did fight a tailed beast. Don't worry about me, it's going to take a lot more than that to bring me down. Urza smirked as she wiped a stray tear from her eye. Although, now I have to ask, Urza said, how are you feeling, Naruto? Naruto smiled. I'm doing just fine. Pervy Sage pointed out a few things to me concerning Yugito, so I'm good now. That's good to hear. Urza bowed to Jiraiya. Thank you very much for breaking Naruto out of his funk, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya grinned as he leered at Urza's chest. Oh, it was no problem at all. Naruto noticed this and frowned. He whispered into Jiraiya's ear. I wouldn't perv on Urza if I were you. She's practically a younger version of Grandma Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes widened in fear at this. Yeah, it was no problem at all, miss. Urza nodded. Naruto, I'm glad to see that you are out of your back to normal, but aren't you feeling the least bit exhausted? You did quite a bit during the battle, you should rest. Naruto laughed. Don't worry about me, I've always been a massive bundle of energy, even after a few fights. I'll be just fine. Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered something. Oh, that reminds me, he said. Naruto turned to Jiraiya. Hey, Curvy Sage, would you mind bringing me with you to see Chitsujo? There are a few things I'd like to discuss with him and Supreme Commander Dragon. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto wanted to talk to Chitsujo and the Alliance's Supreme Commander. Naruto, address Lord Chitsujo with a bit more respect. Urza chided. Naruto, why do you want to speak with Lord Chitsujo and the Supreme Commander? Jiraiya inquired curiously, the two ignoring Urza. A few things happened today that I want to talk to Chitsujo and Dragon about, Naruto admitted, knowing that lying was going to get him nowhere. I just want them to clear up a few things for me. Urza was a bit worried upon hearing Naruto say this. Jiraiya studied his godson. He knew that Naruto had no sinister motives behind this request, so he ultimately relented. Sure, I'm sure Lord Chitsujo and the Supreme Commander won't mind. Come on, Jiraiya continued. Let's go find someone to transport us back to Crocus. Naruto, Urza interjected, what is it that you need to discuss with Lord Chitsujo and Supreme Commander Dragon so badly? Naruto smiled reassuringly. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Urza. It's between me and them. Trust me. With that, Jiraiya and Naruto walked off, leaving a still concerned Urza behind. Later, in Crocus, when Naruto and Jiraiya appeared in the meeting room inside of Mercurius, the royal family's castle, they had expected to immediately meet with Chitsujo and Dragon. However, much to their surprise, neither were there. Well, Jiraiya said, this is surprising. I wonder if they're in the Intelligence Division's headquarters. You don't think something's wrong, do you? Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head. Not at all, he said. Lord Chitsujo and Supreme Commander Dragon are probably the busiest men in the entire Allied force. The fact that they have to constantly be in different places in this castle shouldn't be surprising. The master and student then walked towards what had been dubbed the War Room, which was basically the main room of the Intelligence Division's headquarters. It was where the 4 commanding officers of the Intelligence Division would talk strategy. The 4 commanders were surprised when they saw both Jiraiya and Naruto walk into the War Room. Master Jiraiya, Kazuki Urahara grinned behind his fan. Shikaku Nara blinked in surprise. Naruto was surprised to see his friend's dead father as well. Hey, you're Shikamaru's dad, right? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Ben Beckman and Shikaku's sweat dropped. So is Master Jiraiya, kid. They both thought. Shikaku lazily stretched. I was, but Lord Chitsujo brought me here to help strategize. About that, Jiraiya said. My apprentice here was wondering if he could speak with Lord Chitsujo and Supreme Commander Dragon about something important. Beckman was surprised at this. The hell, what's LDB so important that you take yourself off the battlefield to speak with them? There's no battle going on at the moment. Naruto told them. I don't know if you guys have heard, but the 5th Division won the battle. Why yes, we have. Naruto. Kazuki nodded. Mavis Vermilion smiled. If that's the case, I don't see the problem at all. Mavis turned to a nearby soldier. Please contact Supreme Command, Dragon and tell them that there is someone who'd like to see him. He will meet him in the meeting room that Lord Chitsujo uses to converse with the other leaders. Wait, we're actually going to agree to this? Beckman asked. Mavis nodded. There's no reason for us not to, Beckman. Indeed, Kazuki nodded in agreement. Besides, I'm sure Naruto isn't planning anything malicious. Shikaku had to laugh at this. Even if he was, there's no way in hell he could beat Lord Chitsujo and Supreme Commander Dragon. That'd be a real drag for anyone. Yeah, but need I remind you 3 that Lord Chitsujo isn't even here at the moment? Beckman reminded them. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. Mavis said absent-mindedly. What? Chitsujo's not here, why? Naruto was shocked. Lord Chitsujo's going on a little excursion to a dimension parallel to here called Daedalus. Kazuki said as though that were a normal thing. Naruto's sweat dropped. You know what? I'm totally not shocked by anything anymore. He muttered. I'm sure he'll be back soon. You can talk to Supreme Commander Dragon while you wait. Kazuki said jovially. Naruto shook his head. This conversation is meant for both of them. He told them. Beckman glared at him. Listen you brat. Do I have to remind you that Supreme Commander Dragon is a very busy man? I'm sure he is, but I need to talk to them both. I need to hear a few things from them before I go back to the battlefield. You, calm down, Beckman, Shikaku said lazily. Once Naruto decides he wants something done, he won't stop. He'll just keep bugging us until we agree. Besides, it's been kind of a slow day anyway. I doubt Supreme Commander Dragon is busy at the moment. Beckman scoffed. Che, fine. Mavis smiled at Naruto. Please head back to the meeting room, Naruto. Dragon should be there soon. Later. Monkey D. Dragon had taken a while to show up. Naruto had hypothesized that this was because he was probably finishing a few things up. The young blonde had to agree with the fact. That as Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, Dragon was undoubtedly a busy man. He decided that he would apologize to Dragon for taking time out of his day. The large doors opened, and the world's most wanted criminal walked in. My apologies, Dragon said. Commander Nikis wanted to discuss a few things with me. Though his face did not show it, Dragon was actually surprised to see who had wanted to meet with him. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto nodded. Yes, he said, I'm sorry for taking up your time, Dragon, but there are a few things I would like to discuss with you and Lord Chitsujo. Dragon raised an eyebrow slightly at the fact that Naruto did not address him as Supreme Commander. He let this go on account of the fact that the boy was known for not being the most respectful person. If anything, he was impressed that the boy actually apologized for taking up his time. You wish to speak with me and Chitsujo? Dragon asked. Boy, how much do you know about strategy? It's rarely a good idea for two major leaders to meet in the same place. A spy could get this information to the enemy in the area wherein would be attacked. Naruto frowned and folded his arm. Well, it's a good thing that you re too strong to be assassinated by a simple spy, right? Dragon had to be impressed by the lack of fear Naruto showed in the face of a man as imposing as himself. Even the strongest man can fall to the greatest assassin. I would think that as ninja, you would know this. Naruto chuckled at this. Assassinations were never my thing. I always take things head on. Naruto told him. Dragon grinned. Yes, the direct approach is certainly the best solution sometimes. Dragon took a seat. Now then, what do you wish to speak with Chitsujo and me about? I'd rather not repeat myself, as this conversation is meant for both of you. Dragon's grin widened. You're a gutsy kid, you know that. Some leaders would kill you for giving an answer like that. And I take it you don't fall in that category. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Even if I was, you're too valuable to kill. You were one of the acts of order after all. Dragon reminded him. Dragon gave Naruto a hard stare. Speaking of which, tell me, boy, as a fellow act of order. What do you think of my son? Naruto folded his arms. You want me to lie to you, or give you the truth? The truth, please. It's best we don't lie to each other. Naruto grinned. Luffy's as big an idiot as I am sometimes. Maybe even bigger. But, Naruto's grin widened. In the brief time I've spent with him, whether it was when we fought in Chitsujo's gardens or the brief chats we had before the alliance began its march, I can tell that Luffy is the kind of person you can rely on, no matter the situation. I get that exact feeling when I'm around Ichigo and Natsu. Maybe it is the connection the four of us have. Naruto mused, but I get the feeling that the four of us are destined to fight side by side as friends. I see, Dragon muttered. The doors suddenly opened again, revealing a confused Chitsujo. Naruto, why are you here and not with your division? He asked, calmly but sternly. Naruto looked over at Chitsujo. Sorry, Chitsujo, but I needed to meet with you and Dragon. He admitted. But why? Naruto adopted a serious look on his face. I need to speak with you both about some things that came to my attention during the battle my division fought in. I want these things cleared up before I return. Because I can't just let them go. Chitsujo sighed, moving to take a seat. All right, Naruto, what is it? Naruto folded his arms and began. I'm gonna come right out and say it, I'm not the kinda guy who likes to dance around the subject anyway. Naruto looked at Dragon. Can we trust you, Dragon? Of all the questions to open with, Dragon and Chitsujo were not expecting this. Chitsujo frowned at this. Naruto, are you questioning Dragon's loyalty to our cause? I'm not questioning Dragon's loyalty. Naruto replied. I'm questioning whether he's truly the right person we want involved in our cause. Dragon had an unreadable expression on his face. Boy, he asked calmly, what has brought this on? Naruto, wanting to give Dragon a fair chance to explain himself, replied. During our battle at Willow Lake, I went up against Marine Vice Admiral Smoker. After hearing about all of the horrible things the world government had done, I was surprised to see someone from the world government who was at least honorable. Yes, it's a shame that Smoker wastes that honor on the world government. Chitsujo thought to himself. During our battle, I got angry at the fact that even though Smoker did not agree with everything the world government did, he still did not attempt to change anything. While he did not defend them and the things they have done, Smoker still stressed the need for the world government's continued existence. Naruto told them, and what does this have to do with you questioning my loyalty? Dragon inquired, still surprisingly calm in the face of having his integrity questioned. Everything, as Smoker denounced you as someone who would disrupt order just to serve his own ends. Naruto told Dragon, I was taught to believe that peace cannot be achieved through conflict. And those who would attempt to achieve peace by starting conflict are no better than those they are trying to overthrow or kill, thus continuing the cycle of hatred. Naruto explained, sure, it took a war to bring peace to my world. But we didn't start that war, we united to stop it. We united and grew to understand one another. I guess what I want to know is why should I trust you when you and your revolution adds to the conflict that plagues the world you and Luffy live in, and can we trust you not to turn on us if you were to ever decide that we aren't fit to rule either? Dragon sighed. That's what you want to know, huh? Naruto looked over at Chitsujo. And what about the other pirates, huh? Sure, Luffy is a good person, but I haven't exactly heard the most flattering things about Law and Apu around my division. Are you guys really trying to create peace, or are you trying to do whatever it takes to get to the top? Chitsujo nodded. I suppose those are fair questions. As Jiraiya's apprentice, I should have figured you'd ask about Dragon and the other pirates eventually. If you don't mind Chitsujo, as this was a direct challenge to my integrity, I shall answer his questions. Dragon said, certainly. I trust that you will also explain why I allowed the other pirates to join the alliance. Of course. Dragon looked at Naruto. Naruto, you are certainly right that conflict does not create true peace. I have long known that I am no saint in this regard. In the end, I am just as evil a man as Fleet Admiral Sakazuki is. Dragon looked down. I have sent men to their deaths in the name of a cause that may not even work out in the long run, as the people may never accept us as their new ruler. I have directly and indirectly killed hundreds of thousands of people who had families and friends. Naruto sat in his seat as he patiently listened to Dragon's story. I will even admit that not every single Marine who has died as a result of my revolution is corrupt. Some of he men from the world government died fighting against the revolution may have been men who actually did their jobs in the name of justice. As leader of the revolutionaries, I must live with the fact that the men who die fighting against us may not be as evil as the regime we oppose and are simply following orders. If you know all this, then why even start a revolution? Surely there had to have been some way to change the world. Surely, someone as powerful as you could have worked your way to the top, right? Dragon sighed. Did you know that my father is known as the hero of the Marines? Former Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the man said to have cornered Gold Roger on multiple occasions. Naruto was shocked at this. Whoa, Luffy's father is a revolutionary, and his grandfather is a Marine. That is one crazy family line. Naruto mused. My father spent nearly his entire life in the Marines, and even though he preached a doctrine that went against the Marines' belief in absolute justice, he was still unable to change the world government as a whole. Dragon said bitterly. Dragon sighed. The fact of the matter is, Naruto, sometimes corruption runs too deep to be solved through diplomatic means. The world government has been around for centuries. It has had centuries to lay down its corrupt roots into the ground. No matter how hard we try, there is absolutely no way to change the world government peacefully. I'll admit, when I first realized this, I was devastated. Especially after spending my childhood idolizing my father and his ideals. Dragon admitted. It was then I made a vow to end the world government's tyranny. and shoulder the burden as the world's most wanted criminal for the sake of the world. I became a villain in order to create peace for my world. Naruto's eyes widened. He's just like Itachi. Naruto realized. Boy, while I respect your ideals, I do think that you have gotten so used to being able to change the hearts of your enemies, you have never been faced with a situation where an enemy was unredeemable. Not true, Naruto said sadly. Kagaya and Zetsu were unredeemable. Dragon nodded. If you have faced such a situation, then you should be able to understand. Dragon sighed. The sad truth of the matter is that some people are unredeemable, especially when their evil has spread so deeply in the world, that the only way to stop them is to forcefully uproot their evil. Do you understand now, boy? Dragon inquired. I did not start this revolution for power. If anything, the only possible way I'm going to lead the world after the revolution is over is if the people want a villain like myself leading. No, I started this revolution to combat an evil greater than myself. And the pirates that have joined the alliance? Naruto inquired curiously. Shitsujo picked up the slack. Each pirate joined the alliance knowing that unless they register with the new government Dragon's forces intend to form after the war as privateers, they will still be considered criminals to be brought to justice. Then why join? Shitsujo sighed. Naruto, if you spent enough time in the pirate world, you'd understand the necessity of removing the world government from power. You may know of the atrocities they've committed, but until you have experienced them firsthand, you can never truly understand the necessity of Dragon's revolution. Remember, Naruto, there is a big difference between knowing something and understanding it. Naruto found himself remembering his first battle with Sasuke at the final valley. He sighed, remembering Sasuke telling him that he could not possibly understand. I understand, he said. Naruto glared at Dragon. But I promise you this, Dragon, he continued, if your actions do not improve the world. If your new regime becomes as corrupt as the current one, I don't care if you are Luffy's father, I'll march right over to your base and stop you. Shitsujo's eyes widened at Naruto basically threatening the supreme commander of the allied forces. Much to his surprise, however, Dragon simply chuckled. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, huh? I really do want to bring peace to the world, boy. It is my dream that my actions leave the world a better place. However, if I fail to do just that, then I'll be waiting for you. Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer. You can leave now, Dragon. There's one other thing I'd like to speak with Shitsujo about. Dragon got up from his seat. If it doesn't involve me then it must be a personal matter. He noted. Very well, if you'll excuse me, Shitsujo. With that, Monkey D. Dragon left the room. Shitsujo looked at Naruto with a stern but soft expression. That was a dangerous game you played right there, Naruto. Shitsujo scolded him. Was threatening Dragon necessary? If the pirate world is as bad as everyone claims it to be, then I have every right to ask if the man who wants to change it really intends to improve it, or just remake evil in his own image. And what is your verdict, Naruto? Shitsujo curiously inquired. Naruto thought it over. Dragon seems sincere. Naruto decided. He reminds me a lot of Itachi. A man willing to shoulder the hate from becoming a worldwide criminal just for peace. Shitsujo nodded in agreement. Indeed, he said. You must remember, Naruto, revolutionaries take a great risk when they rise up. They all must shoulder the burden of being hated for disrupting order. Dragon, however, intends to shoulder it himself. That's why his revolutionaries mostly work in the shadows, and the only known members are the highest-ranking officers. In case he fails, Dragon wishes for his men to return to their normal lives. As though nothing ever happened. I see, Naruto muttered. That is actually very admirable of him. Naruto added mentally. Enough about Dragon though, what is it that you wished to speak with me about? Shitsujo inquired. Naruto looked down solemnly. I fought your brother. Shitsujo's eyes widened. How is that possible? The intelligence division did not mention him entering the battlefield once. I had specifically instructed them to inform me the minute he appears. Well, I didn't fight the real Kanten. I fought a fragment of him inside of the mental world. It W. As the fragment that was controlling Yugito, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto explained. Shitsujo calmed down. I see, he said in a more subdued manner. So, he managed to breach the mental world of all places, huh? You know about the tailed beast's mental world. Shitsujo nodded. Naruto, don't forget that one of my greatest responsibilities is watching over worlds. I know just about everything about your world, as well as the other three. Oh, right. Naruto looked solemn. Shitsujo looked at him in worry. What happened? He asked. I might as well have lost. Naruto admitted. I couldn't land a single hit on him. Shitsujo sighed. Kanten is as powerful as I am, he said. Fighting him alone was very reckless, Naruto. Before Naruto could speak up again, Shitsujo stopped him. Still, you were very brave, risking your life for Yugito. Even if what you did was reckless, you did the best thing you could have possibly done without knowing that Kanten would be waiting for you. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Pervy saw. GE and I cleared a few things up on that matter. If this is what you wanted to talk to me about, Naruto, it would have probably been better if Dragon had stayed. That's not the real reason I came to talk to you, Shitsujo. Naruto admitted. Oh, and what is? Shitsujo inquired curiously. Naruto looked down. When I met Kanten, I felt nothing but pure evil from him. It was similar to when I had fought Kagaya. I didn't want to believe it at first, especially after nearly every single enemy I've fought has had a reason for doing bad things. But then I asked Kanten why he started the war. Shitsujo looked at Naruto curiously. What did he answer, Naruto? Shitsujo asked. He said he did it because he hates you. Shitsujo's face fell. I see, he said sadly. I didn't want to believe that was the reason. I just couldn't believe that someone would do all this because they hated their own flesh and blood. But the look in his eyes told me that he was dead serious, and I just snapped at that point. Shitsujo's fists clenched. He had long known that Kanten had hated him, been jealous of him. He just did not want to accept it. Hey, Shitsujo, Naruto said, do you hate your brother? Shitsujo sighed and shook his head. No, he admitted. No matter how far he's fallen, I could never hate my own brother. Then what do you intend to do when we finally get to him? Naruto asked. Shitsujo looked down with a solemn expression. I'm simply going to harden my heart and kill him. Naruto showed no visible reaction. I see, he simply said. Kanten may be my brother, but the fact of the matter is he has fallen too far. He needs to be held responsible for his actions. Shitsujo explained. Naruto, Shitsujo continued, I know that you've had great success in redeeming your enemies, but Dragon was right in what he had said earlier. Some are simply too far gone to be redeemed. And so, in the end, we have no choice but to kill them so they cannot continue falling. I am prepared to do that, for the sake of the brother I love so much. Naruto could not help but feel sympathy for Shitsujo. To be forced to do such a thing, Naruto suddenly found himself thanking his lucky stars that he had not been forced to kill Sasuke. Throughout that fight, Naruto spoke up. Kanten showed no regard for anyone's life. Naruto looked at Shitsujo. Was he always like that? Shitsujo sighed, thinking it over. Kanten had always been incredibly ambitious. He explained. At first, it was never to the point where he never completely disregarded the lives of others, but as we both progressed, so did his ambitious nature. Shitsujo had a distant gaze, as though he were reminiscing. Ambition is good to have, Naruto, but ambition can also corrupt. I can see that, Naruto replied, remembering Kanten's behavior. Kanten kept going on about how chaos is the one true way to peace. He called chaos freedom. He even said that the order you preach only encourages conflict. Why? Naruto, do you know why my brother and I exist? Shitsujo asked. Naruto shook his head. Balance. Shitsujo replied. Kanten is right about one thing. Chaos is, in a sense, freedom. Absolute order is tyranny, meaning that there needs to be a sort of chaos, in the form of D.I.S. agreements to keep the ruling class in check. However, Shitsujo continued, absolute chaos is also tyranny. When chaos reigns over a world, what people fail to realize is that the only people who rule in a chaotic world are the elites. By constantly keeping people at each other's throats, the elites are left sitting on an untouchable throne. That is why balance is needed, Shitsujo explained, because balance means cooperation. Something I'm sure Jiraiya and the Six Paths Sage would agree with. Naruto smiled. Yeah, you're right, he said. Naruto got up from his seat. Thank you for this, Shitsujo. I think I'm going to head back now. Chitsujo smiled. Of course, Naruto. Before you go though, Chitsujo continued, where exactly is Jiraiya? Naruto frowned. Pervy Sage ran off as soon as I started heading to this room. If I know him, he's probably out doing research for his lame-ass books. Chitsujo's sweat dropped at this. Oh dear, let's hope he doesn't run into her during his research. Chitsujo worried. The two then heard a very high-pitched male scream. Oh my, his luck is truly terrible. Chitsujo thought. Jiraiya suddenly barged into the room, panting with a pale look on his face. It's the devil, he panted. Whoa, Pervy Sage, what's up with you? You look like Grandma Tsunade's after you. Naruto noted. Jiraiya looked at Chitsujo. Lord Chitsujo, save me from the devil. He pleaded. What sort of devil are you talking about? Master Jiraiya, I do not see a devil here. A serene female voice spoke up. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He shrieked and hid behind Chitsujo. Naruto watched as a beautiful woman with long black hair in a braid wearing a captain's robe entered the room. Chitsujo smiled at the woman. I'm glad to see that you received my orders, Retsu. Retsu Unohana smiled. Of course, she said. While I was hesitant to leave my patients, I decided I could trust Hanataro to see to them in my stead. Naruto looked at the woman. Who are you? Chitsujo answered. Naruto, I would like to introduce you to Retsu Unohana, former captain of Squad 4 of the 13 Court Guard Squads and Soul Society's greatest healer. She has been working in the medical tents here at Crocus under my orders, helping the civilians who were injured by my brother's conquest. Whoa, I wonder how good she is compared to Grandma Tsunade. Naruto wondered. Everyone present then heard Jiraiya whimper. Naruto frowned at his mentor. Would you stop that, Pervy Sage? Whatever this nice woman did to frighten you, you probably deserved it. Chitsujo sighed as Jiraiya glared at Naruto. What did he do, Retsu? Unohana's smile remained. I simply caught Master Jiraiya peeping on a few of my nurses as they changed. As their supervisor, I felt it was my duty to stop him. Naruto paled as he suddenly felt the same tear. Ror Jiraiya felt just from looking at Retsu's smile. Chitsujo, Pervy Sage was right. It is the devil, he yelled, hiding behind Chitsujo with Jiraiya. You too. Chitsujo's sweat dropped. Oh my, Unohana said in surprise, I don't understand. What could be possibly frightening you gentlemen? Never mind them, Retsu, Chitsujo said. Why don't I explain to you why I called you here? Of course, Lord Chitsujo. If you had called me here, I can imagine that time is of the essence. Chitsujo nodded and turned back to Naruto. Naruto, why don't you head back to the intelligence division? Just tell them that you are ready to leave. Naruto timidly nodded. Yeah, sure. Naruto eyed Unohana carefully as he started walking towards the exit. He froze as Unohana smiled at him. It was nice meeting you, Naruto. Naruto screamed fearfully as he ran off. Unohana blinked in confusion. Again, what could possibly be frightening him so much? Chitsujo sighed. She acts so innocent, and yet she knows exactly why he's running from her. He thought. Chitsujo then adopted a serious expression on his face. Pull yourself together, Jiraiya. This is important. Jiraiya managed to straighten himself out, but still kept a wary gaze on Unohana. Chitsujo looked at the two. What I'm about to tell you both will anger you. But also, know that despite how grave the situation will end up looking, there is hope if you two agree to give your support to what I am about to propose. Chitsujo took a deep breath as he began to explain what he had seen in Edelus with Makarov. Kanton, he thought, what you did to Edelus was a message for me. A reminder that no matter how this war progresses, you still have them on your side, ready to attack at any time. Meanwhile, in a coalition HQ in Kanton's kingdom, several soldiers cheered as they downed several mugs of alcohol. Off to the side were two men dressed in crimson-colored robes similar to that of what Madarana had been wearing. One was sitting on a table with his legs folded in a strange position, similar to the way a certain warlord would sit. He was a young man with shoulder-length coal-black hair and fiery red eyes. On the back of his robe, written in black, was the kanji for the word, hellfire. The other man was older and taller, with spiky brown hair, several piercings, and blue eyes. He was currently counting money. A young soldier walked over to the two men. Master Yoku, Master Itan. How was the assignment Lord Kantan sent you both on? He inquired loudly. The partying suddenly stopped. All the soldiers stared at the young man in shock. I mean, I can imagine it was so much fun, right? Those weaklings were probably begging for mercy. I bet they were. I mean, anyone would beg for mercy if they were going up against you guys, right? The brown-haired man slowly continued counting his money. The young man noticed this and tried to get his attention. Hey, Master Yoku, how many do you think you killed? Probably too much to count, right? The man named Yoku suddenly stopped counting the money. Without looking at the young man, he stood up from his seat. His young comrade named Itan sighed in annoyance as he closed his eyes. The soldiers all gasped in shock and fear. One of the soldiers ran over and grabbed his comrade. He fearfully looked at Yoku. Forgive him, Master Yoku, he said, he's new here. He doesn't understand yet. Yoku did not respond. You can let this go once, right? The older soldier pleaded. He doesn't know any better. He won't do it again. The young soldier looked at his older comrade in confusion. Yoku narrowed his eyes and whipped his arm out. Neither soldier had time to scream as an unseen force suddenly separated their heads from their bodies. Itan sighed in annoyance. Freaking idiots, he muttered. The other soldiers all screamed in fear as the corpses of the two soldiers fell over. Yoku glared at them all. How many times have I told you all? He growled at them. Don't bother me when I'm counting money. Itan leapt down from his seat. Take the bodies out and bury them, he ordered. The soldiers scrambled to pick up the bodies and ran out before any of them could provoke Itan and Yoku's wrath any further. I'm surprised you didn't get rid of the bodies yourself, Yoku admitted. It would have saved time. Need I remind you that? Yeah, time is money, I know. Itan interrupted him. Yoku frowned at his comrade. Itan sighed as he stretched his body. Destroying dead things is boring, he explained. I prefer my targets to be alive when I crush them. So I've seen. Yoku nodded. You were laughing like a damn fool when we were at Daedalus. Hey now, if you're trying to one-up me, might I remind you that you had a pretty sadistic smile on your face as you mowed down everyone in your path. Itan grinned. Didn't matter if it was a soldier or a civilian. You just cut the poor sucker down. I did so because those were Lord Kantan's orders for both of us. Yoku reminded him. Itan nodded. Yeah, destroy the royal city and anyone in it, but leave anyone who escapes alive. He said. This attack will serve as a message to my foolish brother. Yoku grunted. Do you think he knows yet? Itan shrugged. He'll figure out eventually. We did draft a few high-ranking members from Daedalus' army into the coalition after all. Yes, that is true. Yoku nodded in agreement. Itan chuckled. Lord Kantan's mastery of psychological warfare never ceases to amaze me. He knows just where to hit Chitsujo. Still, Itan continued, it kinda pisses me off that attacking a bunch of weaklings and ruling over our assigned districts is all we've been doing in this war. Stop acting so childish, Itan. Yoku derided. We cannot leave our districts just yet. Furthermore, you know why Lord Kantan assigns us the missions he assigns us. Everything we do is for Lord Kantan's ultimate ambition. Yoku reminded him. We will fight when we are assigned to. Lord Kantan's decisions are never wrong. He will order us to fight when he believes we are necessary. Everything we do until then, even if it does not involve fighting, is for victory. Itan could not argue with that logic and nodded in agreement. Yeah, he said, for victory. When Naruto Uzumaki returned to the 5th Division, he immediately asked around for a certain someone. He felt he owed her a visit after he had basically blown her off to go and visit Crocus to get some things cleared up with Chitsujo and Dragon. Yo, Lucy, have you seen Urza? I feel like I owe her an apology. I think Urza went off to be alone that way, Lucy said. She might be going to train, although considering her injuries, I'm not sure that's a good idea. If it's not a good idea, then why didn't you stop her? Naruto inquired. Lucy paled. Do you wanna tell Urza what she can and can't do? She asked. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, I guess that's true. Naruto sighed. Well, I better go and find her anyway. Lucy frowned worriedly. Naruto, if you owe Urza an apology, brace yourself for a beating. She's a wonderful person, but she tends to overreact. Naruto paled. Yeah, sure. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Lucy. Lucy nodded and Naruto went off in the direction she had directed him in. The celestial wizard then noticed another familiar face. This one in particular was sitting alone. Lucy frowned, knowing that there was a good reason she was alone right now. She sighed, knowing that this has gone on long enough. Even if Sherry Blendy deserved this kind of punishment after her treatment of Eve Tierm, she needed to understand a few things. They were at war, and Sherry could not stay isolated. Trust and teamwork was everything in war. Even if Lucy did not want to help Sherry because she was still furious with how she had treated her own friend, the experience with the Two Tails had made her realize that everyone is needed in the war. And Sherry can no longer be focused on hating Eve. With Urza Scarlet was not training. Instead, she was currently absorbed in a book that she had gotten her hands on short L. Why after Jiraiya and Naruto had left for Crocus? Flashback. Urza had still been worried about what Naruto wanted with Chitsujo and Dragon at the time. But her worry soon turned to confusion when she saw several male soldiers giggling while looking at a book. Frowning, the scarlet-haired woman made her way over to them. "Is there something funny, gentlemen?" she inquired. Urza was admittedly confused at how lighthearted the men were. Now that the initial euphoria from victory had worn off, Urza had honestly expected most to be rather subdued. So, with her curiosity piqued, the Fairy Queen wanted to find out just what was so funny. The men all gasped as they immediately started handing the book off to each other. Each man's eyes widened as they passed the book away, much to Urza's confusion. Eventually, the book landed in the hands of a man who immediately hid the book behind his back. Urza's sweat dropped at this. "Is there something wrong? It's just a book." The men all laughed nervously. "You're right, Miss Scarlet. It is just a book." One said in agreement. "Yeah, Master Jiraiya gave it to us, he thought it would cheer us up." Another added. Urza smiled. "Oh, well, can I see it? I would certainly like to see what is so funny," she said, clearly oblivious to how nervous the men looked around her. All the men paled. I don't think you'd appreciate the humor, miss." One said. "Nonsense. I love a good joke. I would very much like to see what kind of a writer Naruto's godfather is." All the men looked at each other. The man holding the book then subtly turned to a different page from where they were on before. He then handed it to Urza, who smiled at him. "Thank you," she said to him. Urza then started reading. Her eyes then widened as a blush appeared on her face. The men all gasped. The man who had handed her the book paled. "What the hell did you do?" The guy right next to him asked. "I thought I handed her a page that wasn't as steamy as the others." The man whimpered. "You idiot, it's Makeout Paradise, Beach Edition. Did you really think you wouldn't end up on a page with a naked chick doing something hot in it?" His friend hissed. Urza shut the book and glared at them. The blush was still apparent on her cheeks. "What kind of smut is this?" she demanded. "Makeout Paradise, Beach Edition." The men chorused. "Well, guess what? I hope you enjoyed perving on the women in this book, cause you're never going to see this book again," Urza declared as she turned away from them. "My book." The book's owner whimpered as Urza marched off. His friend smacked him on the back of the head. "You idiot, it's Urza Scarlet." He reminded him. "You're lucky that was all she did to us." End flashback. What they did not realize, however, was that Urza had not disposed of the book like they had expected. Instead, she had taken it off to read in private. The blush on her face had deepened as she continued to read. "Master Jiraiya's writing is certainly interesting," she muttered breathlessly. "Yo, Urza, what's up?" A familiar voice called out. Urza's eyes widened. "And Naruto," she stammered in surprise. Naruto walked into the clearing Urza had gone off into. Urza hid the book behind her back. "You're back," she noted. "Yeah, I am." Naruto was confused at how nervous the normally courageous woman was acting at the moment. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Listen, I owe you an apology," he said. "I've blown you off twice. Once after I got out of the mental world, and the other time was when I was about to head to Crocus with Curvy Sage. You had every right to be concerned about me and I just blew you off both times." "Oh, don't worry about it," Urza said, desperately trying to end the conversation so he would leave. The poor girl was still trying to get rid of the blush on her cheeks. Master Jiraiya was right after all. You had every right to be concerned for Yugito's well-being and I shouldn't have tried to stop you. Also, I'm sure you had a good reason to speak with Lord Chitsujo. Naruto frowned, now noticing Urza's blush. Apology accepted. Urza smiled, still trying to get rid of him. You're okay. You are definitely okay. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Are you okay? He asked. You're acting all nervous. And you're as red as your hair is, too. Oh, don't worry about me. Urza waved her free hand frantically, her other hand still holding the book behind her back. Naruto frowned again, knowing that Urza was hiding something from him. His frown then became a very wicked grin as an idea formulated in his mind. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he said, forming 2 shadow clones. The 2 shadow clones then moved off to the side. Urza's eyes widened when she realized what he was doing. And Naruto, wait, she began, as she desperately tried to hide the book from the 3 pairs of eyes. Hey, boss, Urza's got a book. A shadow clone, unfortunately, caught a glimpse of what she was hiding. A book. Which book? Naruto raised an eyebrow. More importantly, what book would cause Urza to act like this? He wondered. Urza, realizing she was caught, could only remain frozen and red with embarrassment as the shadow clones inched closer to her. One shadow clone then grabbed the book from Urza's hands. His eyes widened. Boss, check this out. He shouted, tossing the book to Naruto. Naruto caught the book as the 2 shadow clones vanished. Honestly, Urza, I don't get what you're so embarrassed about. Naruto said, I mean, reading's not a bad hobby to have. Naruto trailed off as he saw the title of the book. His eyes widened comically. Say what? At this point, Urza thought she was going to die of embarrassment. Naruto found himself unable to say the title out loud. The book fell out of his hands. He looked at Urza in shock. Urza, he stammered, why are you reading one of Pervy Sage's books? Well, Urza tried to come up with a good excuse. I can understand Kakashi-sensei. He's a total perv, but why the hell are you reading this? Urza froze at him indirectly calling her a pervert. Seriously, Urza, I've read these books. They're so bad. Naruto told her. What do you see in them? Urza started shaking. Naruto noticed this and raised an eyebrow. Urza, Naruto. Urza began, you. Suddenly, Naruto's about to get beat up. Senses started tingling. Urza, wait, you idiot. Urza screamed, charging him. Naruto let out a high-pitched scream as he was suddenly launched into the air by an uppercut from Urza's fist. Still red-faced, Urza picked up the book. He has no tact, she muttered. With that, Urza went back to reading as if nothing ever happened. Meanwhile Jelil Fernandez watched as Naruto flew up into the air. He sweat dropped at the sight, knowing that Urza had gone that way as well. Naruto, you are a brave but stupid man. He muttered. With Lucy Heartfilia and Sherry Blendy. Sherry Blendy had honestly been surprised when Lucy Heartfilia approached her. Ever since she beat the living hell out of Eve Tierm, nobody ever talked to her. Everyone agreed that what she had done had been wrong. She stubbornly felt otherwise. Honestly, why could they not understand? Her fiancé was dead because of that fool. She had every right to be upset with him and they completely took his side over hers. Those damn fools had no love in their hearts at all. So, when Lucy had approached her, her now cold and unfriendly eyes had widened in surprise. What do you want? Sherry immediately returned to her cold and unfriendly state. Lucy frowned at her former enemy turned friend. Don't you think this has gone on long enough? She asked. Sherry frowned right back at the blonde. Oh, you're going to preach to me now. How boring. Come on, Sherry. It's time to stop this and make amends with Eve. Look, I know you're upset about losing Ren, and I'm sorry about that. But you can't keep this up. Don't why. Oh, you dare tell me what I can and can't keep up, Lucy. Sherry growled at her. Come on, Sherry, you need to stop being selfish. Lucy pleaded. You saw the 2 tails, you saw what it could do. We are at war, with an enemy unlike anything we've ever seen before. We don't have time for childish grudges. Childish. Sherry was furious now. I lost my fiancé, the man I love, because of him. Don't you dare tell me what's childish when you don't even understand what it's like to lose someone you love. Lucy's eyes widened at this before she did something that surprised both Sherry and herself. Sherry gasped in pain as Lucy backhanded her across the face. I don't know what that's like. Lucy shook in anger. I lost my mother when I was just a child. I then lost my father while I was asleep on Tenro Island. I didn't even have the chance to tell him that I loved him. Sherry's eyes widened in surprise at this. So don't you dare tell me that I don't know what that's like, Sherry. Lucy told her. Because I know that pain very well. Sherry was now ashamed. I'm sorry, she said softly, I didn't know. Lucy sighed. I know what it's like, Sherry, but I had to move on, because I knew there were things I just couldn't afford to dwell on. Sherry looked down in sadness. What should I do? She asked. Lucy smiled at her. For one thing, apologize to Eve. She told her. After that, focus on helping the 5th Division win this war. Sherry took a deep breath and then smiled. Okay, you're right, she said. It's time I return to love, rather than hate. Lucy's smile widened. There's the Sherry I know, she said happily. The Sherry I know is filled with love, not hate. Sherry nodded in agreement. Yeah, she said, love, not hate. Meanwhile, in the 1st Division, 2 warriors panted, as they had both managed to push each other quite far. Ichigo Kurosaki and Roronoa Zoro both had grins on their faces that indicated their respect for one another as fellow swordsmen. You aim to be the world's greatest swordsman, right? Ichigo panted. Hey, that dream's only gotten bigger, Zoro panted as his grin widened. I'm gonna be the universe's greatest swordsman now. Ha, you're gonna have to get through all of Soul Society to pull that off. Ichigo reminded him. Zoro laughed at this. Bring them all on, nothing's gonna stand in the way of my dream. I'll march right down there when this war is over and challenge every single one of them to a duel, one by one. Zoro readied his 3 swords. And I think I'll start by taking you out first, Berry bastard. Oh, hair jokes now. You're one to talk, moss bastard. Ichigo retorted. As for taking me out though, you're welcome to try. The two charged each other as their friendly fight began anew. On the sidelines, one spectator watched the events unfold with slight worry. Honestly, those two are going to seriously injure each other if they keep this up. Sakura Haruno folded her arms. Sanji laughed. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Moss' head cut up a bit, it would serve him right for being such a dumb ass. Gildart's Clive grinned as he took a sip of the sake in front of him. Those two really are something else. I think Makarov mentioned to me that Ichigo was on par with Natsude. Urging a fight between the 4 acts of order in Lord Chitsujo's gardens. Gildarts laughed at this. Seeing Zoro manage to hold his own like this kinda makes me wonder how he'd fare against Natsu and the other two. Hell, I'd like to see him go up against Urza. Those 2 sword maniacs would have a blast. Sakura frowned. Still, I don't see why they're taking this so seriously. This doesn't exactly look like a fight between friends anymore. Oh, it still is, they just don't hold anything back because they don't want to insult the other. A familiar voice pointed out. Sakura gasped in surprise. Oh, Commander Kyoraku, are we leaving soon? Shunsui Kyoraku smiled. Nah, I've decided to rest everyone up for the rest of the day. Word on the street is that Jelil and the 5th Division just won a fight against the coalition at Lake Willow. Gildarts grinned. No kidding. Good to see us coming back from Harjan. Shunsui nodded. No matter how hard our struggle is, as long as we remain focused on our goal, we will see results. Gildarts offered Shunsui some sake. The head captain accepted it graciously and watched the fight. He then grinned when he noticed Ichigo deliver a roundhouse kick to Zoro's side, knocking him away. Ooh, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Ichigo try to mix Hakuto with Zanjutsu. He mused. It looks like our resident substitute Soul Reaper is trying out some new tactics. New tactics? Sakura raised an eyebrow. Shunsui nodded. Ichigo usually relies on swordplay, raw power and speed to win. It's nice to see him change tactics. After all, Shunsui continued, with the way things are, we can't afford to get predictable. That will just make things more difficult for us. Ain't that the truth? Gildarts said in agreement. 360 caliber Phoenix. Zoro shouted. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo fired back. Everyone watched as the 2 projectile attacks collided with one another, creating a massive shockwave. Sakura screamed in surprise as the shockwave blasted through the spectators. Sanji glared at the two upon seeing this. Hey, Moss Head, Berry Head, will you two watch it? You're scaring the lady, he shouted at them. Shut it, Cook, the two yelled back. The two grinned at each off. Upon realizing what they had just done. I knew I liked you. Zoro chuckled. He's as much of a bastard as Ryu is. Ichigo grinned. Sanji's mouth dropped open at this. Gildarts laughed at Sanji's expense. Don't you just love it when people unite over a common enemy? I'm outnumbered, Sanji muttered, now pale. Meanwhile, Grey Fullbuster stared at his markless right arm. Would Harjin have turned out any different if I had my Devil Slayer magic with me? He wondered. Grey shook his head. No, I shouldn't think so arrogantly. There's no way to tell if that power would have meant our victory. Still, Grey continued, with what happened, I can't help but think that. Especially when things turned out the way they did. Grey sighed. Damn, and I still haven't figured out why he took Dad's Devil Slayer magic from me anyway. Flashback. You wanted to see me, Lord Chitsujo? Grey asked curiously. Ah, yes I did, Grey. Chitsujo smiled. Grey was admittedly confused. He was not a division commander, nor was he an active order like Natsu was. So why did Chitsujo want to see him? Chitsujo noticed Grey's confusion. You seem confused. Don't worry, I'll explain everything right now. You see, Grey, he began, you are on a list of people I intend to meet with before the war officially begins. I don't understand, sir. Grey admitted. Why me? Don't worry, everything will become clear once I explain everything. Chitsujo looked at Grey's arm, which bore the markings of a Devil Slayer. How has your arm been? I believe it had taken over you and caused you to join Avatar, correct? Yeah, but I haven't been going through any of those incidents ever since Natsu brought me back, Grey claimed. In fact, I think I'm getting better at controlling it. Do you mind if I take a look at your arm? Not at all. Grey held out his arm. Chitsujo took Grey's arm into his hands. He looked at Grey's arm. Chitsujo sighed and a bright light shone from his hands onto the markings. The markings then faded completely. Grey's eyes widened. What did you do? Grey asked. I have sealed off your Devil Slayer magic. Chitsujo replied. Sealed off? What the hell? I thought you were going to get rid of the adverse effects my Devil Slayer magic has. Grey said angrily. Chitsujo sighed. I'm afraid not, he said. Grey, while I have all the confidence in the world that you can now better control your Devil Slayer magic, the F.A. Court of the matter is you are not ready to wield such a power. Not ready. Grey was getting angry now. Not ready. Who are you to tell me if I'm not ready or not? Damn it, I need that power. I need to crush END. To purge this world of demons. Chitsujo shook his head, and that is why you are not ready for your Devil Slayer magic. Your thirst for revenge against the demons that ruined your childhood it'll only drive you to ruin and put those who fight alongside you in danger. Grey glared at the being of order. Chitsujo took this glare in stride. Glare at me if you want. If you want your Devil Slayer magic back, then prove to me that you can handle it. Prove to me that you are not just strong in the body, but in the mind as well. End flashback. Strong in body and mind. Grey said to himself. A thirst for revenge that will drive me to ruin. Grey clenched his fist in anger. Damn, he muttered, who is he to decide all that? With Natsu Dragneel and Happy. Happy watched in amazement as Natsu Dragneel finished his training routine. Natsu, meanwhile, was panting in exhaustion from going through the routine 5 times now. That was amazing, Natsu. Happy cheered. You look so amazing when you enter this new form. It's not enough. Natsu muttered. What do you mean? Happy was confused. Every damn time, it's only 5 minutes. Natsu complained. I need to extend the time. Natsu took a deep breath and managed to get his breathing under control. Okay, try number 6, let's do this. He shouted, as he started to transform once more. With Kakashi Hatake. 3rd Division Commander Kakashi Hatake looked out at Harjin, contemplating their next move. Ever since the 3rd Division had put the city under siege, there had been little to no activity from the coalition army inside. Shortly after the siege began, Kakashi thought, One of the subdivisions from the stealth division destroyed the train tracks. We lost a method to move quickly, but we've also cut off the supply lines to this city. I'd say it was worth it. Sir, a Leaf Shinobi reported, I've brought all water-style users to you as requested. Kakashi nodded. Good, he said, turning around to see a few hundred ninja who had water style as their primary element. Most of them were from Mist and Cloud, but Kakashi did recognize a few Leaf Ninja as well. Gentlemen, ladies, Kakashi said, I've gathered you all here today, because inside of that city is a powerful devil fruit user, a marine admiral known as Kizaru. The ninja all looked at each other nervously. As you all know, a devil fruit user's greatest weakness is water. I say it's time we take advantage of that. Therefore, Kakashi continued, I have decided to form a special anti-devil fruit unit, built specifically to depower devil fruit users. I have submitted the idea to the intelligence division, who will surely see the merit in it and give an order to all divisions to form their own task forces. However, keep in mind that a devil fruit user will not simply stop fighting just because you have taken their power from them. Especially an experienced combatant such as a marine admiral. In Kizaru's case, once you nullify his glint fruit, expect him to try and engage you in hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye. Do not let him do so unless it is a last resort. With his armament haki and natural strength, Kizaru is far too dangerous to face up close. Your best bet is to keep your distance and to continue striking him with water-style techniques. Remember, keep pressuring him and you will not only keep his devil fruit nullified, but you will eventually strike him down. Trust in those around you, and we will succeed against any devil fruit user, even one like Kizaru. Yes sir, the task force chorused. Kakashi nodded his approval. Good, you are all dismissed. But I expect you all to spend some time together to familiarize yourselves with one another and develop tactics and team jutsus for when the time comes. Meanwhile, how long had it been since the torture had begun? Days, weeks, months. Well, okay, she knew that it certainly had not been months, but it certainly felt like it. Being chained in a dark room all day where your ONL.Y company is your own personal torturer is painful and disorienting to the point where minutes feel like hours, and hours feel like days. Zale Aporo Grants laughed as he left the bloody and bruised Soifin. That was a great session today, Captain, he said. Let's pick up where we left off tomorrow, Soifin did not respond. Grants kept laughing as he exited the room. As Grants continued walking, a voice suddenly stopped him. You've gotten all you can out of her. Why continue torturing her? Grants narrowed his eyes and glared at the speaker with disdain. And here I thought Lord Compton's control was good enough to wipe the sympathy from your mind. Perhaps he should increase his influence over you, Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi glared right back. It'd be merciful to kill her. Show her mercy, she's suffered enough. Grants grinned sadistically. And what if I say no? Are you gonna fight me? The little voice inside your head won't like that. He wagged his finger tauntingly. Asuma knew that, but was still tempted to take a gamble and just gut Grants with his trench knives. Anyway, I'm keeping her alive because I gain nothing from killing her, see? I gain something by keeping her alive and torturing her. Do you know what that is? Asuma did not answer. Entertainment, Sarutobi. I gain satisfaction from torturing that woman. You're a monster. Asuma growled. Boo-hoo. Grants mocked. Do I look like I care what a filthy human such as yourself thinks of me? Of course not, I am the perfect being. I have neither the time nor patience to care what you think. Grants looked back at the cell. The more I torture that girl, the more rage and anger that I had felt from my humiliation nearly 2 years ago subsides. Grants started walking away once more. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't kill her. Asuma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He asked. A while back, I received word from Orochimaru. Grants told him. He wants me to keep her alive for his own purposes. Asuma's eyes widened. You don't mean? Yes, Grants nodded grimly. Orochimaru shall use that Soul Reaper captain as his next host for that reanimation jutsu of his. Grants noticed the fear in Asuma's eyes and grinned. Oh, wipe that look off your face, Sarutobi. The captain may be spared yet. She's only his second choice, just in case the first one falls through. First one. Who the hell is the first one? Asuma inquired. Grants chuckled darkly. Now, that would be telling. I've already spoiled you enough by telling you of Orochimaru's plans for the Soul Reaper captain we have locked up in that cell. Now then, Grants continued, why don't you get back to your post? Sarutobi. Also, don't ever enter Nirvana again unless you really must. I'd rather not run the risk of seeing trash like you again. Meanwhile, how is he, Retsu? Shitsujo inquired. Retsu Unohana sighed in relief as she finished applying treatment to Mistogen. Natsu Dragon and Lucy Ashley stood nearby, watching their king's treatment in worry. He's out of danger, Unohana replied. I'm actually surprised he managed to last this long without medical treatment. Human willpower truly is a fascinating thing sometimes. Ashley smiled. Really? King Jello is going to be okay. Unohana smiled and nodded. Yes, your king is going to live. He just needs to rest now. Dragon smiled as well. Awesome. I better go and tell everyone. I'd actually advise against that, young man. Unohana stopped him before he could move. Your king needs rest. People will naturally flock to see if those they look up to are okay, even if it is better they are left alone. So, what we just keep them in the dark? Ashley asked. As long as we do not give them any bad news, they will not believe the king to be dead. Unohana explained. They will continue to hope that he is alive. Once he has rested, he may go and see his people himself. Retsu is a master healer. Natsu, Lucy, she knows what she is talking about. Shitsujo told them. Just stay quiet for a while, okay? Ashley sighed. Alright, understood. If it's for King Jalal's benefit, then we'll keep quiet. Shitsujo smiled. Thank you both for being cooperative. Jiraiya then walked into the tent, wiping sweat off of his brows. Shitsujo looked at the Sannin. Well, Jiraiya, it wasn't easy, Jiraiya admitted. I had to summon Gamamon and the Toad Sealing Squad to cover the entire city. Jiraiya grinned. But, I managed to pull it off. Those weird blue flames are no more. All of them are sealed inside of scrolls that are either held by me or the Sealing Squad. Shitsujo nodded. Destroy all but one of those scrolls. He ordered him. We only nay. D1 to study and develop a countermeasure against in the future. Jiraiya nodded. Understood. I'll make sure Gamamon and the others get the message. Shitsujo looked over at Ashley and Dragon. You two can leave now. Since Mistogen is out of danger. Remember what Retsu said though. Of course, thank you Shitsujo. Dragon bowed. Yeah, thanks. Ashley said in agreement. The two remaining members of Daedalus Fairy Tale left the tent. Shitsujo turned to Unohana. Thank you for doing this, Retsu. Shitsujo said. I really didn't want to pull you away from your work in Crocus, but I certainly could not pull out one of my medics in the field. Unohana smiled. Think nothing of it, Lord Shitsujo. In fact, I'm glad that you brought me here. Mistogen's injuries certainly warranted someone of my expertise. Honestly, even my lieutenant. Azane might have had trouble healing him, and I had trained her myself when I had seen her potential. Unohana looked at Mistogen. Honestly, the only other person who Eldiv healed him is this Tsunade that the medical ninja speaks so fondly of. Yeah, she definitely could've. Jiraiya said in agreement. Tsunade's the best medical ninja in my world. I see, I should meet her sometime. We could discuss healing methods. I shudder to think what horrors those two could pull off when they're not healing people. Jiraiya shuddered. Jiraiya looked at Shitsujo. Hey, Lord Shitsujo. Why exactly did you assign me to this? He asked. It's just as I said, Jiraiya, the only way to remove those flames was to seal them away. Shitsujo explained. And how exactly do you know this? Jiraiya folded his arms. I am actually rather curious about this myself. Unohana admitted. Shitsujo looked at the two. There's no reason to keep things hidden. Jiraiya said. I think you had every intention of telling us at some point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent those two out of the tent. Shitsujo nodded. Indeed, he admitted, considering your involvement, you two have every right to know. Keep this in mind, both of you. Shitsujo began. I had every intention of not explaining this until we began the campaign in my world. Why? It didn't exactly do much good. Jiraiya frowned. A miscalculation on my part. Shitsujo admitted. I did not expect Kantan to use them to send a message like this. A message? Hana was confused. Shitsujo nodded grimly. A message that stated that even if we took back your worlds, he still has them on his side for when we began the campaign in my world. Who exactly are these people and why didn't you reveal their existence? Jiraiya asked. Because I could not afford to divide the attention of the Alliance. If I revealed every single thing at once, our focus would be divided, which is never a good thing. There is a reason why we're taking every world back at a time. I wanted us to remain focused on one thing at a time. Shitsujo explained. However, to avoid my world falling under Kantan's control, I stationed my elite soldiers on the borders to keep the coalition in check, so to speak. I see. Basically a cold war is being fought in your world right now. Jiraiya realized. Shitsujo nodded. Exactly, he said, my elites would keep the coalition in check in my world while the Alliance would conquer the other worlds. But what does that have to do with the people who attacked Daedalus? Hana curiously asked. Who do you think my elites are keeping on Kantan's side of the border? Shitsujo asked. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You mean? Shitsujo nodded. The people who attacked Daedalus are part of Kantan's own elite team of soldiers, the 9 Dark Circles. Each every one of them possesses enough power to wipe out the average nation's army on their own. Shitsujo explained grimly. They are very powerful, and extremely deadly. Meanwhile, my lord, Vice Admiral Smoker is here to see you. Kantan raised an eyebrow at this. Smoker, isn't he supposed to be in fury? Kantan then grinned when he realized why the White Hunter was here. Ah, wait, that's why he's here. All right, send him in. The messenger nodded and left the room. A few seconds later, Smoker entered with a furious glare etched onto his face. Kantan responded with a mocking smile. Really, Smoker, you really shouldn't have a face like that in my presence. Especially when it is directed towards me. We are allies, are we not? After what you pulled at Lake Willow, I'm not so certain. Smoker admitted. Oh, whatever could you be talking about? Kantan feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. Smoker yelled. You know what you did. I'm not sure I do. Smoker, you'll have to enlighten me. Kantan grinned mockingly. You forced Yugito to transform into the 2 tails. You put my men in danger. Smoker told him angrily. Oh, that's what you're angry about. Kantan feigned surprise. Well, I certainly have no reason to lie to you. Yes, I did indeed force Yugito to transform. You, Smoker growled in anger. Honestly, I don't see why you're getting so upset, Smoker. Kantan said offhandedly. If anything, you should thank me. Had it not been for my interference, you would have surely lost the fight. The only reason we even lost was due to Naruto Uzumaki's actions. In fact, I believe you were the one fighting him. Tell me, is there a reason why you could not keep that boy contained? I had to leave him to get my men out of there. Smoker shouted. I don't care if you did what you did for victory, you put my men in unnecessary danger. Kantan narrowed his eyes at this. He had not expected Smoker of all people to openly go on a tirade against him. Maybe we would have won, maybe we would have lost. But, we certainly won't win if you keep putting your own comrades in danger like that. Smoker was suddenly cut off. His eyes widened in pain as something fell from his body. Smoker then screamed and fell to his knees as he clutched the bloody stump where his arm used to be. The arm was now resting on the floor. I think you've said enough, Smoker. Kantan was holding his arm out. How did you? Smoker managed through the pain. My power is destruction itself. Your feeble attempts to protect yourself with your plume fruit mean nothing to me. Kantan replied arrogantly. The messenger came back inside upon hearing the commotion. He gasped at what he saw. Take the Vice Admiral to have his arm reattached by the medics. Kantan ordered. Afterwards, send him back to Fury, back to his post. Yes, sir. The messenger nodded, now fearful of his leader's wrath. Kantan glared at Smoker. Be glad that I am in a merciful mood today, Smoker. You are still useful to the coalition, therefore I will spare your life. However, if you ever question my methods for victory anymore, I promise you I will separate your head from your body next. Kantan frowned. Wait, no, that wouldn't send enough of a message. No, I think I'll simply destroy every part of you instead. That would certainly get the message across, don't you think? Smoker could not respond. Conton chuckled darkly. I'm so glad you agree. With that, Smoker was led out of the throne room. Conton shook his head in annoyance. Really, the arrogance of some people, he said without any hint of irony. Meanwhile, 2nd Division Commander Sabo looked out at the location his division had recently come across. He knew that it was under the control of the coalition, so he did not get too close, lest he risked being found out by any guards. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army narrowed his eyes as he remembered his orders. Reach the end of the railroad, and turn back. Help the 3rd Division take the railroad from the coalition. Sabo remembered. Sabo took a deep breath. Well, he said to himself before turning around, we're at the end, it's time to backtrack now. Sabo started walking back to where he had left his division. By the end of this day, Clover Town will be under Alliance control. The struggles of our comrades up until this point will not have been in vain. They're really not in a very advantageous position. Honestly, considering that the town is inside of a small mountain range, we could just fire down on them from the top. Marco the Phoenix noted. Therein lies the problem. I'll bet they've planned for that. Storm-style Darui noted. Anyone can turn an disadvantage into an advantage, you've just got to know where to look. Indeed, Don Chinjao of the Hapo Navy nodded in agreement, stroking his long, white beard. What do you think, Commander Sabo? Sabo put down a small pair of binoculars as he observed Clover. I think I've got a plan. Sabo pointed at the rooftops at the end of the town. Those rooftops hold mortars on them. They're long-ranged weapons. They probably intend to bomb the mountains if we get too close. Not only that, but they've got snipers next to them. They'll probably pick off anyone who tries an aerial assault. Well, that presents a problem. How else are we going to get down? Darui inquired. Mortar fire is still incredibly slow compared to cannon fire. Sabo reminded them. We can get down, we just can't afford to be slow about it. Sabo pointed downwards. We're going to take advantage of the speed we've got on our side. I want all shinobi to speed down the mountain and dodge the mortar fire. Darui, you'll lead them. Great, this'll be fun. Darui muttered sarcastically. Marco, you think you can carry me on your back in your phoenix form? Sabo asked. Considering that you've got Ace's powers to keep you from burning, yeah. Marco said. But, why do you want me to carry you? Sabo grinned. Because a leader should be on the front lines with his soldiers. You and I are going to lead the Sioux Reapers in an aerial strike against the mortars and snipers. And the rest of us? Chinjao inquired. Most of you aren't fast enough to dodge mortar strikes and snipers the way Soul Reapers and Ninja can. There's a reason why mortars are such a highly sought-out weapon in warfare. Koala, Hack, and I have had to take out plenty of them while they were being transported to military bases. So, instead I want you guys to await my signal. When you see a massive ball of fire shot into the air, then you'll know to get moving. Sabo told him. Sabo grinned up at the giant man. Don Chinjao, I am counting on you to lead the second wave when that time comes. But just in case the plan totally goes to hell, I'm also counting on you to get the rest of my men out of there. Chinjao nodded. Do not concern yourself with such things, Commander. It will not come to that. That's right, Darui interjected. Remember, we're riding high off of the report about the 5th Division's success. Even if we didn't get that report, we all want to avenge the 3rd Division. Darui and Chinjao are right. With all that under consideration, there's no way they're gonna beat us. Marco said confidently. Sabo smiled. His comrades were such dedicated people. All right then, since we're on the same page, let's get rocking. Later. This sucks. I can't believe Sabo is keeping me out of the fight. Monkey D. Luffy complained. How many times do I have to remind you that it ain't like that, Straw Hat? The 13th head of the Hapo Navy, Don Sai said. Commander Sabo is just holding us back for the second wave. Sai's brother and the vice leader of the Hapo Navy, Boo, grinned. Yeah, don't you know that old saying about how second is the best, Straw Hat? Luffy folded his arms. That saying is a load of crap. Everyone knows that being first is the best. That's why first place is always the place for winners. Boo looked at Luffy in a curious manner. Hey, Boo, what's wrong? Sai asked. Sai gasped in shock as Boo suddenly started ranting. Damn it, I want to be in the first wave too. Seriously, Boo. Sai was stunned. Hiya ho ho, it appears you are as fired up as ever, grandson of Garp. Chinjiao joined the trio. Ah, old man Pointy. Luffy backed away. Sai frowned. Geez, Straw Hat, do I have to keep telling you? Grandfather does not want to kill you anymore. You restored his head, remember? Luffy blinked in surprise. I did. How stupid are you? Sai had to be held back by Boo from charging Luffy. Come on, Straw Hat, you remember, right? Boo asked as he held Sai back. During your battle with Grandfather, remember? Luffy thought it over. He then remembered the massive blow he dealt to Chinjiao's head. Whoa, your head came back up when I did that. That is so cool, Luffy said in amazement. You mean that never even noticed? Sai was still being held back by Boo. Chinjiao nodded. My grudge against you and Garp has long vanished. Boy, you no longer need to worry. Luffy is right about one thing. I wish Commander Sabo wouldn't keep us out of the fight. I could probably hang in with those ninja with no problem. Jet of Team Shadow Gear entered the conversation. Levi McGarden and Droy were right behind the user of speed magic. You only say that because your magic allows you to keep up with the fastest, Jet. Levi pointed out. Besides, it's not just the speed that's important, they're probably going to have some really strong guys to fight once they reach the town. Droy added. Commander Sabo is probably trying to make sure people who can hold their own are on the front lines. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Jet asked. Luffy giggled at the display between the two. Man, you two are funny. Gajiel Red Fox and Rogue Cheney then joined them. If anyone should be out on the front lines, it's me. My scales can protect me from some stupid mortar fire. Gajiel complained. Come on, stop it. Levi chided. The best thing to do is trust Commander Sabo. That hasn't steered us wrong in the skirmishes we've had in those small, populated areas, right? Levi's right. Lizanna Strauss joined the ever-growing group. As long as we all trust in each other, there's no way we can lose. Not to the coalition, and certainly not to some stupid mortars. Lizanna smiled sheepishly. By the way, what exactly are mortars? Sai and Boo's sweat dropped at this. I guess coming from a world of magic does come with some drawbacks. Sai noted, even if it is a truly amazing thing. Okay, Strauss, time for a quick military history. Meanwhile, the shinobi of the 2nd Division all stood at the top of the mountains prepared to start charging down at their commander's order. Samui frowned in annoyance at her brother's confident grin. Will you stay cool, Atsui? We barely got out of the last war we were in, try to keep that in mind. Atsui shrugged his shoulders. In the end, I just wasn't hot enough. This time though, when I get hot, I'm gonna burn so brightly no one's gonna want to screw with me. Just don't get yourself in trouble again, Atsui. There may never be a dull moment in this war, so I'm not going to spend every single moment of it saving you from whatever trouble you get in. Darui frowned over his shoulder. As the Cloud Ninja continued their banter, Hiashi Hyuga looked on uncomfortably. Hinata Hyuga noticed this and addressed her father. Are you all right, father? She inquired. Hiashi broke out of his thoughts at the sound of his oldest daughter's voice. Ah, yes, I'm fine, Hinata. He lied blatantly. Hinata had noticed that father was looking at the Cloud Ninja. Father, please don't be like that, she said softly. Intel being around hidden Cloud Ninja still makes you feel uncomfortable. Hiashi sighed and nodded. I know I should not feel this way, especially now that I am fighting my second war with them. However, even now, whenever I look at them I can see the face of the one who tried to take you when you were 3 years old, and as a result indirectly killed my brother, your uncle. Hiashi looked at his daughter curiously. I'm actually surprised that you have not spoken up about them. Your emotional restraint has certainly grown over the years. Hinata shook her head. It's not like that at all, father. She said. I do not need to restrain any emotions because I feel no anger towards them at all. Hiashi was admittedly surprised at this. He had not questioned Hinata about her feelings of being a ND Cloud Ninja last time because he knew that they had more important things at the moment, and after the Cage's speech, he had felt that bringing it up now would have caused an argument. But now, even with the stakes higher, Hiashi felt that he had to at least ask her about it, lest he start viewing himself as an inconsiderate father once more. No anger, Hiyashi repeated. Hinata smiled and nodded. I have long forgiven the people of the cloud because they did nothing wrong. The man who tried to kidnap me is dead, and Lord Raikage has no interest in making a second attempt. If we used people's past actions to judge who they are now, then we cannot truly understand and be at peace with one another. I believe that in order to truly mend broken bonds, you must judge how people are in the present and how they wish to act in the future. Hinata's smile widened as she looked up into the sky. I learned that from Neji and Naruto. Hiyashi nodded in agreement, feeling pride in his daughter's wisdom. The truth of the matter was that while Hiyashi was generally viewed as a strict, harsh man, the fact of the matter was that he genuinely cared for the well-being of both his daughters. However, his greatest mistake in life was allowing his father, Hiyoshi Hyuga, to use his emotional state against him after the death of his wife. His father had encouraged Hiyashi to bury his emotions and push Hinata and Hanabi further than mere children not even in the academy should be pushed. It was a regret that Hiyashi carried to this day. Indeed, Hiyashi said, Neji was certainly an example to us all after the beating he got from Uzumaki. I could have easily hated Neji for everything he did and said back then, but what would that have done? It's better to judge people based on the present and the future, not the past. Hiyashi wanted to smile, but his years of training, and living in the Hyuga compound, would not allow it. Instead, he simply nodded. You have grown a great deal, Hinata, he said. Knowing that this was her father's way of expressing his pride, Hinata giggled and smiled. Meanwhile, in the trees, several Soul Reapers prepared for their aerial assault on the rooftops. I still can't believe we're gonna be flying. Squad 6 Lieutenant Renji Abarai admitted. Most of the time, we can't fly. It's because this world is just like the world of the living. Squad 3 Lieutenant Izuru Kira reminded him. We can fly in the world of the living just fine back in our world, so there's no reason as to why we can't pull it off here. Squad 9 Lieutenant Shuhei Hisagi grinned at his friend. You're not nervous, are you, Renji? Nervous? Hell no, I'm gonna shine in this war, man. Renji grinned. They're gonna write a ballad about my totally awesome heroics. Oh, shut up, morons. Renji and Shuhei were NLY floored by a sandal-clad foot to the face. Hiyori Surugaki landed in front of the two downed Reapers. Honestly, can't you two at least try to be stoic? This ain't gonna be a walk in the park like those skirmishes in the small towns and villages you know. This is a pretty big place compared to all of them. Stoic, huh? Hot calling the kettle black much. Lisa Yadomaru had her face buried in one of her magazines. Screw you, you four-eyed perv, Hiyori shouted. Hey, Lissa'd probably like that. Love Aikawa had his face buried in his own manga. Hey, watch it, Love, I'm not a pervert, I just have a healthy interest in that kind of stuff. Besides, I'm not even into Yuri. A man's touch is much more pleasant. Lisa explained. Isn't that the definition of a pervert? Izuru's sweat dropped. Anyway, if you're looking for a model on acting stoic, take a look at Marco and Commander Sabo. Those two are tougher to read right now than the token cooter character in a manga. Love pointed out. You and your manga references. Hiyori muttered in annoyance. Manga may be fictional, but it still speaks the truth. Love told her, not liking the fact that she was criticizing his favorite kind of literature. Damn otaku, Hiyori muttered. Hiyori folded her arms. Anyway, when are we gonna get started, anyway? The longer we wait, the bigger a chance the enemy has to realize we're here, that is if they don't even know we're here already. Don't be so impatient, Love chided. Commander Sabo is just waiting for everyone to get in place. Even after that, he wants to make sure we're not walking straight into a trap. I think he gave Hiyashi specific orders to check the area with his Byakugan on his command. Well, he better hurry, because I'm getting freaking impatient. Hiyori complained. Wasn't she just telling us to be stoic? Shuhei frowned. And doesn't she realize that Commander Sabo is close by and can probably hear her? Renji added. The two sweat dropped as they both realized that she either did not know, or did not care. You know what? Let's not try to find out. Renji suggested. Agreed. Inside of Clover Town. Arg, damn him, why couldn't he station me in an area where I can at least set up the required materials for my research? A tall man with long hair wearing a robe strangely made of gas complained. A young man with silver hair and a scythe with 3 blades grinned at the man. I don't know, Caesar. Why don't you go and complain right to the bastard? I'm sure he won't do anything to you for speaking out against him. Come now, Hidan, don't be so rude to our commanding officer. A masked man chided his partner. Why not, Kakuzu? Hidan of the Akatsuki frowned. I certainly can't complain that he made us set up all his surprises. Last time I did that, he trapped me in a room with his poison gas. I may not be able to die, but I still don't like dealing with poison gas. It hurts like a son of a bitch, you know. Honestly, Hidan, you should be thankful that your stupid god, Jashin, keeps you from dying. Kakuzu shook his head. What was that, you greedy heathen? Hidan screamed. Although I am inclined to agree with Hidan in that regard, Caesar. Kakuzu turned to the mad scientist. Those traps of yours are a waste of money. Our strength alone is enough, we have no need for traps. Caesar Clown, genius intellect and certified mad scientist, grinned. Shoo ro, there is no reason to get so worked up, gentlemen. The use of my designs will not only win us the day, but may indeed win us the war if the tests go as well as I expect them to. Hidan grinned at this. Well, someone's got a high opinion of himself. Sounds like someone I know. Kakuzu added. Oh, really, is it Itachi, Kisame, Deidara? Hidan inquired, not knowing who Kakuzu really meant. Ooh, wait, I know, it's our oh so fearless leader, right? What was his real name again? Nagisa. No, wait, that wasn't what it was. Kakuzu rolled his eyes at this. Idiot, he thought disdainfully. The name was Nagato, Hidan. Nagato. Hidan raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you cared to remember what it was. While I could care less for our deposed leader, his strength will result in him gaining a high bounty in the future. I would very much like to collect it. Hidan laughed at this. You want to collect a bounty on Nagisa? Man, I knew you were senile, but I never knew you had a death wish, Kakuzu. Nagato, Kakuzu corrected, and for your information, once I collect the hearts of a few individuals and gain their power, I will crush Nagato and collect the money I am sure to gain from killing that weak-hearted yet powerful fool. Who would possibly put a price on Nagisa's head? Hidan inquired. I'm not sure you're thinking this through, Kakuzu. It's not. Oh, never mind. Kakuzu shook his head. Anyway, you'd be surprised. Some would sire his death simply because they fear the power he possesses. Keep in mind that his Rinnegan is legendary even by the standards of a visual jutsu. Once the coalition is victorious, I will make so much money. Kakuzu mused greedily. In fact, I'm already making a killing. Oh, yeah, how so? Hidan inquired. Kakuzu only laughed. Hidan's sweat dropped at this. Kakuzu, you're acting kinda out of character, you know that. Hidan noted. If you two are finished, then return to your posts. Caesar ordered. Honestly, I thought you two would at least tolerate my frustration with Kanton for stationing me in this dump. You should be more respectful. Kakuzu pointed out. He did provide you with the supplies you needed to set up your creations throughout this town. Do you even know what I had on Punk Hazard, Kakuzu? Caesar growled angrily. An entire laboratory with all the research material I could ever ask for. But Law, Smoker, and those damn straw hats took it all away from me. I joined the coalition, because I thought Kanton would at least provide me something equal to or greater than what I had on Punk Hazard, and he didn't even do that. Kakuzu shook his head. Arguing with you is as pointless as it is with Hidan. Kakuzu noted, walking away. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Hidan angrily asked. You comparing me with this nutcase? I take offense to that, Kakuzu. I may not be the sanest guy alive, but mad scientists are the ultimate kind of crazy, way beyond my level. Kakuzu ignored Hidan and continued walking away. Hey, are you listening to me? Hidan screamed as he ran after his partner. Don't freaking ignore me, Kakuzu. You know I don't like that. With that, the two members of the Akatsuki left Caesar to his own devices. Caesar shook his head disdainfully. What annoyances, he muttered. With Sabo and Marco, they haven't made any moves yet. Sabo noted, looking through his binoculars once more. Do they even know whether we're here or not? Who knows, Marco admitted, but it is pretty quiet. other than the usual rounds on the rooftops and at the county line. Marco looked at Sabo. "What do you think, Commander?" he inquired. Sabo sighed. "How does our plan account for surprise attacks?" he asked Marco. "Considering that we're keeping half our men back, yeah, I'd say we've accounted for surprises pretty well." Marco replied. "We've got our fastest guys out at the front and our heavy hitters in the back. If they do surprise us, we'll just run right past them and then have the heavy hitters kick their asses." Marco smiled lightly at Sabo. "Don't look so nervous, you came up with a good plan, Commander," he encouraged. Sabo nodded, satisfied with this. He smiled slightly. "I can tell Ace was in great hands with you Whitebeards," he noted. Marco nodded solemnly. "Yeah," he said. Sabo stood up and raised his arm to the air. "Well, whether they know we're here or not, might as well get an inspirational speech off my chest while I'm here. Soldiers of the 2nd Division," Sabo cried out, "we have been marching and fighting for a while now. Tonight, however, our greatest and most important challenge lies before us." Sabo pointed down at Clover Town. "This town is one of many that represents the Coalition and their control over this world. Here, they control the railroad. Using that control, they have trapped people in their own homes. Taking back the railroad is an important part of our success here in this world. Once we take back the railroads, we will free those who have become prisoners in their own homes." Everyone was starting to get fired up at Sabo's speech. "We will do the same with every other world," Sabo continued. "But not because we have allies in every single world. No, it is just as Dragon said that day in Crocus." Sabo was reaching the end now. "We are not 4 different worlds. We are not wizards. We are not pirates. We are not soul reapers, and we are not shinobi. We are one great force. We have all suffered at the hands of the Coalition. That makes us one, and we will show it tonight. Show the Coalition that no matter where we come from, we will not stand by and let them do as they please. Show them, and we will win." The 2nd Division started cheering. With Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown heard the cheering faintly. "Looks like we've got some unwanted guests." Caesar grinned. "Shoo ro. No, it looks like we've got our first test subjects." With Hidan and Kakuzu. Hidan licked his lips in anticipation. "Looks like some sacrifices to Jashin have shown up, Kakuzu." Kakuzu frowned. "Don't go and get yourself killed, Hidan." Hidan glared at his partner. "Every damn time you say that," he complained. "You know that they can't kill me." Back with Sabo and Marco. "That was quite the risk you took there, Sabo," Marco pointed out. "Chances are you alerted them to our position." Sabo chuckled. "Maybe," he said, "but look how fired everyone up is now." Marco looked back at how excited everyone looked. "Sure, we may have had the element of surprise on our side. But do you ally want everyone going into a battle nervous?" Marco soon found himself looking at Sabo with newfound respect. "This kid," Marco thought, "he really has inherited your will, Ace." "Besides," Sabo continued, "you said it yourself. The plan's good enough, with or without the element of surprise. It's not like I'm gonna give them a chance to prepare for us." Sabo raised his arm into the air. "First wave," he yelled, "charge." Marco grinned and transformed into his full phoenix form. Sabo leapt onto his back and led the way as the Soul Reapers flew out of the trees. On the rooftops, several Coalition soldiers saw this happen and immediately went on the defensive. "Take aim," a captain yelled as Dark Wizards and Marines prepared to fire. On the ground, several cannons were pointed upwards. "Fire! Now," a Marine captain yelled. "Do not let them get into range." Marines frantically worked to fire the cannons, managing to get off several shots. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed on the rooftops fired as well at the Soul Reapers. Back at the top of the mountains, Darui took note of all of this. They've got all their attention on Commander Sabo, Marco, and the Soul Reapers. Darui noted. Darui gave the signal. "Forward," he yelled. With that, the shinobi came charging out of the trees. Back at the county line, a few soldiers noticed the movements of the shinobi. "Damn it, we've got another force coming right at us," the Marine yelled. "Concentrate your fire on the Soul Reapers." A heavily cloaked man with what looked like claws stepped into view and took charge. "What? But sir, you doubt my plan," The mortars will take care of the shinobi. If we lose the mortars we lose the county line. The cloaked man reminded the soldier. Should they manage to survive, he continued, I will be enough to stop them. Yes sir, the Marine said, defeated. Mortars, fire, the cloaked man yelled. On the rooftops, the mortars launched their volley of fire that rained down on the shinobi. Evasive maneuvers, several allied Jonin on the ground yelled. The shinobi all moved at high speeds as they evaded the mortar fire sent towards them. Damn it, they evaded our first attack. A soldier yelled in frustration. A dark-skinned D-man in the uniform of an Irankar had a stoic look on his face. It is of no concern, he said calmly, reload and prepare to fire again. Yes, Master Zamari, they said obediently. The men working the mortars frantically worked to reload the mortars while the snipers stationed with them attempted to shoot down the Soul Reapers that were still coming towards them. Now, fire, Espada 7, Zamari Ruro ordered. The mortars fired once more. The shinobi of the 2nd Division evaded the mortar fire once more as they slowly moved into range for their own attacks. Zamari narrowed his eyes in anger at this. To think that there are humans who can move at the same speed as a Sarankar. Zamari muttered to himself, this is unforgivable. As a loyal Espada to Lord Aizen I will not stand for this. Master Zamari, be silent and reload once more. He ordered. If we can keep them scattered, we can still ruin whatever it is they are planning. He yelled at the many snipers. Why haven't you shot down the Soul Reapers yet? I'm sorry, sir, they're moving too fast. What about the 2 men who aren't even Soul Reapers? Zamari angrily asked. We've hit them a few times, a soldier admitted, they've regenerated after every attack. Master Zamari, we suspect that those 2 are Marco the Phoenix, acting captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Sabo, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. A Marine pointed out. And I should care about this information because Admiral Fujitora reported that Sabo consumed the flame fruit during the Dressrosa incident, a Logia devil fruit that formerly belonged to Fire Fist Ace. And Marco the Phoenix, he ate a mythical zone devil fruit called the bird fruit, model Phoenix. Reports have stated that Marcus can regenerate like an actual Phoenix. I see, Zamari muttered. This may prove to be troublesome for us. Master Zamari, keep firing. But prepare for a confrontation. Zamari ordered. There is no doubt in my mind that they are targeting the mortars. We cannot allow them to be destroyed. Yes sir. The soldiers reloaded their mortars, took aim and fired off a 3rd shot. Dodge, Darui yelled as he continued to lead the charge. The 3rd time, unfortunately. A few shinobi were struck by the mortars due to the fact that they had gotten so close. Darui narrowed his eyes in sadness, knowing that he had no time to mourn for whoever had gotten hit. Damn, we barely left a mark on them and they're past our mortar range. We can't fire another shot. A Marine captain on the rooftops yelled in frustration. Zamari narrowed his eyes as he prepared to leap down and challenge these insolent humans, only for something else to catch his attention. Fire Fist. Zamari sonidoed away as a massive fireball struck the roof he was on, killing everyone except himself. Zamari stood in the air, as Sabo and Marco flew above him. The 7th Espada narrowed his eyes in anger. They've reached us, he muttered. Sabo grinned. Good evening, Mr. Coalition Leader, he said casually while tipping his hat. Terribly sorry to interrupt on whatever it is you were doing on this fine night, but unfortunately I'm going to have to take this city off your hands. Insolent human, Zamari said with controlled anger. You dare try and ruin what my masters have planned. Oh, I dare, Sabo grinned. After all, your master's intentions don't exactly coincide with Dragon's intentions. I owe Dragon my life. So I'm not going to let you get in his way. Quit chatting so casually with him, Sabo. Sabo heard Marco's voice. He's the enemy, fight him. All right, let me off on that building right next to him, Marco. Sabo leapt off of Marco and landed on said building. Much to the terror of every occupant of that building, Marco reverted back to his human form and landed next to Sabo. The 2 looked at the terrified foot soldiers. Boo, Sabo said. The soldiers all screamed as they fled at the sight of Sabo and Marco. Zamari shook his head in anger. Cowards, he muttered disdainfully. Zamari turned his attention to Sabo and Marco. Hey, Marco, Go ahead and help destroy those mortars. Sabo ordered him as Zamari moved onto the roof they occupied. You sure? Marco asked. Sabo casually stretched. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be enough for this guy. He's nowhere near my level. Marco nodded in agreement and left. Zamari frowned at this. Nowhere near your level, Don't be so arrogant, human. Hey now. Sabo grinned as he twirled his pipe about. I'm only calling him as I see him, you know. I'm really not normally like this, I can just tell that you're nowhere near my level. Back on the ground, it appears that Zamari has failed in containment. The cloaked one noted. Concentrate all cannon fire on the advancing ninja. He ordered the cannoneers. But the men on the roofs, sir. This is their punishment for failing their mission. The cloaked one said dismissively. Now do as I say. I will not have my plans fail just because you fools refuse to follow orders. Now, fire. The cannoneers all took aim and fired at the shinobi, managing to hit a few directly with their first few rounds. However, suddenly, several kunai flew forward and landed near many cannons. Tags on the kunai started to smoke. Explosive tags. A marine yelled as they exploded. The cloaked man dispassionately watched as many were enveloped in the explosion. Damned ninja, he muttered. Attack. Several coalition ninja charged the allied forces. When the coalition had taken over many of the minor countries and gained a majority control over the ninja world, they had taken steps to recruit the rogue shinobi working underground. They soon had nearly every mercenary that had once been a loyal ninja working for them. While they were nowhere near the level of the Akatsuki, the most powerful mercenary group of rogue shinobi in existence. Their numbers made them a force to be reckoned with when put together. The cloaked man flexed his claws. I believe it is time I get involved as well. He muttered as he vanished. With the ninja, Chojuro, one of two current members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, the other being Suigetsu Hazuka, who had joined Mist shortly after the 4th grade ninja. War cut down 3 mercenaries who had stood in his way. Ever since the young Mist ninja had grown in confidence during the 4th grade ninja war, his skills had grown immensely, something that the 5th Mizukage loved pointing out to him, much to his happiness. The more confident you are, the stronger the strike. Chojuro reminded himself. I will not disappoint Lady Mizukage. Chojuro then noticed something that made his eyes widen. Several ninjas suddenly fell forward with slash marks all over their body. He noticed the wind picking up around each ninja that fell. It's only a silhouette, but I can see him. Chojuro noted. I have to stop him. The blur was moving towards him. Chojuro swung the haramakare at it, only for it to be stopped mid-swing by the claws of the cloaked man. You're certainly fast for a normal guy. Chojuro noted. Oh, and what makes you think I'm normal? Chojuro grinned. If you were a Soul Reaper or an Arankar, you'd wear the uniform with pride. It's sorta similar with ninjas. Just about all of them wear their headbands with pride. Even the ones who leave their village wear their headbands, even if their insignias are crossed out. They do that as a show of pride. That they have rebelled against their village. Impressive. The cloaked man nodded. Such a fine mind for a young age. Unfortunately it is nowhere near mine. The two moved back from one another, creating plenty of distance. Not only that, but you are no match for my curse. With that, the cloaked man disappeared once more. He really is fast. Chojuro noted as he barely managed to block the second strike from the cloaked man. Meanwhile, a tall man with dark hair and a full beard stood calmly in the middle of the city as he listened to the sounds of battle. A hunchbacked man with violet skin, a moss, sieve chin and blonde hair stood next to him. Can you hear it, Nullpudding? The dark-haired man asked his subordinate. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, yes, Master Ivan. It is most certainly wonderful. Nullpudding nodded in agreement. Ivan Dreyar chuckled darkly as he continued to listen to the sounds of battle that had been going on for a while now. I've waited a long time for this. He admitted. Ever since our arrest last year, I have been waiting oh so patiently for the chance to get back at my foolish father and his precious guild. Ivan created a raven out of his Shikigami magic and bit its head off. Oh yes, I'll pluck off every single wing from the fairies I will come across, Nullpudding, just you wait. I look forward to every minute of it, Master Ivan. Nullpudding grinned. In fact, I'll join in, with your permission of course. Of course you may join. Ivan grinned. You were one of my elites after all. Suddenly, a man with pale skin, dark hair, and black lipstick appeared near Ivan and Nullpudding. Master Ivan, he said, bowing. Ah, you've returned, Black Snake. What is your report? Ivan inquired. Former Raven-tail wizard, codenamed Black Snake, bowed his head lowly. Sadly, no members of Phi Rai-tail were seen among the charging allied army, he said with genuine disappointment. Ivan frowned at this. He then lost said frown and grinned. Oh well, it is of no concern, he said. For all we know, the fairies could be hidden in the trees at the top of the mountains. Your orders then, Master Ivan? Nullpudding inquired. We hold our ground until we see the fairies fly, Ivan told them. After all, the only reason we joined this coalition was to take our revenge on the Fairy Tail Guild. Yes sir, Nullpudding and Black Snake chorused. Meanwhile, an obese man with a large mustache strangely ate on a trash can of all things as the sounds of battle continued to sound off. Bring me more food, now, he yelled. Several soldiers looked at one another in confusion as they held various objects tea were clearly meant to be this man's food. You heard him. An African American with an afro yelled. When King Wapple orders you to do something, you do it. Another man strangely dressed like a jester with a quiver and bow strapped to his back added. The soldiers all sighed as they gave Tin Plate Wapple his food. Wapple laughed as he gobbled down his food. Chess, Kuromarimo, he addressed his two subordinates. What is with those irritating sounds in the distance? They've been going on for too long now. I demand that you silence them immediately. Chess and Kuromarimo looked at one another. Chess spoke up first. Forgive us, Your Majesty. But considering that there is a battle going on, stopping those sounds so that you may eat in peace is sort of a tall order. Oh, but we'll take care of it, don't you worry, Your Majesty. Kuromarimo added. You just continue eating your meal. We'll return to check on you once we're done. Those annoying noises better be silent by the time you two return, otherwise I will have to execute both of you. Wapple warned them. Oh, don't worry, Your Majesty, it won't have to come to that. Kuromarimo promised. Indeed, just enjoy your meal, Your Majesty. Chess added. With that, Wapple's two most trusted subordinates left him to his vices. Meanwhile, it is a good thing that this battle is happening at night. An incredibly tall and masked being noted. I cannot stand the sunlight. The being chuckled darkly with both of its voices. Regardless, we would have had to fight. It noted. Indeed, but it is just so much easier to torment our enemies when we are not in the light. That is most certainly true. But with our ability to evolve infinitely, Lord Compton would be furious at us for wasting our abilities over something as petty as a distaste for the sun. Yes, that's true. I suppose we should get going then. I would very much like to take the power that the allied trash possesses for ourselves. Espada 9, Araniero Arurwari, chuckled as he made his way towards the battlefield. Now, let's go. Sabo vs. Zamari Ruro. Sabo kept his eye on Zamari as he continued moving about, creating afterimages of himself with Sonido. This is the power of my gemello Sonido, Zamari explained. As the fastest of the Espada, I can move so swiftly, I leave an image of myself behind. That is a pretty impressive power, Sabo admitted as he followed Zamari's movements. Honestly, I really can't tell which of you is which. And yet you still seem to be looking down on me, Zamari noted. I will not stand for that. Zamari left a fourth afterimage behind as he appeared in front of Sabo. Sabo remained calm as Zamari cut right through his body. You dumb ass, Sabo insulted him. My body is completely made of fire, you cannot cut me that easily. Sabo leapt into the air. It's a strange feeling. When I use the flame fruit, I feel like Ace is protecting me. Sabo created fire in his free hand. And when I attack with the fruit's powers, he continued, I feel like he's fighting with me. Fire fist. Zamari's eyes widened as the massive fireball came crashing down onto the rooftop. However, the seventh Espada quickly appeared next to Sabo, who had landed on a nearby rooftop. Ooh, you left an afterimage of yourself, right? Sabo inquired, grinning. Zamari narrowed his eyes. This damn human, he thought, he's still looking down on me, an Espada. Zamari cut through Sabo's arm. Sabo frowned. Hey, Idiot, do you have a bad memory or something? You can't hit me like that. Sabo lit his pipe on fire. Take this, he yelled, slamming the burning pipe straight into the side of Zamari's head. Zamari cried out in pain as he flew to the side, landing on his back. Sabo casually twirled his still burning pipe. Let's get something straight, vanishing bastard. Sabo said to him, I'm the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and the commander of the 2nd Division. A low-level peon like you is nowhere near my level. Furthermore, Sabo continued, we're taking this town today, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Zamari Ruro groaned in pain as he struggled to his feet. Even though his head had been ringing from getting smacked upside the head by Sabo's pipe, he had still clearly heard Sabo's little speech. It had infuriated him to no end. Zamari furiously glared at Sabo. A low-level peon, he said angrily. A low peon, you filthy, rotten human. Zamari screamed. I have had it with your arrogance. You will not leave this place alive. Sabo raised an eyebrow at this. I may not be able to cut you, but my true power does not lie within my swordsmanship. Zamari let go of his sword, allowing it to strangely float in the air. The 7th Espada clapped his hands together. Subside, he shouted. Brujeria, a resurrection, huh? Sabo narrowed his eyes. Time to get serious then. With Araniero Ururueri took a moment to sense the rise in his comrade's spiritual pressure. It appears that Zamari has already decided to go all out. As the only remaining original Espada, we have no business in not doing the same. Araniero removed his mask, revealing himself to be a handsome man with spiky black hair. It's too bad that we can't sense Rukia Kuchiki's spiritual pressure anywhere. We owe her for what she did to us last time we fought. Araniero grinned darkly as he twirled a Zanpakuto in his hand. Rankle the seas and heavens, Nejibana. Araniero cackled as a trident appeared in his hands in place of the Zanpakuto. Now then, he said, let's get going. Sabo versus Zamari. Sabo's sweat dropped at the strange sight before him. After finishing his transformation, Zamari's resurrection had turned him into, dude, you turned into a pumpkin. Sabo pointed out. Why? Zamari glared at him. A pumpkin, me, he said indignantly. Yeah, you look seriously lame. Sabo told him. But, what? Zamari was stunned at the fact that Sabo was still not taking him seriously. You damned brat, how dare you look down on Brujeria? Witchcraft. Sabo translated. I hate to break it to you buddy, but the only bewitching thing about your resurrection is that you can distract people with its lameness. Zamari found himself speechless due to the anger he felt. Hey, is that a pumpkin man? An alliance soldier inquired as many stopped their battles. Whoa, did he eat one of those devil fruits or something? Another asked. You idiot, that's a resurrection. A third admonished him. Really? Are we sure he didn't eat the pumpkin fruit or something like that? Wow, I never knew Master Zamari could do that. A coalition soldier interjected. He looks really lame. Another admitted. Is he really one of our superior officers? Zamari was now shaking in anger. You, he seethed, you are all going to pay for this. Do you hear me? You are all going to pay for mocking me. Say. Virile eyes suddenly opened around his body. Prepare to feel my amour, he declared. Sabo raised an eyebrow at this. Amour, he repeated in confusion. 2 eye markings suddenly appeared on his shoulders. What the hell? Tattoos. Sabo's arms then started moving on their own. What the hell? Now what? Sabo said in surprise. Both his hands then lit on fire, along with the pipe. Sabo's eyes widened as his STS suddenly started firing fireballs at soldiers. Commander Sabo, what are you doing? A soldier demanded. It's not me, something's controlling me. Sabo yelled back. All along the battlefield, several other soldiers suddenly started attacking each other. All of them had eye markings somewhere on their body. Sabo gasped upon realization. Your power is, he began. Correct, Commander. Zamari grinned arrogantly. Anything my eyes see fall victim to the power of my amour. Damn, Sabo gritted his teeth in anger at himself. I got careless. Indeed you did, Zamari stated, now full of confidence. Your arrogance shall be the death of you. Commander. But first, he continued, I will punish you for your arrogance by forcing you to attack your comrades. Bastard, Sabo cursed. Marco, help. Marco turned his attention to Sabo. What do you want me to do? Stop me, Sabo yelled. Do what you've got to do, short of killing me. Marco nodded and partially transformed into a phoenix. His arms became fiery wings. Got it, Commander, he said, flying towards Sabo. Meanwhile, back at the top of the mountains. If only we still had a Byakugan user up here with us. Don Sai complained, trying to get a good view of the battle going on at the bottom. We could get a better idea of how the battle is going. Honestly, everyone looks like ants from up here. We just need to wait for Commander Sabo's signal, right? Lizanna Strauss reminded them. He's gonna send up a big fireball into the sky, and we'll know then. Yeah, but what happens if the plan goes wrong? Sai inquired, not taking his eyes off the fight. We're gonna need a retreat signal, right? Whoa, Sai, bro, now's really not the time for thinking negatively. Boo pointed out. I'm just thinking realistically. Sai told him. I'm just pointing out that the Commander neglected to add a retreat signal just in case everything goes to hell. Honestly, Sai, I really don't think we need a signal. Gajiel Red Fox pointed out. All we have to do is see if those little dots are running back. Then we'll know if they're retreating. You know, I'm with Boo, I'm not sure I like you guys thinking negatively. Levi McGarden folded her arms. We're gonna win and that's that. Don Chinjiao laughed. I like your attitude, little one. He said. I couldn't agree more. We are going to win this battle. Rogue Cheney listened to the group chat about their chances. While the Shadow Drive, Agon Slayer himself had to admit that he himself was worried about their chances. He did want to believe that they were going to win this. So, Rogue turned to the most positive person in their group for his opinion on the matter. Hey, Straw Hat, what do you think? He inquired, only to find that Monkey D. Luffy was currently nowhere to be seen. Rogue's eyes widened comically as he face-faulted. Guys, he said, where's Straw Hat? Everyone looked at him. What are you talking about, Cheney? Sai raised an eyebrow. Straw Hat is right next to you. Sai froze mid-sentence. Bro, what's wrong? Boo asked. Everyone looked to where Luffy was supposed to be, right next to Rogue, and saw that the spot where Luffy had been standing lacked the Rubber Man himself. Everyone face-faulted simultaneously as they all came to realize just what had happened. Monkey D. Luffy had completely gone against the plan. Luffy. They all screamed in anger, horror, and annoyance. Meanwhile, on the path down the mountain. Going down the mountain was a lone imbecile in a straw hat. A lone imbecile who was actually running so fast, he was leaving a trail of fire in his path. Raw, Monkey D. Luffy roared. Watch out, you coalition bastards. I'm coming to kick your asses. It seemed almost inevitable that a 19-year-old with the patience of a 5-year-old would end up losing said patience and start charging down the mountain and completely disregarding the plan his commanding officer had put in place. Well, when you hang around with Straw Hat Luffy, this is par for the course. Back at the top, has that idiot lost his mind? Levi screamed in shock. Actually, he's probably got all the luck right now. Sai managed to regain his composure. With the enemy distracted by our first wave, Straw Hat's probably got a clear path down the mountain. Honestly, if it weren't for good luck, Straw Hat would have no luck at all. I can't believe he'd just bolt like that. Jet admitted. It's like dealing with Natsu all over again. Droy added. Hi. Everyone suddenly heard a familiar laugh. The group all gasped as a familiar face bolted down the mountain as well. Well, since the plan's already gone out the window, I certainly can't let Straw Hat take all the fun. Let's go, Lily. Gajiel called out to his cat. Panther Lily nodded and transformed. Right behind you, Gajiel. He shouted. Wait, Gajiel, are you serious right now? Levi cried out, waving her arms frantically. Gajiel, wait. Rogue ran after the Iron Dragon Slayer and his cat. I'm coming as well. Rogue too. Jet and Droy shouted in surprise. Does strategy mean anything to them? Lizanna laughed nervously. Those boys, she said, they mean well, but they're all so impatient. Natsu is the same way. That's putting it mildly. Sai noted. Hey, Grandpa. Sai addressed Shinjiao. What do you think? Want to go with them? Qinzhao stroked his beard. It's best we remain up here for a while and follow Commander Sabo's orders. He said. I take it that means we're not going to try and stop Straw Hat either. Sai inquired. Oh, don't worry, he can take care of himself. Qinzhao said dismissively. Levy's sweat dropped. So, just so we're clear, we're going to let 4 soldiers get away with insubordination. Is that what you guys are telling me? She deadpanned. Sai and Bu looked at Levy like she had grown a second head. Whoa, 2 of those soldiers are your friends and you want to report them for insubordination? Bu asked in shock. That is cold, Shorty, real cold. Sai added. Oh, shut up. Levy shouted indignantly. Yeah, you leave Levy alone, you jerks. Jet and Droy shouted in unison. Enough. Qinzhao said sternly. Those 4 can take care of themselves. A fiery red-haired beauty watched Gajil, Panther Lily, and Rogue ran down the mountain after Luffy. Flare Corona, form. Wizard of Raven Tail had a worried look on her face. Pointy head is right, Flare said. Gajil, Straw Hat and the others will be just fine. Lizana nodded in agreement. All we can do is believe in them. And back them up when the commander gives the signal. Everyone nodded in silent agreement. Chojuro vs. The Cloaked One. Haramakare release. Chojuro shouted as the bandages fell away from the massive sword in his hands. The Cloaked One appeared impassive at the release of Chojuro's sword. A sword of chakra, he noted. What an interesting weapon. This is considered to be the second most difficult blade to master amongst the blades wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Chojuro explained. Just behind the Samahata itself. Every wielder of Haramakare has required near-perfect chakra control in order to properly wield its awesome power. Interesting, I wonder how such a weapon compares to the might of my curse. Again with the whole curse thing, Chojuro frowned. What is with this guy? Is he emo or something? You seem confused, boy. The Cloaked One noted. Why is that? Oh, nothing, just trying to figure out if you're emo or something. Chojuro blurted out without thinking. Choi. Yuro went pale when he realized his mistake. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that at all. He said frantically, waving his arms around. No, I am not emo. The Cloaked One replied. What I am, however, is superior to you in every way possible. Why don't I show you? Chojuro narrowed his eyes at this. He then gripped Haramakare with both hands and swung it at the Cloaked One, creating a massive blade of sea. Chakra that the Cloaked One easily dodged, but Chojuro did strike down 2 coalition soldiers several feet away. He dodged that with ease. The Mist Swordsman mentally noted. Chojuro's eyes widened. He's behind me, he realized. The Cloaked One indeed appeared behind Chojuro and attempted to strike him down with his claws. Chojuro changed his Haramakare in what appeared to be a shield form. This guy, Chojuro thought, he's definitely fast. Do you understand now? The Cloaked One inquired. This is the power of my curse. My speed has evolved beyond what it used to be. Someone like you doesn't stand a chance. Don't underestimate me, Chojuro told him. If I lose to you here, I don't think I'd be able to face Lady Mizukage. Chojuro thrusted his shield form forward, knocking the Cloaked One away. Oh, a loyal soldier. The Cloaked One seemed surprised at this. How interesting. Yes, I am loyal, what of it? Tell me, boy, are you prepared to die for your leader? The Cloaked One said darkly. Chojuro's eyes widened at this. Suddenly, he found himself flashing back to the day the Hidden Mist's path changed. Flashback. 3 years ago. The village hidden in the mist was known for easily being the most violent of the 5 great nations. Something that the mist had proven through their own actions. Be it the brutal graduation exams, or the very recent bloodline purge perpetrated by the former 4th Mizukage. Yagura the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Such a bloody past had resulted in very few smiles, and even less hope amongst the people of the Land of Water. However, despite that checkered past, the Mist Village was all smiles today. For today, they hopefully change that course and move forward into a different era. Today was the inauguration of the 5th Mizukage, the last of the Terumi clan, a woman named Mei. Mei Terumi was a rarity amongst ninja, not just in the mist, but even amongst the 5 great nations. This is because the Terumi clan is known for having 2 Kekkei Genkai, Vapor style and Lava style. However, even among the Terumi clan, having both vapor and lava was incredibly rare, which made Mei a gem, so to speak. After managing to survive the hellish graduation exam at age 9, Mei quickly became beloved by the citizens of the Mist with both her likable charm and prodigal skill. However, after the Third Great Ninja War and the death of the third Mizukage, that love turned to hate. When the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, took over, the bloodline purge began afterwards. The Terumi clan, due to having two Kekkei Genkei, were among the first clans to be purged from the mist. I was the only survivor of the slaughter, as Yagura himself had personally attacked them, wiping out the clan with the power of the Three Tails. Mei fled the village soon afterwards, along with Severa, who opposed the fourth Mizukage's plan. Mei soon became the leader of a rebelling faction that managed to gain steam after Zabuza Momochi's failed coup of his own. Ultimately, Mei took control of Mist after Yagura died under mysterious circumstances. With Yagura gone, Mist almost completely fell apart, which resulted in the people accepting the rebellion's new regime eagerly. With the rebels now in complete control, they immediately moved to elect the new Mizukage. Mei was chosen unanimously due to her strength, will, and the fact that her two bloodlines would mark a new change in the Mali prejudiced world that was the Hidden Mist. The citizens of the Mist suddenly started to cheer as Mei took the podium, holding the hat of the Mizukage. They all immediately went silent as Mei raised her hand and called for silence. Citizens of the Mist, she yelled down to them, hear me. The days where blood, fear, and hatred ruled our village is over. We will rebuild and turn the Mist into what it was always meant to be. A village whose strength relies on the many, not the few. Mei was referring to the old graduation ritual that she had been forced to endure. A village where our children, and our children's children can play in the streets in peace. But most of all, a village where we can all work together in harmony, regardless of past prejudices to build and protect our home. Here, Mei was calling for peace among all ninja, regardless of their power. All of this will be done, Mei declared. This I swear, as the fifth Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. With that, the Sieve crowd erupted into cheering that dwarfed the cheering from before. A younger Chojuro had tears in his eyes as his sensei, an older man who held the Haramakare, stood next to him. Wipe those tears away from your eyes, Chojuro, he ordered. This is a time of celebration. I can't help it, sensei, I'm just so happy right now. Chojuro replied, wiping away his tears in one hand while drying up his fogging glasses with the other. I suppose you do have every right to be happy. This is the beginning of a new era, after all. Yeah, it is. The fourth Mizukage was a very terrifying man. Chojuro admitted. Not just that, Chojuro. But the days of senseless deaths among our own comrades are long over. Chojuro looked at his sensei. You really think so? Chojuro's sensei nodded. I know so, boy. He said. Take a look at Lady Mizukage. Chojuro looked up and took notice of her beautiful smile. He smiled as well. A woman like that would never think about sending any of us to our deaths. You can tell that just by looking at her, sensei. Ha, you forget that I'm an excellent judge of character, Chojuro. His sensei reminded him. Why else would I keep you around all these years? Chojuro's sweat dropped at this. Thanks. Lady Mizukage is not the type to order you to die for her or the village. She'd rather leave that up to the individual. The old man grinned. But even then, she'd rather it be a last resort. Otherwise, that smile of hers will turn into a frown very fast. Really? Chojuro looked up at the new Mizukage with even more admiration than before. I like that, sensei. He said, smiling. I do as well, Chojuro, I do as well. End flashback. I am, Chojuro replied, I am prepared to die for Lady Mizukage. Excellent, because I can certainly arrange that. But, Lady Mizukage would not approve if I died for her just like that. She would never want us to sacrifice ourselves just like that. Chojuro interrupted. Oh, is that right? Do you know what made Lady Mizukage different from the former fourth Mizukage? He said. She understood that being a leader does not make you a god. It doesn't give you the right to decide who lives and who dies. The cloaked man shook his head at this. How ridiculous, he said. Soldiers live and die by the orders of their leaders. Ridiculous, Chojuro growled. And what do you know about what it means to be a leader, huh? I do know that your Mizukage is incredibly weak-hearted. The cloaked one replied. Chojuro narrowed his eyes at this. The Haramakare transformed into a double-edged axe. Chojuro kept glaring at the cloaked one as he swung Haramakare at him. The man vanished, but the cloak was struck and cut in half. Chojuro's eyes widened. That cloak was truly bothersome. The voice of the man sounded out. It would sometimes restrict me from using my speed curse. Chojuro barely blocked another strike to the back from the formerly cloaked one. This time, however, Chojuro got a good look at his opponent. His opponent was a tall, lanky, bespectacled man. Although, not all of his body was completely human. That was putting it mildly, actually. A majority of his opponent's body was not human. The man was covered in cat-like fur that was colored black. He even had black, cat-like ears and a cat-like tail. The claws that had been protruding from the sleeves had not been weapons, they were a part of his hands, they were actual claws. To put it simply, while he looked like a cat, there was nothing cute and cuddly about him. In fact, he looked downright menacing. Chojuro's eyes widened. Your appearance. I am Kuro of 1,000 Clans. Kuro introduced himself. And you will be my latest victim for my improved cat claws. Your appearance, Chojuro repeated. Ah yes, this appearance. I'm sure you are aware of the Dark Guild, Tartarus, correct? Chojuro nodded. Tartarus has a room known as Hell's Core, which not only serves as the rebirth room for the demons that reside in the guild, but also a place where people can become demons, if they survive the process of course. As you can see, Kuro continued, pushing up his glasses with the palm of his hand, I survived said process and became a demon. As a result, my power has grown to a point that trash-like. You cannot possibly hope to compete with. Chojuro managed to regain his composure. We'll see about that. That's the thing boy, you won't see. Kuro told him. Once I use my speed curse, you won't see me at all. Kuro got into a stance that was reminiscent of a predator preparing to pounce. Now, he said, prepare to fall to my improved power. Out of the bag attack. With that, Kuro vanished from view at a speed so fast. Even Chojuro could no longer follow his movements. He might be a match for Might Guy and Rock Lee at that speed. The swordsman realized. Chojuro then gasped in pain as he was sudden. Lee slashed across the chest in under 2 seconds. Then another slash in the next 2 seconds. Then another, and finally a massive slash with both claws that downed the missed swordsman. Kuro appeared behind him and adjusted his glasses once more. 10 seconds again, he mused. Mard Gear was right when he said that would be my current time limit when using my speed curse to the fullest. Kuro looked at his downed opponent. Normally, the out-of-the-bag attack has me moving at random, killing everything I come across. Thanks to my speed curse, however, I can control the ability better and use it with more precision. The only downside is that the more precision that I decide to use, the more control is required. And, unfortunately, the more I control my new power, the more exhausting it is. As such I can only use it for a limited time, and even more time is required to recharge the ability, so to speak. However, I won't deny that the increase in power and precision is quite welcome. I don't even have to waste time swaying anymore. Kuro looked back at the defeated Chojuro with disdain. He then noticed that he was still breathing, albeit barely. Oh, you're alive. Well then, let's change that. Kuro then noticed something charging down the mountain. Actually, hold that thought, swordsman. He said, it appears you get to bleed out and die painfully rather than receive mercy from me. Kuro adjusted his glasses yet again. It appears that I must take care of a few pests that have decided to join us. Meanwhile, Black Snake had also noticed movement from down the mountains. He IDED to get a closer look as to who was joining them, as he was rather confused at the fact that it appeared to be such a small number. Vision magic. Using his rare form of magic, Mimic, Black Snake said another rare form of magic that is typically taught to reconnaissance soldiers for Fiore's army. Using this magic, Black Snake scanned the slope of the mountain and saw 4 new combatants charging down. One of which was way ahead of the other 3. He recognized the one that was ahead of the other 3. Straw Hat Luffy, he noted, a very infamous pirate with a bounty of 400 million in the pirate world. Black Snake looked at the other three. I certainly don't recognize that cat man. He continued. But, I do recognize that one, Rogue Cheney, the Shadow Dragon Slayer of Sabretooth. Black Snake grinned when he saw the last of them. And Gajiel, the damn traitor himself, has also shown up. He noted. Master Ivan is going to love this. With that, Black Snake left to report his findings to Ivan. However, in his haste to report seeing the traitor of Raven Tail, Black Snake neglected to check to see if there were any other reinforcements nearby, besides those four. With Zamari Ruro, Zamari watched calmly as Sabo continued to unwillingly attack his own division. It was frustrating that many had managed to avoid Sabo, but as long as Sabo's arms remained under his control, Zamari's plan would work. Just what do you think you're doing, Zamari? A very flamboyant voice inquired. You're just standing there. Zamari frowned in annoyance as an androgynous male appeared behind him. I was unaware that Caesar had changed your assigned area, Lupi. Zamari stated calmly. Lupi Antenor casually stretched out. Oh, but it's so boring to just stand and do nothing, especially when you can hear the sounds of battle nearby. But back to the subject at hand, what are you doing? Lupi asked. Why are you standing there when there are still enemies that need to be destroyed? Zamari scoffed. Fighting directly is beneath me. All I must do is force my enemies to kill each other, and take control of those who dare to face me with my Amor. How bothersome, Lupi retorted in annoyance. Waitin'. G for prey to come to you is so bothersome. As is coming to those who are weaker than you. Zamari replied. I am above this garbage, and they will see it as I use their own soldiers to destroy them. Zamari narrowed his eyes at Lupi. You were little more than a temporary replacement for Grimjow. Don't think you can get away with demeaning me. I may have been a replacement. Lupi glared at his comrade. But I still outranked you during that time, number 7. As such, Lupi continued, I can pull rank and order you to move your lazy bum. And I will refuse such an order. Zamari stated calmly, you are only one rank above me. Our strength is almost equal. Lupi scoffed at this. Honestly, you are impossible to talk to. He stated, as are you. Zamari stated as Lupi left. With that, Lupi Desi. Dead to enter the battle being fought by shinobi, taking note of the fact that the Alliance ninja were starting to overwhelm their forces. That, and on a more personal level, he wanted to stay as far away from the obnoxious man known as Zamari. Lupi landed gracefully on the ground and looked at the battle being waged around him. Now then, let's see, he said, who won't waste my time. If you are looking for a challenge, then look no further. A male voice spoke up. Lupi turned to see Hiyashi Hyuga already in his gentle fist stance. After all, Hiyashi continued, the Hyuga clan are the most powerful the Leaf have to offer. Oh my, those are some freaky looking eyes of yours, old man. Lupi stated mockingly. Hiyashi remained stoic as he analyzed his new opponent. What power, Hiyashi thought, so this is what spirit energy looks like. Lupi smirked and drew his Zanpakuto. An unarmed fighter, huh? You're lacking in brains, aren't you? I mean, come on, you're bringing fists to a sword fight, mister. White eyes. That's not very smart, Hiyashi responded by charging Lupi. The Hyuga clan had attempted several palm strikes at the former Espada. Lupi casually swayed away from each strike, smirking at Hiyashi all the while. Sorry, too slow, Lupi shouted, stabbing his sword forward. However, in a sudden burst of speed, Hiyashi knocked Lupi's blade away and thrusted his free palm forward. Palm heel strike. He struck Lupi in the chest. Lupi coughed up blood as he skidded backwards. Hiyashi's stoic face remained as he then berated the Espada. Only a fool would show off his fighting ability at the start of the fight. The true path to victory, Arankar, Hiyashi continued, is to first analyze your opponent's skills and develop your strategy accordingly. Lupi glared at the Hyuga and wiped the blood from his face. You make it sound like I had been going all out at the beginning. Oh, do you really think this is all I can do? Don't underestimate me. I went easy on you at first because I did not the idea of wasting my power against mere humans. Hell, the only reason I'm even here is because it's either deal with you trash, or listen to Zamari ramble. Lupi sonidoed towards Hiyashi, who aged to follow his even quicker movements thanks to his Byakugan. This time, The clan head was on the defensive as he speedily dodged Luffy's slashes. "Oh, hold still, I really don't want to waste too much time here, you know," Luffy shouted. Hiashi kept dodging as he patiently waited for an opening. Eventually, he saw one and struck. With a quick jab to Luffy's sword arm, the Espada felt it go limp. Luffy's eyes widened. Oh crap, palm heel strike. Hiashi struck again. However, this time, Luffy was prepared and vanished via Sonido. He then reappeared behind Hiashi with his covered hand held out. "Bala," he yelled, firing several speedy balls of spirit energy. Hiashi saw this attack thanks to his Byakugan and quickly countered. "Rotation," he shouted, spinning and dispelling the Bala with his chakra. Luffy was shocked. What? A human having a defense capable of stopping an Arankar's attack? That's impossible. Hiashi stopped spinning and faced his opponent. "Don't be so sure," he said. "Did you already forget what I said, Arankar? The Hyuga are the strongest in the Leaf, be sure to remember that." Luffy was now seething at how easily Hiashi was dismissing him. Luffy was a prideful and arrogant person. Things like this would not be tolerated in his eyes. Roaring in anger, Luffy switched hands on his blade and charged Hiashi once more, intent on cleaving him in half. Hiashi calmly leaned to the side as Luffy slashed down and struck. "Rotation," he shouted, spinning once more. Luffy gasped in pain as he was struck in the back by the spinning Hyuga. He used a defensive-based move for offense. Luffy realized as he was sent sprawling onto his stomach. Hiashi watched as Luffy struggled to his feet, groaning in pain that was originating from where his spine had been struck. He turned to Hiashi with a murderous glare. "You filthy, rotten, white-eyed bastard," he screamed. "You have the nerve to look down on me like this? Who the hell do you think you are dealing with here? An enemy that could potentially prove to be dangerous to our plans." Hiashi replied, surprising Luffy. "I am not looking down on you at all, Arankar. The Byakugan sees just about everything, and that includes the power you possess." Hiashi explained. "That power cannot be unleashed on the Alliance. So, I plan incapacitate you here and now. Heh, if you can stop me from unleashing it." Luffy cackled. "I already have." Hiashi deadpanned before yelling. "Now Hinata." Luffy's eyes widened as Hinata Hyuga leapt into the air. 8 trigrams air palm, Hinata shouted, thrusting her palm downwards at Luffy at high speeds. PPI gasped in pain as he was suddenly downed once more by a vacuum shell of air that had tremendous pressure behind it. Hinata landed in front of the downed Arankar and quickly ran beside her father. Hiashi nodded. "Excellent work, Hinata. You played your part perfectly." Hinata bowed respectfully. "Right, thank you father." Hiashi looked at the downed Luffy. "As much as I abhor attacking from behind, we could not allow him to unleash his full power. That would have been far too risky." Hiashi looked at Hinata. "I am glad that I was able to trust you to pull that off, Hinata. I'm just glad that you were not hurt in the process, father." Hinata told him. "I would have been forced to intervene sooner." Hiashi nodded. "All right then, let us move on to those cannons. It's best we destroy them now before new cannoneers take over." Before the father and daughter could move towards said cannons, a chuckle stopped them both. Then, a raspy voice spoke up. "Hey now, you're not leaving yet, aren't you, Mr. White Eyes?" "I haven't even gotten started yet." Luffy staggered to his feet with a now insane gleam in his eyes. "Sure, I look pretty beat up, and my outfit is ruined too thanks to your stupid daughter's attack, but I can still fight. In fact, why don't I show you that power you fear so much, White Eyes?" Hiashi growled at this. "Hinata, prepare yourself," he told her as they both got back into their gentle fist stances. Luffy cackled as a great amount of spiritual pressure was soon felt by the two Hyuga. "Now, strangle, Trepidora." Hinata's eyes widened as 8 massive tentacles grew out of Luffy's back. "What is that?" Hinata wondered. Hiashi narrowed his eyes, remembering a war council meeting involving the highest-ranking members of the village, that involved a quick briefing on the abilities of their new opponents. Flashback. After the commander elections and before the Fury campaign, Tsunade had tossed copies of the information provided by the other worlds in front of each clan head. One in party, Kular almost immediately stuck out to Sume Inuzuka as they started looking through the documents. "Whoa, check out the look of this guy," she said. "He's got a transformation just like Naruto does." Tsunade took a look at the document. Ah, yes, that one. That particular transformation had been emphasized by head captain Kyoraku. Oh yeah, how so? Shikamaru Nara, who had been filling in as Jonin commander for his deceased father, lazily inquired. It's known as resurrection. Tsunade looked as though she found the name strange. It allows these beings known as Arankar to transform into a form that is a manifestation of what had used to be their hollow powers. Should we be concerned of such a form? Hiyashi Hyuga inquired. Tsunade grimly nodded. Very, she said, once an Arankar uses resurrection, depending on his or her own power level, their threat increases greatly. And where would you place their threat level when they use such a form? Shikamaru inquired, already going over several possible strategies. Tsunade thought over what Shunsui had said during that meeting and how he compared his top soldiers to Tsunade's. A low-level Arankar, when using resurrection, could probably be classified as a B rank. Only our strongest Chunin and higher could take them. Then we have some A rank as well. Special Jonin and regular Jonin should be able to handle them with no problem. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. However, there are those who have power so great that they could be considered Akatsuki-level threats. We're talking S-ranked fighters who are probably on Kakashi's level. Maybe even one or two who could go toe-to-toe with a cage. Kakashi Hatake frowned behind his mask. How many are we talking about? He inquired. Shunsui pointed out 10 in particular who our world would classify as S-ranked. He called them the Espada. Tsume's eyes widened. 10 new S-ranked threats. That's just about the same number as the Akatsuki, and we had a ton of trouble dealing with just them. She pointed out. Shikamaru sighed. What a drag, he said in annoyance. Our village is filled with tons of A-ranked ninja, but unfortunately I can count on one hand the amount of S-ranks we have in our village. Shikamaru held up his hand. We've got Lady Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei if those otherworld folks really think they can heal him, Sasuke if you technically count him as one of us, and Naruto. You don't consider yourself S-rank, Shikamaru. Choza Akamichi was surprised. Didn't you defeat the Akatsuki member that killed Asuma? I won that fight because that guy was an arrogant idiot who fell into my trap. If he was any smarter, I would have died for sure. Shikamaru admitted. I'm not going to pretend I'm strong enough to take out some S-rank threats based on raw power alone. Shikamaru got out of his seat, holding onto his copy. If you don't mind, Lady Tsunade, I need to be alone to study this and come up with some strategies, maybe get some training in too. I have a feeling that this is gonna be the greatest challenge our village has ever had. Tsunade nodded. I understand. Go right ahead, Shikamaru. With that, Shikamaru left. Tsunade turned to the rest of the people present. I advise all of you to study those documents as best as you can, and impart what you've learned to your comrades. We're gonna need all the preparation we can get and we only have a limited time for that. What do you mean, Lady Tsunade? Hiyashi inquired. I mean that we're going to the wizard world soon. Our first campaign is coming up. Until then, you are all dismissed. Hiyashi nodded in understanding and stood up. I understand completely. I will go and speak with my clan right away. With that, everyone else did the same. End flashback. So this is an Arankar's resurrection. Hiyashi thought grimly. The power certainly feels S-ranked, that's for sure. Damn, this is bad. Even I must admit that I am nowhere near the level of S rank. Only high A rank. Hinata is probably B rank at this rate. Theoretically we'd have a chance against him if we fight together. But we don't even know what his full power is yet. Luffy cackled madly. Time to die, he yelled, launching all 8 of his tentacles. Move, Hiyashi yelled to his daughter. The duo attempted to dodge the tentacles coming towards them, only to end up entangled by 2 of them. Hinata, try to get free, Hiyashi told her. Hinata struggled. I can't. Luffy laughed. It's no use, he shouted. In this form, my physical strength increases beyond levels mere humans can comprehend. Observe, he continued, tightening his tentacles' grip. Hinata cried out in pain. Hiyashi gritted his teeth but managed to keep from doing the same. Let my daughter go, I'm the one you want, Hiyashi demanded. Oh, sorry, that's not how it works, White Eyes. Luffy said mockingly. If you didn't want your daughter hurt, You shouldn't have gotten her involved in this fight. That's how it worked. Luffy then noticed a few shinobi coming to help Hiashi and Hinata. Don't interrupt me, he yelled, swatting them away with another tentacle. Someone help. Hinata thought frantically, please, help. Sabo versus Marco. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sabo repeated frantically, as he continued, shooting fireballs at his own division against his will. Damn it, Sabo, stop apologizing and try to resist at least. Marco yelled at him. Zamari had his arms folded and laughed arrogantly. Fools, my amour cannot be resisted, only accepted. He stated. Accept my amour, Commander, accept it. Oh shut up you damn pumpkin. Sabo yelled. Do you have any idea how creepy that sounds, or are you just stupid? Zamari was shocked at this. You dare insult me in your position, Commander? Oh I dare. Hell, if my arms didn't literally have minds of their own right now, I'd be training them on you, pumpkin. It was actually a pretty comical scene. Sabo was craning his neck to yell at Zamari while his arms were forced outwards to shoot fireballs at his comrades. Marco tried to kick Sabo with armament hockey, ONL. Why for Sabo's arms to block with his pipe? Marco narrowed his eyes as he tried to overpower Sabo's arms. Unfortunately, Marco found himself unable to do just that, much to his frustration. Oh come on, how hard is it to win against a few of your body parts? Marco asked exasperatedly. Hey, these are the arms of the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, remember that at least. Sabo yelled with pride. Zamari narrowed his eyes. As long as that damned phoenix is in the way, the commander cannot attack his own comrades, which is frustrating. He noted. That being said, that phoenix, I believe he is known as Marco the Phoenix, is incredibly powerful in his own right. If he can remain preoccupied, our forces can overwhelm the peons. You seem relaxed, Zamari. Zamari turned to see a dark-haired man drive. Est familiarly in a variation of the uniform of an Irankar. Is that you, Araniero? Zamari inquired. Indeed it is, Araniero replied. You like. This is the form we used against that Soul Reaper, Rukia Kuchiki. Yes, I remember the data you had sent us during that fight. Zamari remembered. So, having fun? Araniero inquired. This is not meant to be fun, Araniero. Zamari told him. This is proving a point. Geez, you're as high-strung as ever. Araniero noted. So, Araniero continued, how long are you going to play with these idiots? It is not playing. Zamari retorted. I am ensuring our victory by forcing them to fight amongst themselves. This is both a strategy to lead us to victory, and punishment for resisting our will. Araniero shrugged. If you say so, he said, watching Marco and Sabo clash with one another. With Kuro. Kuro was once again standing in a manner reminiscent to a predator preparing to pounce as he awaited the arrival of his next opponent. That's right, come to me. He snarled. Don't think I haven't figured out who you are yet. Thanks to my enhanced abilities, I know that it is you, Straw Hat. I haven't forgotten the humiliation you put me through on that island, how you ruined my greatest plan. I haven't forgotten any of that, and I will have my revenge. Before Kuro could ramble on any further, he was suddenly knocked to the ground. The culprit was Luffy himself, who was already in second gear. The pirate captain leapt into the air, propelling himself off of the back of Kuro's head, sending him to the ground in the process. Hey, Sabo, Luffy yelled. What do you think you're doing? Sabo heard Luffy's yell. His eyes widened comically. Luffy. Luffy stretched his arms out and grabbed onto the shoulders of the nearest people he could find, which just so happened to be Renji Abarai and Izuru Kira. What the, Luffy, what are you doing? Renji asked, trying to incapacitate a soldier controlled by Zamari's amour. Gum gum. Wait, hold on, Luffy. Izuru pleaded. Jet rocket. Luffy propelled himself even further at blinding speeds. Sabo and Marco both looked up as Luffy hurled himself into the air. Luffy then noticed Zamari. His eyes widened. Whoa, a pumpkin man. He shouted with stars in his eyes. Luffy, he's the one controlling me. Sabo yelled. Luffy's gaze of admiration immediately turned into one of anger. Hey, pumpkin bastard, let Sabo go. Luffy demanded, cocking his arm back and coating it with armament hockey. He's an irritating one, huh? Araniero grinned. Zamari narrowed his eyes. Let's see how well an act of order can stand against my amour," he said, aiming one of his eyes at Luffy's arm. "Now, accept my amour, Straw Hat," Zamari yelled. "Gum gum," Luffy began, fist lighting on fire. Zamari's eyes widened. "It's not working," he said, shocked. "Red Hawk." Luffy launched his flaming fist at Zamari at speed so fast, Zamari and Araniero could not keep up. Before Zamari could react, he was struck in the chest by the Red Hawk. Zamari cried out in pain as the flames caused external damage, and the massive force behind it shattered several of his ribs, along with much more internal damage. Araniero's eyes widened as Zamari flew into the nearest building, destroying it instantly. "Zamari!" he yelled in worry. When the dust cleared around the now ruined building, Zamari was revealed to have reverted to his regular form, completely defeated in one attack. Araniero looked at Luffy in shock. "There's no way," he muttered. Not only was he able to resist Zamari's amour, he even defeated him in one attack. It's not that Luffy resisted amour. It's just that his haki made him immune to it. Araniero turned his attention to the voice speaking to him, only to suddenly be enveloped by flames that sent him flying backwards. By coating his arm with armament haki, Luffy managed to give himself a shield of sorts for amour. Sabo explained. Luffy grabbed onto the rooftop of a building and pulled himself to it. "Hey, Luffy, what the hell were you thinking? I told you to stay behind," Sabo yelled. "What? No way was I going to let you have all the fun," Luffy yelled back. "Just because you're my big brother doesn't mean you can tell me what to do." "That's exactly what it means," Sabo yelled back. Before the two could argue any further, Luffy noticed something that made his eyes widen. "Whoa, an octopus guy is here, that is so cool." Sabo took notice of Luffy's appearance for the first time. He then noticed something else sticking out to him. "Damn it, he's got Hinata and Hiashi as well." "What? Hinata and her dad are nice people and my friends, that's not very nice," Luffy yelled. "Hey, octopus guy, let Hinata and her dad go," he demanded. "Luffy, don't announce your presence like that." Sabo face-palmed. Luffy frowned and turned to see Luffy standing on the roof. "Oh, look, another mouse has come to play." Hinata noticed the new arrival as well, much to her surprise. Luffy, Straw Hat, Hiashi was surprised as well. "If you want me to let these two go, then make me," Luffy yelled, speedily launching his 6 remaining tentacles at Luffy. "Now die, Hiero Virgin." The 6 tentacles grew spikes at the ends. Luffy remained calm as he dodged Luffy's attacks effortlessly with observation haki, much to Luffy's surprise. "You're slow," Luffy said to him as he leapt onto one of the tentacles. "Now gum gum." Luffy ran down the tentacle stretching his arms back. Luffy's eyes widened as he prepared to use Hinata and Hiashi as human shields. Eagle Bazooka. Luffy's attack sped right past the moving tentacles and struck Luffy in the chest. Luffy gasped in pain as he stumbled backwards, releasing Hinata and Hiashi in the process. Sabo flew over Luffy. "Hinata, Hiashi, get out of the way," he ordered. Hinata and Hiashi did just that while Luffy leapt off of the tentacle he was on. As this happened, Sabo pointed his pipe at Luffy as the hole started to catch on fire. "Don't think I didn't notice what you tried to do, bastard. Here's what I think of you. Trying to use my comrades as human shields." "Fireworks," Sabo shouted, shooting several flames out of the end of the pipe like a rocket. Just as Luffy recovered, he noticed the flames speeding towards him. Screaming in horror, Luffy was enveloped by the flames. Luffy screamed in pain as he reverted to his normal form and collapsed onto his back, charred and defeated. Luffy landed on the ground. Sabo soon joined him. Luffy grinned as Sabo walked over to him, thinking he was going to praise him, only to cry out in pain as Sabo smacked him over the head with a haki-coated pipe. "You idiot, I ordered you to stay behind until I gave the signal," Sabo yelled. "Well, that was a stupid order," Luffy replied. Sabo smacked Luffy over the head repeatedly. "I am not just your brother, idiot, I am also your commander. Which gives me even more of a right to order you around." Commander, Luffy, perhaps you two should save this for later," Hinata suggested. "What? But Hinata, Sabo's being mean to me," Luffy told her. "Hinata's right," Hiashi said. "Take a look." Hiashi pointed ahead, The bickering brothers looked to see several marines and ninja charging forward. They were those who had stayed behind to defend the entrance to the town. Well, looks like they're getting their second wind, Sabo noted, grinning. Luffy stepped forward. You gonna take them on, little brother? Damn straight, I've got a move that'll wipe them out in one blow. Hinata's eyes widened at this. One blow, can he really do it? Hiashi narrowed his eyes at Luffy. Alright, Straw Hat, let's see what you can do. Luffy closed his eyes and channeled his conqueror's haki. At that moment, every single charging soldier collapsed forward, foaming at the mouth. Hinata gasped. He actually did it. Hiyashi's eyes widened as well, showing a rare display of emotion. Even after seeing it, I still can't believe it, he admitted to himself. Sabo grinned. Conqueror's haki, huh, good choice, Luffy. Luffy looked back at Sabo and laughed. Sabo chuckled and raised his fist. All units, charge into Clover, he shouted, shooting a fireball into the air, the signal for all those still at the top of the mountain. Omake. Why certain characters should never, ever meet. So, who is this guy again? Tenten. Naruto Uzumaki inquired curiously. His name is Alex Lewis Armstrong. He calls himself the Strong-Arm Alchemist. Tenten replied. And, what does Guy Sens think he's doing with this Armstrong guy? Naruto's sweat dropped at the current display. Being Guy Sensei. Tenten did the same. Rock Lee, meanwhile, had stars in his eyes. This may be one of the most youthful things I've ever seen in my life. Might Guy smiled at the shirtless and sparkling man known as Armstrong. Armstrong, your youthfulness is incredible. It's even on my level. Armstrong flexed his massive muscles, posing. Thank you, Guy. My youthfulness has been passed down the Armstrong family for generations. This is a joyous day. I have met a man whose youthfulness can match mine and my beloved students. You are a wonderful person, Armstrong. You are as well, Guy. Let us hug and share this joyful and youthful occasion. Guy yelled. With that, the two eccentric men hugged, much to L.'s joy and Naruto and Tenten's disgust. Oh Armstrong. Guy. Armstrong. Guy. Armstrong. Guy. At that moment, a horrific scene that surpassed that of the dreaded sunset genjutsu appeared around Guy and Armstrong. When the sun sets, the moon rises. Guy and Armstrong were hugging by moonlight, in a boat, on a lake. Lee had stars in his eyes while Naruto and Tenten screamed in pure terror as they faint. And foamed at the mouth at the sight of it. On the side, Edward Elric and Chitsujo looked on in horror. What kind of technique is that? That's not alchemy at all. Edward sighed, horrified. I should not have involved your world. Chitsujo muttered. I was foolish to not realize that this would happen. Check as many times as you feel necessary. That was the one rule when it came to creating a brand new spell. He found himself remembering that golden rule of magic creation as he put the finishing touches on his new spell. He smiled in satisfaction. Everything looked good to him. Hopefully the spell would be a success after breaking it out in the field. Zirf the Black Wizard closed the scroll he had been writing his notes in. Everything was indeed satisfactory. Now all he had to do was wait patiently for the moment he could use it. While he certainly wished that it was a spell that could wipe out the Alliance in one fell swoop, such a spell would take years to design, even for him. That being said, a spell like this would eventually lead to their destruction. Our story is coming to an end soon. Zirf thought darkly. Lord Zirf, a member of a small cult that worshipped Zirf, ran into his chambers. What is it? He inquired. My lord, as instructed, we have received word that an act of order has entered the battlefield. Zirf seemed happy to hear this. Oh, who is it this time? Straw Hat Luffy, my lord. This got Zerif's attention. I see, keep me updated. I want to know everything about him, his power, and what he does during the battle. Zirf had been busy since the war had begun. He had ordered his cultists to keep a lookout for the acts of order and to gather information on them, be it in the middle of the fight, or afterwards. He knew everything about them and what they had been through. He knew that Ichigo Kurosaki had fought the Oracion Cease wizard known as Midnight. He knew that Natsu Dragneel had single-handedly decimated Grimjow Jagerjaquez Fracciones before losing to Grimjow himself. That had disappointed Zirf greatly, as he had long been interested in Natsu's growth. Reports had stated that Natsu was dead, but Zerf knew better than that. And he knew that Yuto Uzumaki had faced off against Vice Admiral Smoker, Riruka Dokugamine, and even a fragment of Kantan's mind. Now, to hear that Straw Hat Luffy had entered the battlefield was quite pleasing. Soon, Zerf would have a good idea as to where each of the acts of order were in terms of growth. So far, however, he was generally disappointed. Ichigo Kurosaki, Zerf summoned the 3 scrolls that Kanta. In the information on each of the acts of order he had so far, his raw power is incredible. However, his lack of versatility weakens him greatly. His refusal to expand such power represents the arrogance of humanity. Naruto Uzumaki, Zerf continued, probably the most impressive report so far. To face a Fullbringer, Vice Admiral, and even Kantan himself in rapid succession is impressive and speaks volumes of his stamina. However, he couldn't even defeat a mere fragment of Kantan's mind. His failure to do so represents the weakness of humanity. Monkey D. Luffy, Zerf sighed, I don't know much about this one. However, my comrades from the pirate world have referred to him as a wildcard to the highest degree. Such actions represent the foolishness of humanity. All 3 of these men represent a part of humanity that I cannot stand. Zerf noted. Then there is you, Natsu, or should I say END, my strongest creation. Zerf frowned. You continue to disappoint me, Natsu. You couldn't even defeat the 6th Espada in battle. Zerf sighed. I've given you so many chances to overtake me and yet you continue to fall short of what I had once desired. Knowing how weak you are, compared to what you were over 400 years ago when you fought Igneel infuriates me to no end. And then there are your fellow acts, Zerf continued, humans who were fortunate enough to gain power to cover up their pathetic deficiencies. I am not happy, Natsu. Zerf admitted, not happy that you, my greatest success, are on the same level as 3 pathetic humans who hide behind power. Zerf swiped his hand and the 3 scrolls vanished. He looked down at the scroll that contained his new spell. I'm losing my patience, he said, ever since I have permanently erased the value of life from my mind, my patience is at an all-time low. Every moment I spend in this war angers me more and more. The Alliance, along with humanity itself, had no good reason to reject us. Their arrogance, foolishness, and weakness is what keeps them from seeing the truth. And it infuriates me to no end. A dark aura comprised of Zerf's massive power started to surround the Black Wizard. Zerf then took a deep breath as he managed to calm himself down. Not wanting to unleash his power inside of his headquarters. Just a bit longer, he said, I will wait just a bit longer. And if these farces continue, if I am forced to hear more of the arrogance, foolishness, and weakness of this alliance, if you continue to disappoint me, Natsu. A dark look made its way onto Zerf's face. I will be forced to take action. On the mountains. Hey, look. Lizanna Strauss pointed at the fireball being shot into the sky. I think that's the signal. Don Sai grinned. Well, I'll be damned, things are going our way so far. Don Chinjiao raised his fist into the air. Charge, he yelled. Our commander has given the order. Levi Magarden pouted. Gajiel got lucky, she muttered. He is so lucky things went in our favor the minute he decided to disobey orders. I think you need to move on. Boo's sweat dropped. I will do no such thing, he needs to behave himself. Levi yelled. Before any arguments could escalate, Chinjiao cut them all off. Everyone move. With that, the other half of the 2nd Division came charging out of the trees and down the mountains. Back at Clover, several exhausted and injured coalition soldiers on the rooftop saw the charging soldiers from the mountains. A Marine screamed in horror at the sight. More Alliance soldiers from the mountains. Damn it. We are outnumbered now. Sabo grinned at the sight. Things are going exactly as we want them to. Marco landed next to him. Except for the whole you getting taken control of part, right? He inquired playfully. Screw you, man. Sabo yelled comically. There are still a few stragglers here, Commander Sabo. Hiyashi Hyuga pointed out. That may be, Father, Hinata interjected, but my Byakugan can see 3 others coming towards us. At a much faster rate than the others, too. I think they actually came early, like Luffy. Sabo glared at Luffy. Well, Luffy, did you drag anyone along your shenanigans? Luffy stuck his tongue out at Sabo. No, Sabo sighed and looked at Hinata. How many, Hinata? He asked. 3, she said. They all possess magic energy. 2 of the 3 have immense magic energy. Sabo sighed in annoyance. That's definitely Gajiel and Rogue. Dragon Slayers naturally have immense reserves of magic within them. And if Gajiel is there, then Panther Lily must be with them too. Sabo turned back to Clover. We can count on those 3 to mop up what's left out here. The rest of us should focus on taking this town. You sure about that? Marco inquired. Those 3 are strong, they can take care of themselves. Sabo said with certainty. We need to focus on taking this town before the coalition regroups. Sabo looked at Hiyashi. Is there anything your Byakugan can tell us? Hiyashi nodded and looked into the town. The enemy is currently attempting to gather up and form lines of defense. Hiyashi's eyes widened. There seems to be strange objects hidden underneath the streets. They look like pipes. Pipes. Sabo frowned. Chemical warfare, Marco suggested. Sabo narrowed his eyes. That's a possibility. Well, we still need to move into the city. Sabo turned to Marco. Marco, we're staying airborne with the Soul Reapers. He ordered him. Sabo looked at Luffy, Hinata, and Hiyashi. Move through the town. At the first sign of danger, get to the rooftops. We don't know what those pipes can do. But if I had to wager a guess, I'd say the control room is either somewhere in this town. Or the man controlling it is nearby as well. I get it, and you want us to keep an eye open for him? Hiyashi inquired. That's right. Sabo nodded. Coalition's got plenty of mad scientists running around. If you see any of them, take them out. Not just because they've probably got the controller for whatever this trap is, but because they are a major threat to us. Hiyashi had to agree with that. He did. Live in the village that had produced the ninja world's resident mad scientist, Orochimaru. Alright, let's get moving then. Sabo said. With Kuro. Kuro pushed his glasses up as he glared at the alley. D-forces preparing to charge into Clover. They underestimate us, he muttered angrily, getting into his pouncing stance. I, Kuro of 1,000 plans, will not stand for that. I'm going to destroy every single one of them. Kuro vowed. Out of the bag, Iron Dragon Club, a voice yelled. Kuro cried out in pain as a club suddenly slammed into his back, sending him flying forward. Kuro growled and hissed, in anger like an actual cat as he turned to his assailant. Gajiel Red Fox grinned at the cat man. Yo, so which one are you? Devil Fruit user or Rancor? He inquired. Neither, he said, I am a demon, formerly a human. Gajiel narrowed his eyes at this. Rogue Cheney and Panther Lily soon joined them. So, you chose to become a demon? He asked. Lacking in brains, EH4 eyes. Kuro glared at Gajiel. You dare insult my intelligence. I am one of the most intelligent men alive. And yet you willingly threw away your humanity and threw your lot in with a guild like Tartarus, huh? How exactly does that make you smart? Gajiel taunted. Gajiel, you shouldn't engage in small talk with him. Rogue told him. We need to take him down. Rogue's right, Gajiel, we need to beat this guy quick and then form up with the others. Panther Lily added. Gajiel grinned. If you guys want to get things done so quickly, then go right ahead, but leave me be with this loser. Rogue looked at Gajiel in surprise. What, are you insane? We can take him out faster together. 2nd Division is already moving into town, and if we combine our power against this guy we'd just be wasting manpower. Gajiel reasoned. Kuro frowned at this. Wasting, he repeated. Panther Lily looked at Gajiel. Are you sure about this? He asked. Gajiel's grin widened. Don't worry about me, I'll be more than enough for a loser like this. He assured his close friend. Panther Lily nodded and transformed into his smaller cat form. Rogue, let's go, he said, sprouting wings out of his bag. Before Rogue could say anything, Panther Lily lifted him into the air and flew above Kuro. Kuro frowned at this. Damn, he muttered. Hey four-eyed fur ball. Gajiel yelled. Your fight's with me, so, keep your eyes on me or I'll knock those dumb glasses off. Gajiel continued. Iron Dragon Roar. Kuro quickly vanished and dodged the attack. Gajiel managed to keep up with Kuro's movements. Kuro appeared at his side and slashed at him, only for Gajiel to block with his Iron Dragon sword. Kuro frowned at Gajiel. How can trash like you keep up with my speed curse? I'm a dragon slayer, our senses have been enhanced. Gajiel explained. And you want to know what's sad? Fuzzy, you may be fast. But you are definitely not the fastest guy I've ever gone up against thanks to these senses of mine. Laxus is faster than you when he uses the full speed from his lightning body. Kuro growled at this. So, I'm too slow for you, is that it? Well, I don't want to be mean about it, but yeah, that's exactly it. Gajiel grinned. Kuro hissed in anger and started slashing at Gajiel, who parried and blocked each attack his sword. Kuro then kicked Gajiel in the chest and knocked him backwards. Gajiel managed to recover and then raised his leg into the air. Iron Dragon Spear. Gajiel TRANS formed his leg into a spear and extended it towards Kuro. Kuro dodged the attack and charged Gajiel again with his speed curse. Kuro slashed at Gajiel again, only for him to block with his sword once more. Kuro attempted to cleave Gajiel's head with his free claw, only for Gajiel to counter. Iron Dragon Club. Gajiel slammed his club into Kuro's chest, knocking him away. Kuro landed on his feet, dug into the ground, and leapt at Gajiel once again. Gajiel blocked both claws with 2 Iron Dragon swords. He then transformed his foot into a blade and kicked upwards at Kuro's face. Kuro tried to move his head back, but was cut across the cheek. Gajiel then knocked Kuro's claws away and transformed his elbow into a blade and stabbed Kuro in the stomach. Kuro gasped in pain as the blade dug into his stomach. He quickly sped back while Gajiel went onto the offensive. Iron Dragon Roar. Kuro managed to dodge the attack. Gajiel managed to follow Kuro's movements again and aimed his arm at the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Iron Dragon Lance. Demon Logs. Gajiel fired several spears at Kuro. Kuro sped through the volley of spears and appeared in front of Gajiel. Gajiel ducked under the slash. Iron Dragon Sword. Kuro quickly countered by using his legs to push himself off of Gajiel, who gasped in surprise as he was knocked backwards by the force of Kuro propelling himself away. He managed to land on his feet. Gajiel aimed his arm at Kuro again and fired more demon logs at Kuro, who once again dodged the attack. Kuro appeared several feet from Gajiel's side. He glared at the Iron Dragon Slayer. You really can keep up with my movements. Kuro noted. And he's probably not even trying, too. Kuro added mentally. Did you think I was talking out of my ass, furball? Gajiel grinned. Kuro surprised Gajiel by chuckling. Fine then. I was hoping to not have to use my highest speed, but you are clearly a stubborn one. Gajiel kept grinning. Inwardly, however, he was annoyed with his opponent. Geez, this guy is annoying. He thought. He's not even enough of a challenge to back up all that talk. I wonder if Rios and Lily have found someone worth fighting yet. Since you are clearly downplaying my improved power, then I will clearly have to show you the full extent of it. Kuro prepared to pounce. Gajiel frowned and remained in place. Out of the bag attack. Kuro yelled. Kuro completely vanished from sight. Gajiel sighed in annoyance and remained in place as Kuro attempted to cut him down. Gajiel patiently waited for Kuro to either finish, or for him to catch up with the demon man's movements. Eventually, Kuro ended his attack right behind Gajiel. Kuro chuckled darkly at his success. How was that? Was that too fast for you to keep up with? Kuro suddenly heard the sound of something shatter. Pain then shot through his arms. Kuro cried out in pain as his claws completely shattered. Kuro looked at his now declawed hands in shock. My claws. Kuro was stunned. But how? How did you? Uro looked at Gajiel and gasped in surprise. Iron Dragon Scales. Gajiel was revealed to have covered himself in iron scales. Gajiel sighed. Elfman will never let me live down using this strategy. He mused, remembering how Elfman did practically the same thing in the Grand Magic Games. Kuro furiously glared at Gajiel. How dare you? This ruins everything for me. My plans cannot fail. They cannot. These claws were important to my plans. I will not let some dragon brat ruin my plans like that damn rubber brat did. Iron Dragon Hard Fist. Gajiel slammed his scale-clad fist into Kuro's face, flooring him instantly. Kuro was immediately rendered unconscious. Gajiel pulled his fist back, revealing that he had hit Kuro so hard, he had actually left an indent of his fist in his face. Gajiel scoffed at his opponent. I don't know how strong you were before you became a demon, but you are still nowhere near the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild. He said, scales fading. I've taken out full-blooded demons, pal. You're nowhere near my level. Hey, Gajiel. Gajiel cried out in surprise as he was suddenly smacked upside the head. Where do you get off disobeying orders like that, huh? Levi McGarden yelled in anger. Oh, what the hell was that for shrimp? Gajiel yelled angrily. I did that because you're an idiot. Levi smacked Gajiel again. Jet and Droy grinned sadistically at Gajiel's pain. Excellent, they said in unison. Boo laughed as several Alliance soldiers took to mopping up the remaining stragglers, who were quickly surrendering, knowing that they were trapped between practically two advancing armies. One that was already in the town, and another on its way inside. Sai, however, was not amused. You know, perhaps you two should continue your lover's quarrel when we're finished here. We are not a couple. Gajiel and Levi viciously denied. Still, Gajiel thought, Sai is right. Gajiel took one last look at Kuro's defeated form. This guy may have been weak, but something tells me he's only an appetizer. Who knows what's up ahead? Meanwhile, Araniero Arurwari groaned in pain as he dusted himself off. That was close, he said. If we hadn't used Nejabana to counter those flames, we might have been in serious trouble. Still, how could they not have been completely extinguished? Those were some intense flames. Araniero frowned, listening to the sounds of battle. Damn, judging by that sound. The Alliance has already made it inside the town. We should form up with Caesar and the others. We need a new plan. Although, he'll probably go straight for his toys. Frankly, it's probable. Why best that we stay as far away as possible when he does use them. With Izuru Kira and Shuhei Hisagi. The Soul Reapers had spread out shortly after entering Clover. Squad 3 Lieutenant Izuru Kira and Squad 9 Lieutenant Shuhei Hisagi both led their own respective teams through town. The two teams met after taking out a few rooftop squadrons. We're completely overwhelming them, Izuru. Shuhei told him. Izuru nodded. Yeah, we're making good progress. It almost seems too easy. He thought. They were tough on the county line, but now that we're inside the town, it's like the quality of the soldiers went down. But why? Well, look here, Kakuzu. Bunch of death gods flying around. A smug voice sounded out. The two teams turned to see two men in the robes of the Akatsuki on the next rooftop. Several Coalition soldiers that had been with them on that rooftop were surprised to see them. Captain Hidan, Captain Kakuzu. One was surprised. Kakuzu had an impassive look on his face. He then took out a book and opened it. After flipping through it, he sighed in boredom. None of them have a price on their heads. He said, oh, who gives a damn? Hidan glared at his partner. These heathens are a living mockery of Jashin. They call themselves gods. The one true god is Jashin. Kakuzu looked at Hidan. You and that damn phony god of yours, Hidan. He muttered. Kakuzu, I swear, if you keep mocking Jashin, you going to be a part of my next ritual. Hidan yelled. I'll stab myself in the heart a ton of times if I have to. You're going to have to make me bleed first, and we both know that's out of the question. Well, screw you, old bastard. Hidan grumbled. Izuru and Shuhei looked at Hidan and Kakuzu. Okay, who are they again? Shuhei wondered. Check out those robes, and those markings. Izuru pointed. They're members of the Akatsuki. That Akatsuki. Shuhei was now concerned about this. Oh, did you hear that, Kakuzu? They've heard of us. Hidan grinned. We are a very well-known terrorist group. Hidan, why? I'd have to live under a rock to have not heard of us. Kakuzu pointed out. Or at least be as dumb as you are. Oh, piss off, you old prick. Hidan screamed in anger. I swear, you just say crap to piss me off. Kakuzu started clapping. And you've finally figured it out. He deadpanned. Damn, Izuru thought, I spoke too soon. The Akatsuki members are S-ranked criminals in the ninja world. Shuhei and I are lieutenants. We're nowhere near that level yet. Still, I can probably incapacitate the one with the scythe pretty easily, and we do have strength in numbers. We're just gonna need to fight smartly against these two. Good day, gentlemen. Kakuzu was suddenly in between Shuhei and Izuru. Ah crap. Shuhei yelled as Kakuzu punched both lieutenants in the face, knocking them away. Kakuzu casually cracked his neck as he turned to face the 10 remaining Soul Reapers. Hidan soon joined him on the roof. I've got no use for opponents that don't make me money, Kakuzu stated disdainfully, so we're going to take care of this quickly. That means no rituals, Hidan. Che, fine, their blood wouldn't satisfy Jashin anyway. Kill them, it's just 2 men. A Soul Reaper yelled, Earth style. Iron skin. Kakuzu deadpanned, raising his blackening arms. Hidan scoffed as he was suddenly stabbed in 5 places by 5 Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's hardened arms managed to block the other 5 Zanpakuto that were coming down on his head. Hidan looked at the Soul Reapers that had stabbed him. Ow, he said, you know, just because I can't be killed doesn't mean that crap doesn't hurt, you know. No way, that's impossible. A Soul Reaper shook in fear. Oh, but it is, I've been blessed by Jashin. I am immortal. The Soul Reapers all pulled their blades out of Hidan. Now die, false gods. He yelled, swinging his scythe at them. Most of the Soul Reapers managed to escape, but one was caught in the throat by the blades of Hidan's triple-bladed scythe. The Soul Reaper gasped and wheezed as the blades protruded from the back of his neck. He was dead almost instantly. Yosu, one of his comrades, yelled. Well, since my idiot partner has decided to get the bloodbath started, Kakuzu began before forcing his assailants off balance. I certainly cannot let him show me up. Kakuzu's arms then ripped open as several tendrils came out and ensnared all 5 men. It's a shame I have no need for any new hearts at the moment, Kakuzu mused. But, then again, I could always use a few extra. And the idea of using a Soul Reaper's heart to extend my lifespan even further than usual is actually quite tempting. With that, Kakuzu's threads dug into each Soul Reaper's chest. They all screamed in pain as their hearts were torn from their chests, killing them all. Kakuzu casually dropped all of their bodies as he reformed his arms and then brought out a scroll. With a quick hand sign, he sealed all 5 hearts into the scroll. They killed them so easily. One of the 4 remaining Soul Reapers said in fear. God, they're monsters. Another added, Ah, would you look at that, Kakuzu, they look like they're about to piss themselves. Hidan grinned. Kakuzu stepped forward. Since you have no interest in using them for your pointless ritual, I will be taking their hearts, if you don't mind. Fine, but stop insulting my damn rituals. Hidan glared at his partner. The Soul Reapers all had their Zanpakuto raised, prepared to defend themselves from Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly charged them and activated his iron skin. A bold Soul Reaper swung his Zanpakuto, only to have Kakuzu block it with his arm. Kakuzu then drove his other fist into the midsection of the Soul Reaper, knocking him away easily. Before the others could react, Kakuzu clotheslined another in the throat. The third attempted to cut him down, only for Kakuzu to block again with his other arm. Kakuzu then turned the arm that had just downed the second Soul Reaper into tendrils and ensnared the attacker. The 4th Soul Reaper yelled in worry. Kakuzu then turned his other arm into stitches again and ensnared the last Soul Reaper. Well, that was so easy it was almost boring, Kakuzu noted. Hidan scoffed. Hurry up and kill them, Kakuzu. I want to find someone worth sacrificing to Jashin. Oh, I know. Don't worry, I'll make this quick. It'll almost be painless in fact, Kakuzu said as his tendrils started to move to the 2. Reap, Kazushini. A spinning kusarigama suddenly cut through the tendrils, causing both Soul Reapers to fall from Kakuzu's grip. What the? Kakuzu was surprised. Raise your head, Wabisuke. Hidan growled in annoyance as he spun around Zhu Ti in time to block Izuru Kira's attack with his scythe. Hidan then noticed the strange shape of Izuru's Wabisuke. What the hell's up with that weird-ass shape of your sword, little bastard? Hidan inquired. It's not the shape, it's what its power is, Izuru explained as he backed off. Hidan suddenly felt his scythe become heavier. It fell to the ground. What the hell? Hidan screamed in frustration and surprise as he managed to lift it up with 2 hands. How the hell is that even possible? Wabisuke doubles the weight of anything metal it touches, Izuru explained. Oh, that is such a cheap freaking power, Hidan complained. Kakuzu sighed in annoyance at Hidan's antics as Shuhei Hisagi suddenly appeared in front of the 2 remaining conscious Soul Reapers. You 2 take the others and leave, Shuhei ordered them. Yes sir, the Soul Reapers said as they grabbed their 2 unconscious comrades and flash stepped away. Sending your comrades away while you fight a losing battle. Kakuzu was mockingly surprised. Admirable, but dumb. But, still not as dumb as my partner. Screw you, man. Hidan screamed in anger. Keep your eyes on your opponent, you bastard. Izuru yelled, charging Hidan again. Ah crap. Hidan raised his scythe instinctively. Hidan's eyes widened, realizing his mistake. Oh, for the love of. Wabisuk clashed against Hidan's scythe. Hidan grunted in surprise as the scythe became too heavy for him to wield with even two hands. You, son of a bitch. Hidan struggled to lift his scythe. I am so kicking your ass for this. Izuru suddenly appeared behind Hidan, locking his strangely shaped blade around Hidan's neck. There's a reason why Wabisuk is shaped the way it is, why don't I show you? Ah crap. Hidan realized what was about to happen. Hey, Kakuzu, help. Sorry Hidan, kind of busy. Kakuzu stated uncaringly as he stared down Shuhei. Oh you son of a. Before Hidan could finish, Izuru decapitated Hidan with Wabisuk. With Flare Corona. Flare Corona stood over several defeated Olishan soldiers with a look of pride on her face. I've never felt this powerful before, she said to herself. Certainly not during my time with Raven Tail. Perhaps this is the strength I gain from being surrounded by actual friends. Comrades that I can depend on. Flare thought to herself. Is that so? That truly is disappointing to hear, Flare. Flare froze. Her eyes went wide with absolute horror. She slowly turned to see three familiar men nearing her. Ivan, Flare said, addressing the man in the lead in absolute terror. Ivan Dreyar grinned darkly. Flare my dear, I'm your superior, your master. Need I remind you that it is Master Ivan? He shouted, sending a wave of Shikigami magic at Flare. Flare quickly leapt out of the way, causing Ivan to frown at her. I am your master, he said. You should have taken that attack. It is the punishment your master has given you. Flare glared at him. You are no longer my master. She yelled. Raven Tail is no more, and even if it was I want nothing to do with any of you. Ivan looked at Black Snake. Really, Black Snake, I thought you said that only Gajiel was here. Don't tell me you missed Flare. He frowned. Forgive me, Master Ivan, it appears that I have. Black Snake bowed respectfully, somewhat ashamed of himself for his mistake. Ivan sighed. Oh well, no harm done, as long as we get to punish our wayward wizard. Nullpudding chuckled. You might want to stay where you are, Flare. Running's not gonna save you anyway, so you might as well stand your ground. Flare readied her hair magic. That's fine, don't plan on running anyway. She said. I'm going to erase the last part of my dark past right here and now. Ivan grinned. I think not. Flare suddenly found herself getting weaker. What? My magic power it's. She then heard the sound of a high-pitched chuckle. Flare looked up to see a small creature laughing down at her. What is that thing? Oh Flare, don't you recognize him? He's your old comrade, Obra. Flare's eyes widened. What? That thing was Obra all along. Oh, you've missed quite a bit since you left, Flare. Did you know that Obra was working for Lord Zirf all along? Ivan inquired. Why join up with you then? Flare asked. I have no reason to answer the questions of a traitor. Ivan's grin widened. However, he continued, I do have reason to utterly destroy said traitor. Kill her, but make her suffer first. Ivan ordered. Flare tried to run, but found that she was still too weak from Obra's sneak attacking her and draining her magic power. All she could do was look on in horror as Black Snake and Nullpudding pounced. With Rogue Cheney and Panther Lily. Are you sure Gajiel can handle himself against that demon? Rogue Cheney asked worriedly as he was carried through the city by a flying Panther Lily. You should have more faith in the man you look up to so much, Rios. Panther Lily told him. It's Gajiel, he can take care of himself against that guy. Lily was, of course, saying this without knowing that Gajiel had already taken care of business against Kuro. For the last time, it's Rogue. Rogue frowned. Rogue looked at the train station up ahead. Anyways, we should fly over to the train station. The train station? Why there? Panther Lily inquired. Considering its importance to the coalition and their strategy, Rogue explained, knowing that the railroad was important to the coalition, there's no doubt in my mind that's the enemy headquarters. Even if it isn't, it's probably filled with crucial supplies. Regardless of what it is, We don't have the manpower to just charge in. That's why I want you to drop me off there. Rogue told him. I can hide myself amongst the shadows and take the stealthy approach. Are you sure? That's a risky approach, you know. Don't worry, if things get difficult, I'll simply escape through the shadows. The only person who's capable of touching me in that form is Gajil when he uses his Iron Shadow Dragon form. Alright then, max speed. Panther Lily suddenly sped up as they flew to the train station. Several feet from the station, Lily let go of Rogue. Rogue dove through the sky at high speeds. Several coalition soldiers stationed on the roof noticed something falling through the sky. Fire! A Marine captain yelled. Shadow Dragon body. Rogue transformed into shadows and moved through the buildings. Sir, I don't see anything. A soldier complained. Check the area around where it was dropped. It could be explosives for all we know. Yes, sir. As they scrambled to check around the drop zone, Rogue stealthily moved through the shadows as a shadow. Meanwhile, Panther Lily flew back to check up on Gajil. However, before he got far, several arrows flew towards him. What the hell? Panther Lily looked down to see the strangely dressed man known as Chess aiming at him, with Kuromarimo standing right beside him. That guy is a good shot, that was too close. Panther Lily noted as he flew to the street to confront the duo. Well, a human cat, just when you think things can't get any freakier, right Kuromarimo? Chess inquired mockingly. Right, Chess, Kuromarimo said in agreement. Panther Lily frowned in annoyance. This won't take long, he noted. I'll get back to Gajil as soon as I'm done with these jokers. Hey, cat, Chess called to him. Why don't you surrender right now? A freak like you doesn't stand a chance against King Wapple's elites. Damn straight, Kuromarimo said in agreement. Why don't we show you the difference in our power? Kuromarimo charged Panther Lily, who simply stood in place. Marimo jab. Panther Lily calmly took the punch to the chest without even flinching, making Kuromarimo's eyes widen. No way. Did he even feel that? Chess wondered. Is that it? Panther Lily raised his hand in the air. Do you even know how to fight? Before Kuromarimo could react, Panther Lily delivered a devastating karate chop to his head, slicing right through the afro and striking him down in one shot. Kuromarimo. Chess. Eyes bulged out of his sockets in shock. And as for you, Panther Lily reached for his sword. Get away from me, freak. Chess yelled, firing 3 arrows at once. Panther Lily quickly cut the arrows in half and rushed Chess. He cut my arrows. Chess was shocked. Chess T. Hen gasped in pain as he was slashed diagonally by Panther Lily. Chess hit the ground, defeated in one attack just like his partner. Panther Lily looked at the 2 opponents he had just defeated. Are these guys really elites somewhere? He wondered. Oh, so this is where Chess and Kuromarimo were. Panther Lily frowned at the new voice. He turned to see an incredibly fat man waddling towards him. I was trying to find them to execute them because those annoying sounds haven't died down yet. Tin Plate Wapple complained. You must be Wapple, right? That's King Wapple, you damn freak. Wapple glared at him. Panther Lily frowned and raised his sword threateningly. I've been with good and bad royalty throughout my life, and just by looking at you I can tell you're the bad kind. Ma ha ha. Well then that makes you both a freak, and a fool. I am the greatest king to have ever lived. Wapple declared arrogantly. With Monkey D. Luffy, Hiashi and Hinata Hyuga. Now, Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy yelled as he tore through another squad of coalition soldiers. Hiashi frowned in annoyance. I don't even know why we bothered following him. He's clearly got this handled. Hinata smiled nervously. Now, father, you know it's better to fight in groups. That may be, but if this keeps up, Straw Hat going to single-handedly tear apart this entire army on his own. Doesn't the boy ever get tired? He's certainly like Uzumaki in that regard. Hiashi added mentally, with Lisa Yadomaru and Hiyori Surugaki. Hiyori Surugaki continued to slam her sandal-clad foot on a downed soldier's face in annoyance. And that'll teach you to mess with our world, you bastard. She yelled. Hey, Hiyori, don't you think he's had enough? Lisa deadpanned. I'll decide when this guy has had enough. Why do you keep picking on him though? Lisa inquired. He looked at me weird. Like he wasn't taking me seriously. You're short, nobody's going to take you seriously. Lisa pointed out. Hiyori now turned her anger on Lisa. What was that, Lisa? I dare you to say that again. Okay, you're short. Are you happy? No, I am not. Hiyori yelled in anger as something moved up behind her. Lisa's eyes then widened. Hiyori, get away from there. With her instincts kicking in, Hiyori leapt away just as a shroud of gas was about to envelop her. I don't normally involve myself in such strenuous labor, an incredibly tall man covered in what looked like gas admitted. I usually leave that to my servants. As you can see though, since my servants have been wiped out, I will have to take care of this myself. Caesar Clown continued. Hey, Lisa, what the hell is with this guy's appearance? Hiyori wondered. Lisa narrowed her eyes. A devil fruit, she said. We're fighting a devil fruit user. Hiyori, she continued, I need your help, so I'm gonna need you to focus. Be on your guard against this one. Hiyori was surprised at how open Lisa was being about this. This guy was clearly tough if he made the normally carefree Lisa wary. All right then, Hiyori said. Let's take him out together. Hiyori yelled as the two charged the mad scientist. Omake. Why certain worlds were not involved, Part 1. My lord, what exactly are you doing? A servant inquired. Chitsujo had used his powers to open up a looking glass, of sorts. I am observing a man in what I am going to call the alchemy world. Chitsujo explained. Might I ask why, sir? His name is Roy Mustang, he is known as the Flame Alchemist. I would very much like to see if he can be a positive influence on a candidate of mine, should Kanton decide to mess with this world as well. And what is your conclusion, Lord Chitsujo? Chitsujo's sweat dropped as he gestured for the servant to come and look. You might as well see for yourself, he said. The servant then sweat dropped as he watched Roy Mustang dance privately in his room. That alone is embarrassing, but what he was also doing was the real kicker. Roy Mustang was rapping. Oh, snap, snap. Spark, spark. It's time to light up the diggy diggy dark. I'm the Flame Alchemist and I'm gonna be Führer. My beats are hot, and my rhymes are pure. I like the ladies in the miniskirts. I'll be posing in the mirror without my fancy shirts. I'm gonna set your heart on fire. Whoosh, whoosh. And you know my heart burns bright too. Kaboom, kaboom. My firepower tonight is feeling just right. Kablam, kablam. Oh, Viki Viki. Ooh, ooh. Say what? So then I guess your verdict is, yeah, that's not going to happen. Chitsujo said firmly, closing the looking glass. In spite of his victory, Izuru Kira was more confused than elated. The Akatsuki were supposed to be S-ranked. Opponents that only a few were capable of engaging. So why the hell did this guy go down so easily? Izuru found himself wondering all of this as he looked down at the decapitated form of Hidan. Shuhei. Hisagi was thinking along similar lines, but he could not focus too much on Izuru's opponent, especially when he was dealing with an opponent that was clearly much more dangerous than his partner. Eight opponents sighed in annoyance and prepared to move. Shuhei was immediately on guard. However, Kakuzu immediately moved past Shuhei and towards his partner's head. You let your guard down again, Hidan. Kakuzu said disdainfully. I really hate having to use my powers for something as pointless as sewing you back together. What the? Why is he talking to his partner's severed head? Izuru wondered. Oh screw you, Kakuzu. Hidan's head suddenly screamed in anger. I wouldn't be like this if you hadn't let me get my head cut off again. Izuru and Shuhei gasped in shock. Did that head just talk? Need I remind you that I was fighting my own enemy? Kakuzu told him. I can't be around to hold your hand, fool. That is crap and you know it. Hidan yelled. I saw you move past that Soul Reaper like it was no problem. You could have helped me. You did that on purpose, you old bastard. Kakuzu shrugged uncaringly as he picked up Hidan's head by the hair. Hey, ow, watch it, Kakuzu. How many times have I told you not to pick me up by my damn hair? And how many times have I had to tell you that carrying you this way is lighter than bringing your whole body? Hey, you weren't the one who got decapitated, you ass. Hidan screamed. Show a bit more sympathy. I would, Kakuzu said, as he brought Hidan's head to his body, if this didn't happen so many times. Honestly, at this point I wish cutting your head off would kill you. It would save me the trouble of finding ways to kill you myself. Blah, blah, blah. Hidan yelled. Your threats are as empty as your blasphemous soul is, jackass. I can't believe it. Izuru was stunned. He's still alive. They're actually holding a conversation. Kakuzu rolled his eyes as he sewed Hidan's head back to his neck. And your insults are as empty as your head is. I've long recognized that I have no soul. I'm a criminal for a terrorist organization. I have no soul. So that's why that guy is an S-rank threat. Izuru realized. He really can't die no matter what I do to him. Even decapitation does nothing. Well, technically it could do something, Izuru continued. The only problem is that guy with him. As long as he's around, the immortal can be sewed back together. Shuhei, Izuru yelled. We need to separate them to have any chance to win this. Kakuzu heard this and chuckled. That may be the case, boy, but you do realize that's easier said than done, right? Hidan cracked his neck, testing the durability of the stitches around his neck. Damn straight, he said in agreement. Now then, Hidan, let's end this quickly. I have no time for useless trash who don't make me money. Kakuzu told him. Fine, fine, but I'm putting Blondie through my ritual, you hear? Bastard deserves it after cutting my head off. Hidan glared at Izuru as he took out a retractable spear. Ugh, just make it quick at least. I know you're not that smart, but at least think of a good balance between too much and too little. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. With Rogue Cheney, Rogue moved across the ground in. His shadow stayed at high speed towards the train station. There were several sentries posted at the front, standing guard at the train station's front door. Rogue moved behind the sentries and awaited his opportunity to enter. As he could not pass buildings and walls, he needed a clear path. Rogue got his opportunity when the doors opened up. A soldier dressed in the garbs of an officer stepped out. Concentrate your attention on the railroad, he ordered. The attack has forced us to move ahead of schedule. We're loading supplies onto the train now. Rogue moved inside of the building as the officers all yelled in acknowledgement. It was just as he had suspected. The train station may not have been the enemy base, but it was where they were holding the supplies. It made sense, really. They NTED to move supplies quickly to their comrades. Of course they would place it near the train, and there were no buildings nearby that could hold the amount of supplies needed. Okay, Rogue thought, first things first. I need to take out as many men as possible before going for the supplies. Rogue took a deep breath. He had fought in plenty of skirmishes during the 2nd Division's march to Clover. But he had not actually killed anyone yet, he had merely incapacitated. This time, however, there was no room for error. Incapacitating was far too risky. He had to kill for this to work. They're the enemy, Rogue thought. Some of the men here have probably hurt some civilians too. Rogue inwardly chuckled. He was justifying death just like the coalition was. The irony was not lost on him. Taking another deep breath, Rogue moved behind a man who had broken from the crowd. Materializing from the shadows, Rogue drew his katana and slashed the man's throat. He moved the man behind the crates and quickly transformed into shadows once again, but not before looking at the face of the man who he had fatally injured. He was looking at him with utter shock and sadness. Forgive me, Rogue thought sadly. I hope you find peace in the afterlife. Things didn't have to be like this, Rogue continued. Perhaps things could have been different had we just learned to coexist. You wouldn't have had to die if your leaders hadn't decided that war was better, and for that I'm sorry. Hey, Shu, hurry up with those guns. We need to move fast, damn it. A soldier called out to the man. Your name was Shu, huh? Rogue had a grim look on his face. Your death will weigh on me, Shu, as will all of your comrades here. Know that at least, Shu. The soldier frowned. Hey, you're not slacking off, are you kid? Where the hell is he? I know I saw him a few minutes ago. Another added. The first soldier raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Koju, come on, kid's probably slacking off. Koju loyally followed the first soldier as they searched for Shu. Rogue quickly moved behind Koju and slashed his throat. He quickly moved the man out of sight and dematerialized into shadows once again. Hey, Shu, where are you? The first soldier called out. You better not be slacking off. You know that Caesar hates that. Hey, Koju, you see him? The man did not get any response. Koju. The soldier spun around to see that his comrade was nowhere in sight. What the hell? The soldier was now getting worried. He called out to a few men on the second floor. Hey, did you guys see Koju? He was right behind me. The two were carrying a particularly heavy crate. No, sorry. The two continued moving the crate. The soldier on the ground floor was starting to get worried. Ah crap, don't tell me. Before he could go on any further, Rogue materialized again and slashed his throat. Rogue wanted to move his body, but saw a few men entering and quickly dematerialized into shadows again. Things are about to get more difficult, he noted. At least one of them are stronger than the average grunts. What the hell? Atsuki is dead. Someone contact the captain. We may need his help. Though he was still in the shadows, Rogue could not help but sweat drop as he sighed in annoyance. So this is how Sting feels whenever he puts his foot in his mouth. Rogue lamented in frustration. I really shouldn't speak so soon. Back in Crocus, Sting Eucliffe sneezed. Oh well, might as well get rid of these guys before this captain shows up. Meanwhile, an enemy has infiltrated the train station. How did you idiots let whoever's doing this past the sentries? There is no way they could have gotten through. Never mind, I'll be there as soon as possible. But at least one of you better still be alive to explain to me how someone got past all of our soldiers and is now hiding in the damn station picking you fools off one by one. Araniero Arurwari shook his head in frustration as he cut communication. Babysitting grunts is so troublesome. He complained. This is what we get for expanding our communication techniques. Shortly after being resurrected, Araniero expanded on his broadcasting technique to now allow for communication between him, his comrades, and his subordinates. Caesar Clown may have been insane, but he was still a genius. Those fools may be insignificant, but those supplies aren't. We need to get moving. Panther Lily vs. Wapol. Panther Lily was not an arrogant man by any means. He had certainly grown to be a confident and proud warrior due to his time with Gajil Red Fox, but he was not arrogant. He always gave his opponent the proper respect. However, he could not for the life of him take his new opponent seriously. Maybe it was because of how fat he was, maybe it's because of the fact that he was picking his nose at the moment. Maybe it was just that strange laugh of his. No, wait, it can't be that last one. Gajil's laugh was just as strange. Whose laugh sounds like, gee hi. Tin Plate Wapol took his finger out of his nose, looked at the booger in his index finger and ate it. Panther Lily groaned in shock and disgust at this. Did you seriously just eat that? He asked. Please don't tell me you actually ate that. Wapol looked at him like he was stupid. Well, of course, I'm hungry, why wouldn't I? That was from your nose. Lily yelled. And you know what? Wapol ignored Panther Lily's disgust. I think it's time for the main course. I think I'd like a nice, delicious dish of human cat. Munch pounce. Wapol leapt at Lily with his enormous mouth wide open. Panther Lily sidestepped and watched as Wapol crashed into a building. Wapol then chomped down on the building's wall and started chewing on it. What kind of diet do you have? Lily screamed in surprise. Ironically, the Exceed was saying all of T's while forgetting that his partner and friend had just as strange a diet as Wapol did. Well, okay. Gajil did not eat his boogers, so this guy probably had a stranger diet. At least, Lily hoped he did not. Stupid cat man. Wapol swallowed the wall. I ate the munch fruit. I can eat anything I want. Panther Lily's sweat dropped at this. That may be the most useless power I've ever seen in my life. And that's saying a lot. I once watched a dog man fight with claws that could paralyze people. Wapol's mouth dropped open in shock at how quickly the Exceed had dismissed him. What? He yelled. How dare you call my mighty power useless? I am a king. Don't you know that it is against the law to insult the king? Chess, Kuromarimo, execute this criminal for his crimes. Wapol demanded. Wapol received no response. He then remembered something. Oh yeah, those two are unconscious. He remembered. Panther Lily almost fell over at this. How did an idiot like you become a king? It's an insult to someone like the young prince of Edelus, well. Young king of Edelus now, that someone like you is actually a king. Wapol walked over to Chess and Kuromarimo. Hey, don't ignore me. Lily yelled. Wapol then did something that surprised Panther Lily. He started eating both Chess and Kuromarimo. What the hell? He's eating his own subordinates. Munch Munch Factory, Wapol yelled. Now, time to create a fusion for these two useless clods. Wapol then spat out a giant and combined version of Kuromarimo and Chess. Behold, we are Chessmarimo, the behemoth said in a double voice. Panther Lily's sweat dropped. And Jew, Saint, when I thought your powers couldn't get any lamer. He muttered. Destroy him, Chessmarimo, Wapol ordered. Yes, my king, Chessmarimo said obediently as he charged Panther Lily. Chessmarimo took out 4 axes. Marimo's super surprise quattro axe. Chessmarimo yelled, swinging the axes wildly. Panther Lily groaned in annoyance and raised his sword, expertly blocking each axe with relative ease. This guy, Lily noted. Even though his raw power has increased, he's still sloppy. I just need to wait for an opening and cut him down. Lily thought to himself. Munch Munch Tongue Chain, Wapol suddenly yelled. Panther Lily gasped in surprise as a chain suddenly wrapped around his sword and pulled it from his grip, leaving him to be slashed by all 4 axes at once. Lily gasped in pain as blood spurted from his injuries. Damn, I should have figured he wouldn't fight fair. Lily thought in frustration. Ooh, this sword looks like it tastes good. He heard Wapol say in delight. Hey, get the hell away from my sword. Panther Lily yelled in anger, punching Chessmarimo in the face to keep him from interfering. Wapol pulled the sword to his mouth with his tongue chain. Panther Lily then appeared in front of Wapol and punched him in the forehead, flooring the king and snapping his mouth shut, breaking the chain in the process. Panther Lily grabbed his sword as Chessmarimo leapt at him in defense of his king. Marimo's super surprise quattro hammer. Chessmarimo took out 4 mallets. Panther Lily quickly blocked the 4 hammers with his massive sword. You know, if you want to catch me off guard, don't give your attack such a long name. Better yet, don't yell out the name of your attack, Lily criticized. Chessmarimo looked at Panther Lily like he was insane. But, we must call out the name of our attack, he stammered. Why? Panther Lily yelled in annoyance. Chessmarimo thought it over. We just have to, he yelled, attempting another attack on Lily. This time, he attempted to swing 2 of his hammers at Lily's side. Lily leapt away as the attack ended up hitting Wapol instead. Chessmarimo screamed in shock and horror. King Wapol, no, you idiot, why did you hit me instead of him? Wapol yelled. Our apologies, sir, the Catman dodged. Wapol glared at Panther Lily. Why didn't you dodge? Panther Lily's sweat dropped. Because I didn't want to get hit. Chessmarimo, what law did he just break? Wapol inquired. Law 13. All citizens are required to protect their king from harm, even at the cost of their own life. Chessmarimo, I'm not even a citizen under your rule. Lily reminded him. Law 22. Wherever King Wapol goes, all laws of Drum Kingdom apply to that place. That law doesn't even make any sense. Panther Lily yelled. You can't make up rules for other countries. They have their own laws. Law 22 was absolute the minute it was approved by King Wapol. As such, all countries are required to follow it. Chessmarimo insisted. Panther Lily shook his head. Forget it, there's no reasoning with you 2, or 3, or whatever. He said. I couldn't agree more. Wapol said. Chessmarimo, destroy him. I'm going to my kitchen. Panther Lily's eyes widened at this. Kitchen. His devil fruit powers allow him to eat everything. And from what I saw with that chain he used in his mouth, he can use them as part of his body. Panther Lily narrowed his eyes. Damn, this kitchen of his must be an armory of sorts. I can't let him get there. First things first, Wapol said as he devoured himself and spat himself out as a slimmer version of himself, lean and mean Wapol. Now I can get to the kitchen faster. Wapol grinned as he started running away. No you don't, Lily yelled, trying to run after him. Leave King Wapol alone, Chessmarimo yelled back, drawing his axes once again. Panther Lily narrowed his eyes at this as he blocked Chessmarimo's axe. Get out of my way or I'm cutting you down for a second time. We have the strength of both Chess and Kuromarimo, you won't beat us. You know, I'd be a bit more inty. Am I dated if your strength separated wasn't so pitiful? Panther Lily pointed out. Chessmarimo glared at Panther Lily. Die you freak, he screamed, forcing back Panther Lily. Snow-cutting grass, Chessmarimo yelled, sending a slicing shockwave across the ground towards Panther Lily. Panther Lily swung his Musica sword, dispersing the attack instantly. See, you're still nowhere near my level. Chessmarimo's glare hardened. He started twirling his axes rapidly. Snow-cutting buzzsaw, he yelled, sending shockwaves in the form of buzzsaws at Panther Lily. Those are fast, Lily noted as he dodged all 4 shockwaves. Chessmarimo yelled in anger as he charged Lily, swinging his axes wildly. Die, freak, die, he yelled. You know, that is really the pot calling the kettle black. Panther Lily frowned as he effortlessly blocked all of Chessmarimo's attacks. You're not exactly normal looking yourself. Chessmarimo tightened his grip on the axes upon hearing this. He found himself looking not at Panther Lily, but at Tony Chopper. The one who defeated him on Drum Island. Silence. You're nothing but a freak just like that monster that dared to try and attack King Wapol. You should die just like he should. So die already. Multi-directional snow splitter. Chessmarimo flailed even more wildly than before. He's swinging his weapons with no purpose. What a fool, Lily thought in annoyance. Closing his eyes, Ender Lily weaved his way through the attacks closer to Chessmarimo. This one, Lily thought as he was cut shallowly in several different places, is far too weak to deal lasting damage to me. Even the lash to my chest he gave me earlier cannot cut through my body. For my body is covered by a will of iron. The will of fairy tale. Gripping his Musica sword with both hands, Panther Lily delivered a powerful slash to Chessmarimo's midsection. Flailing your arms like a madman leaves far too many openings in battle. Panther Lily told him as Chessmarimo collapsed onto his sides. The minute you start swinging your weapon with no purpose, you've already lost the fight. Curse you, Chessmarimo choked out as he lost consciousness. Whatever. Lily rolled his eyes. Now, let's go and track down your bastard of a king. Panther Lily took a moment to sniff the air. I certainly got a good idea of his scent thanks to being in such close contact with that bastard, so I can track him down pretty easily. Panther Lily followed Wapol's scent, cutting down soldier after soldier as he tried to track down the detestable king. Lily eventually reached a large building where Wapol's scent disappeared. This must be his kitchen. Panther Lily realized. I took care of his subordinate quickly, so if I hurry I can stop him. Before Panther Lily could move into the kitchen, an explosion knocked him off his feet. Damn, don't tell me I'm too late. Panther Lily groaned. Ma ha ha, ma ha 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 ha. He heard Wapol laughing. The ultimate ability of the munch fruit. Munch shock. Human weapon. Wapol stepped out of the smoke. His body was covered in tons of weapons, from cannons, to guns, to even weaponized lacrima as well. Panther Lily's eyes widened. He could almost see the power radiating off Wapol. Damn, I'm too late. Panther Lily came to the grim solution. Panther Lily gripped the Musica sword tightly. He's clearly a lot stronger than before, but I still have to try and defeat him, for the sake of my comrades. Panther Lily yelled as he charged Wapol, preparing to swing his sword. Wapol grinned darkly as the 2 lacrima on his shoulders started to crackle with electricity. Panther Lily's eyes widened as he was suddenly struck by electricity. Panther Lily screamed in pain at this. Human weapon. Arm cannon. Wapol yelled, firing 2 cannonballs at Panther Lily, striking the exceed dead on. Panther Lily cried out as he was sent backwards again by the blast. Ma ha ha ha. See, this is the ultimate power of the munch fruit. This is the power that could have gave me my kingdom back. Not even that damn straw W-hat brat could have beaten me with this power. Panther Lily chuckled weakly at this. So you claim, but let me tell you something, the way Luffy is now, you still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Not just Luffy, you'd still lose to quite a few people that are here tonight. Gajeel, Lily thought, you could take this guy with no problem. You can cover yourself with as many weapons as you want, but why? Or still just a second-rate fighter who happens to be a third-rate king. You're pitiful. In spite of his injuries, Panther Lily managed to stand strong and grip his sword. Come at me, third-rate king. Let me show you how pitiful you are. Wapol glared at Panther Lily, furious that he was not cowering, groveling in fear of him. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll simply keep blasting you until you realize who the real pitiful one is. With that, Wapol started to shock Panther Lily again, who continued to scream in pain. Wapol then started firing cannonballs at him as well. Eventually, Early dropped to his knees from the onslaught of the attack. With Flare Corona. Flare Corona screamed in pain as she was sent into the wall by Nullpudding's latest attack. The former Raven-tail wizard struggled to her feet, trying to survive against the onslaught from her former comrades. Well, were they really her comrades? Looking back, Flare knew the answer to that. They were not. Lucy Hardif. Elia was more of a comrade and a friend to her than her fellow Raven-tail wizards ever were, and she not only barely knew her, but Flare had tormented her for no real reason during the Grand Magic Games. Yet Lucy still treated her like a friend. Lucy was a comrade. Nullpudding and the rest of Raven-tail were not. Nullpudding chuckled darkly at Flare. Man, I love it when they screamed. He grinned. It's always much more fun that way. Hey, get out of my way, Nullpudding. Black Snake demanded. We agreed to alternate on attacks, remember? Nullpudding frowned at having his fun cut short. Fine, we did agree on that. Nullpudding sighed. Black Snake grinned and stepped forward. Now then, why don't I show you a little something I picked up from the Grand Magic Games, Flare. Aerial foes. FL. Was slammed against the wall once again. She felt her head hit the wall, hard. She dropped to her knees. Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Black Snake mocked. Before Flare could recover, she was struck in the side by Nullpudding, sending her flying back. Ivan Dreyar watched this happen with glee on his face. Flare was certainly lasting longer than he had expected, and that made this much more enjoyable for him and his subordinates. Black Snake stepped forward. Sand Rebellion. Black Snake yelled, swiping his hands around. Flare screamed in pain as she was struck by the sand generated by Black Snake. The girl was soon sprawled on her back. Nullpudding prepared for another attack. Nullpudding, stop, Ivan suddenly ordered. Nullpudding and Black Snake were surprised by Ivan's order. What, boss, why? Nullpudding was shocked. Yeah, we want to keep torturing her. Black Snake added. Did you really think I would let you boys have all the fun? Ivan grinned. Look at her, she's at her limit. I will deal the final blow myself. Nullpudding and Black Snake gasped at this. Oh, of course, Master Ivan. Black Snake bowed respectfully. Go ahead, boss. Nullpudding added. Ivan chuckled and stepped forward. With a swipe of his hand, Ivan sent a wave of Shikigami at Flare. Flare cried out as she was cut up by the Shikigami. Look at you, Flare, as pathetic as always. Ivan derided. Flare gritted her teeth in anger despite the pain she was in. She could deal with all of this torture, but she could not let Ivan destroy her pride like that. Honestly, do you even know why I allowed you into Raven-tail? Ivan inquired. You were so easy to manipulate because you were so naive about the outside world. I could mold you into whatever I desired. You were the perfect, convenient little tool for me to use. And then narrowed his eyes in anger and sent another torrent of Shikigami at Flare. But then you just had to go and show yourself to be what you really are, useless. You couldn't even beat that blonde brat from Makarov's guild without Obra's help. Honestly, if the Magic Council hadn't disbanded us after the tournament, I would have banished you from the guild because of your pathetic displays during that tournament. Ivan then returned to his grin. I simply cannot express in mere words how much I despise you, Flare. Only my stupid son and father probably surpass you in that regard. For that reason, you would not believe how happy I was when I heard what happened to the Sun Village when we took over Fury. Honestly, for a bunch of giants they apparently didn't put up much of a fight. I guess THEY were weak in the face of what destroyed them. The only thing that would have made it better was if you hadn't escaped. Flare's eyes widened in anger. You, shut up. She glared at him. You have no right. Ivan frowned and knocked her back again with yet another wave of Shikigami magic. No, you have no right, Flare. He said. Pathetic trash like you has no right to speak to someone like myself. Flare chuckled at this as she coughed up blood. Maybe I was pathetic once, but only because I was lumped in with people like you, Ivan. Ivan glared at her. You're the one who's pathetic, Master. Flare told him mockingly. You can boast about your superiority all you want, but you'll just end up falling like you did in the Grand Magic Games. In the end, you're weaker than me. My family from the Sun Village was not weak. They had the resolve to give their lives to protect me. That's strength that a bastard like you could never have, because you don't know the meaning of love and family. That's why the giants were always my true family. Not Raven Tail. And that's why no matter what you do, you'll never surpass Fairy Tail. Flare certainly knew where to hurt Ivan, as the fury on his face was now evident. Nullpudding and Black Snake were clearly offended as well. You bitch, Nullpudding screamed. Black Snake stopped Ivan before he could move forward. Master Ivan will punish her, he told him. Ivan had barely contained fury on his face. You ungrateful bitch, he screamed. I will destroy you with this attack. Do you hear me? They won't be able to find a single trace of your body after this. Ivan then sent a massive wave of Shikigami magic at Flare. Flare closed her eyes and awaited her fate. At least, I'll see you all again, she thought, smiling slightly. The torrent of Shikigami crashed down on where Flare was. By the time the attack was finished, there was indeed nothing left of Flare. Ivan cackled madly at this. Nullpudding and Black Snake laughed as well. Well, what do you know, there really was nothing left of the bitch. Nullpudding grinned. Ivan smirked. Behold, boys, the punishment for those who dare stand against me, Ivan Dreyar. Before the trio could celebrate any more, they heard a new male voice. You know, beating up a defenseless, pretty damsel in distress isn't exactly a good way to get on my good side. Ivan, Nullpudding and Black Snake looked up to see a man in Soul Reaper garbs, holding Flare Corona on his shoulder. Ivan furiously glared at the Soul Reaper who had stolen his kill from him. Who the hell are you? Renji Abarai glared back down at Ivan. I'm the knight, with Panther Lily. Panther Lily was burnt and bleeding all over. He was completely exhausted from Wapple's onslaught. The Exceed collapsed onto his stomach. Damn it, Lily thought in frustration, I underestimated him. He's too strong. No sooner had he realized this, Panther Lily suddenly reverted back to his smaller form. No, I'm out of power, too, he thought in fear. Wapple grinned at Panther Lily's change in appearance. Well, I think I like this look for you better, cat, he said. Yes, it fits you. Weak and pathetic in the eyes of a mighty king like myself. Wapple stepped forward. Now then, let's see how cats taste, shall we? Am I really going to die here? Panther Lily thought. This is how I'm going to die. Dishonoring my guild by losing to this man. Wapple was soon standing over Lily. It's too bad. I don't have anything to add to you to make you taste better, but I guess plain will do just fine. Panther Lily clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, he thought in anger. Wapple opened his mouth and reached down to grab Lily. Suddenly, a massive club came out of nowhere and struck Wapple in the forehead, driving him away from Lily. Panther Lily's eyes widened in shock at this. He had been saved. Were you seriously gonna eat my cat? You fat bastard, a familiar voice inquired angrily. Gajiel Red Fox leapt down in front of Panther Lily. Gajiel, Lily said weakly. Gajiel looked absolutely enraged. That ain't gonna fly with me, he said. Why don't you taste my iron fists instead? Wapple clutched his head, groaning in pain. Ugh, what the hell just hit me? He wondered, getting to his feet. Wapple glared at Gajiel. Did you hit me? Gajiel's serious and enraged face vanished, replaced by a confused one. Were you not listening? Don't bother, Gajiel, Panther Lily said weakly. He's not exactly the brightest star in the sky. Gajiel looked at Lily. Oh yeah, how dumb are we talking about? Salamander dumb. Worse. Gajiel's eyes widened. Worse. You're kidding me. You mean this guy's dumber than Salamander? Gajiel looked at Wapple in surprise. How do you function, man? Wapple glared at Gajiel. Don't you dare insult me, he yelled. Tongue cannon. Gajiel rolled his eyes in annoyance as he held out his arm, catching the cannonball in the process. Wapple's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible. How did a worthless cur like you stop my cannonball so easily? Gajiel then surprised Wapple by taking a bite out of the cannonball. Wapple watched in shock as Gajiel devoured the whole thing in seconds. Simple, Gajiel said. Stuff like that is a delicacy for an Iron Dragon Slayer like me. With Renji Abarai, Van Dreyar stepped forward and addressed the squad's 6th lieutenant perched up on the roof. Soul Reaper, Ivan called out. That is a traitor to my guild you are holding there. You are currently interrupting her punishment. Let her go and we will not destroy you. Renji frowned. No thanks, he retorted. The thing is, she's my comrade, and I wouldn't be a very good comrade if I let her continue getting beaten by you three. Oh, is that right? Ivan grinned. Very admirable, Soul Reaper, but I'm afraid the decision you've made will now cost you your life. Oh, really? Yes, really, Ivan said. Now, Obra, drain him of his power. Ivan did not get a response. He frowned in anger and impatience. Obra, now, he screamed. Renji raised an eyebrow. Hey, by any chance were you referring to this thing right here? He inquired, holding up a familiar creature. The three Raven-tail wizards gasped in shock as they saw Obra's unconscious body being held up by Renji. When I came here, I saw him giggling like a madman while you three were beating Flare up. Renji explained. I didn't like that, so I stomped his head and knocked him out. Ivan narrowed his eyes at this. Renji dropped Obra to the rooftop floor, and gently laid Flare down. Now that we've got that out of the way, how do you want to do this? He inquired. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Soul Reaper. Ivan admitted. Do you want to take me on one by one, or all at once? Renji asked. Is that bastard seriously giving us an option? Nullpudding was surprised. I don't think he's taking us seriously. Black Snake frowned. I'm surprised you're actually giving us a choice. Ivan admitted. Well, I don't want to make things unfair for your subordinates right there. Renji replied. You can send them both after me if you want. Although if you really want a chance, all three of you might as well attack me at the same time. Why you? Nullpudding screamed in anger, charging forward and leaping into the air. Nullpudding. No, Ivan yelled. Nullpudding sprouted needles out of his arms. I'll show you, he yelled. I'll show you the power of Raven-tail, then you'll be sorry. Nullpudding slammed both of his arms onto the roof, only for Renji to away from the attack. Renji then placed the hilt of his Zanpakuto near Nullpudding's forehead and unsheathed his blade, sending the hilt into Nullpudding's head and Nullpudding himself flying into the building directly in front of the one Renji was on. Renji then sheathed his blade. Black Snake then leapt into the air. Sand Rebellion, he yelled, generating a wave of sand. Renji acted quickly. He picked up Flar. And Flash stepped away from Black Snake's attack. He reappeared on another rooftop. He then noticed Nullpudding getting to his feet. Hey, not bad, he mockingly complimented. The last person I hit with my hilt was beaten by that attack. Bastard, Nullpudding growled. Renji then noticed Black Snake coming at him again. High-speed magic. Black Snake yelled, speeding up. Falcon heavenward. Renji, while still holding onto Flare, drew his Zanpakuto and blocked Black Snake's kick. He then noticed Nullpudding coming at him. Needle blast. Nullpudding yelled, attempting to hit Renji again. Renji grit his teeth and forced Black Snake away from him. He quickly raised his blade above his head to block Nullpudding's attack. The attack sent a noticeable shockwave off behind Renji. Nullpudding flipped over Renji and landed behind him. Renji frowned at his opponent. Hey, can't you at least wait until I set Flare down? He inquired. It's kinda hard to go all out when she's nearly keeps getting caught in the crossfire. After I'm done with you, she's next. Nullpudding declared. Better to take care of you both right now. Renji sighed. I was afraid of that, he said, setting Flare down again as Nullpudding started to charge him again. Roar. Zabumaru. Renji shouted, sending his now whip-like blade at Nullpudding. Nullpudding's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could react, the blades were dug into his shoulder. Nullpudding screamed in pain at this. Then with a powerful yank downwards, Renji cleaved Nullpudding's arm off of his body. Nullpudding continued to scream as he clutched the stump where his arm used to be. Renji then noticed Black Snake preparing for a second assault with high-speed magic. He quickly whipped Zabumaru towards Black Snake, who noticed the attack coming towards him. Rock body, he yelled, changing the magic he was using. The attack struck Black Snake, sending him into the side of a wall. My arm, he heard Nullpudding whimper, you cut off my arm. Renji had a deadpan expression on his face. Well, yeah, those are a big part of your magic after all. I figured removing your arms would be a good way to ensure that you don't hurt anyone anymore. I just need to get your other arm. Like hell you will, Nullpudding screamed, sprouting a needle out of the stump where his arm used to be. I'm going to kill you, and then I'll kill Flare. Okay, now that is gross. Renji frowned. Nullpudding leapt at Renji, aiming the massive needle at him. Die, he screamed. Renji sighed in annoyance as Nullpudding came towards him. He simply held out Zabumaru in front of him, stopping Nullpudding dead in his tracks. Nullpudding grinned and brought up his last arm over his head. Needle blast, he began. Renji knocked the giant needle away and quickly swung Zabumaru at Nullpudding's neck. The only reaction Nullpudding had time for was for his eyes to widen as the Shikai passed cleanly through his neck, decapitating him. Nullpudding's headless body fell to the ground. Killing you is even more effective than just removing your arms though, Renji noted. I certainly can't let you keep hurting my friends after all. Sorry. Renji then sensed Black Snake coming towards him again. He turned to see Black Snake leaping into the air. You're certainly going to a lot of trouble to protect that traitor from us, Soul Reaper. And now you've even killed Nullpudding. Black Snake noted angrily. I wonder what you would do if anything happened to her. Black Snake's fingers started to shine brightly. Light magic, he shouted. 10 rays of light. Renji's eyes widened. An attack like that would me too fast for him to just pick Flare up. It was the speed of light after all. He quickly flash-stepped in front of Flare and raised Zabumaru upwards. He gritted his teeth as 5 of the points of Li GHT pierced his body while the other 5 were blocked by Zabumaru. Renji dropped to his knees at this while Black Snake gracefully landed. You're real tough, you know that. Renji sarcastically told him. Takes a lot of strength to attack someone that can't even fight back. Oh boo-hoo, Black Snake mocked. Didn't we tell you that she was being punished? We're not at fault here. The only ones who's at fault is you for getting in our way. Through all his gloating, Black Snake failed to notice Renji subtly moving the position of Zabumaru. Since you are so insistent on getting in our way though, you can join in her punishment. Black Snake told him. Renji chuckled. Punish me all you want, I've never been good at learning my lesson. Renji smirked at him. I'm just a dirty rat like that. Roar, he yelled, swinging Zabumaru diagonally. Black Snake gasped, realizing he had been tricked. He had no time to dodge as he was slashed by Zabumaru. Black Snake gasped in pain as he fell backwards onto his back. Meanwhile, Renji got to his feet. Well, other than getting pierced by those lights, I'd say that went exactly as I expected it to. Renji walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at Ivan, who did not look happy. Looks like you're the only one left now, he noted. Why don't you come on up since you don't have any more subordinates to hide behind? Ivan narrowed his eyes. I was not hiding behind them, Soul Reaper, he said. Rather, you were, he continued. And you're going to regret coming out of hiding by the time this is over. Gajiel Red Fox vs. Wapol. With his cannonballs failing to injure Gajiel, Wapol resorted to attacking with the lacrima on his shoulders instead. Gajiel frowned in disappointment. Can't believe Lily lost to a guy like this, he thought. Must have been weakened by a previous fight. Wapol then revealed more lacrima on his elbows. Die, Iron Dragon Slayer, he yelled, shooting fire from his lacrima. Gajiel narrowed his eyes. Iron Dragon Scales. The fire from the lacrima enveloped Gajiel. Wapol grinned darkly. Farewell, trash, he stated insultingly. The flames suddenly dispersed with a swipe of Gajiel's hands. Is that it, fat ass? Gajiel inquired, frowning. If you really think that's gonna be enough to take me out, then you're definitely a lot dumber than Salamander. I mean, really, those flames are nowhere near Salamander's level. Hell, after experiencing Salamander's flames, anything else seems cold as ice. Gajiel continued. Cold as ice, huh? Wapol growled in anger. Well then, let's see how you like both lightning and fire. Wapol fired from all of his lacrima, combining lightning and fire in 2 beams of magic energy. Gajiel frowned and crossed his arms in an X form. Wapol watched in surprise as Gajiel easily blocked the attacks. If you're trying to impress me now, you're failing miserably, Gajiel told him. Salamander mastered that particular ability already. A bunch of miserable lacrima, even weaponized lacrima that the military uses, are nothing compared to what he can bust out. Wapol glared at Gajiel for insulting him again. After Fairy Tail's disbandment, I joined the Magic Council. I'll admit, it certainly isn't my first career choice, but I had my reasons. One of them was to try and seek out worthy opponents in the form of criminals taking advantage of the void left by the Baram Alliance. Gajiel explained. That way, when everyone came back and Fairy Tail started up again, I could kick ass, take names, and establish myself as top dog in the new Fairy Tail Guild. Gajiel sighed. But do you wanna hear something disappointing, fat ass? Not a single guy the first brought down and arrested proved to be as big a challenge as Salamander and all of the people I fought when I was a part of Fairy Tail. I guess in the end, Fairy Tail had a tendency to attract seriously strong enemies. So, I tried to make up for it by putting myself through the training courses the council puts their recruits through at difficulty levels that are supposed to be restricted, and do you know what? That still wasn't enough for me. Those weaponized lacrima that you're using, I've already been hit by plenty of those back on the training courses at the highest level. Gajiel grinned. I'm afraid the only way to damage me is power from flesh and blood, not some dumb inventions. Your power is nothing to me. Nothing, nothing. Wapol furiously screamed. I am the king of Black Drum Kingdom. Don't you dare look down on me, you filthy commoner. Munch munch shock. Foot wheels. Wapol yelled, sprouting wheels on the bottom of his feet. Wapol rolled towards Gajiel. Who caught him and stopped him dead in his tracks. Got you, Wapol yelled, biting forward. Gajiel gritted his teeth and moved his body away from the attack. However, Wapol did manage to graze him, talking away some of his scales in the process. Wapol swallowed the scales and showed displeasure. I better find something to put on you when I eat you. How about no? Gajiel growled. Iron Dragon Sword. Wapol gasped in pain as he was sent reeling backwards. He then lost his balance due to the skates and fell on his back. Gajiel's sweat dropped at the pathetic display. You sure putting wheels on your feet was a good idea? He inquired. Wapol managed to get to his feet. How dare you make a king lose his balance? That was totally your fault. Gajiel yelled comically. Wapol shook in anger. Damn you, he said, tongue cannon. Gajiel raised his arms and blocked the attack. However, the sheer force still knocked him backwards. Wapol looked down at his gut, where Gajiel had cut him. You hit me in the head, and then you slash me. Wapol growled. It's one thing to strike a king, but to make him bleed is unforgivable. That is royal blood you are spilling. You have no right to do such a thing. Wapol took aim at Gajiel. Prepare for my strongest attack. And then we will see just how durable you really are, commoner. Munch munch shock. Raising upchuck. Wapol yelled, firing every single weapon on his body at once. Gajiel calmly stood his ground as the attacks exploded all around him. Wapol grinned at this. Ma ha ha, see, that is what happens when you go against a king, commoner. When the smoke cleared, however, Gajiel was revealed to be unharmed. However, his scales had cracked in several places. Gajiel noticed this and grinned. Well, what do you know? You weren't a total waste of time after all. You do have potential if you were able to crack my scales. Wapol's eyes widened in fear. Now, it's my turn. Gajiel grinned, taking a deep breath. Wait, Wapol pleaded. You may be a commoner now, but I can make you something better. Join my kingdom. I'll give you whatever rank you want. Iron Dragon roar. Gajiel yelled. Wapol screamed in fear as he attempted to turn tail and run, only to stumble. Due to him losing his balance on the skates that were still on his feet. As a result, Wapol was struck by a massive tornado filled with several metal shards. When the attack finally ended, Wapol was lying on his stomach, unconscious. The metal shards that had cut him up all over the place were laying around him. Sorry, fat ass, Gajiel said, but I'll definitely take being a commoner in Fairy Tail over working for a creep like you. Gajiel walked over to Panther Lily, who was struggling to stay consciousness. You okay, Lily? He asked, concerned for his closest friend. I'll live, Panther Lily replied. I can't believe I lost to a guy that weak. Don't beat yourself up, Gajiel said. I can tell just by looking at that guy he didn't beat you because he was stronger than you. Gajiel picked him up. Come on, let's get you to the medical tents, he said with uncharacteristic care and compassion. With Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown looked irritated as he listened to the sounds of battle going on all over Clover Town. I cannot believe those fools haven't taken care of the enemy yet. He shook his head. I guess it just goes to show how useless an army of brutes are without the intelligence of a genius such as myself. Caesar looked at the unconscious form of Lisa Yadomaru. You are proof of that, aren't you? All that brute strength you wizards had meant nothing without strategy. Then again, no strat. E.g. why could have helped you against my gas fruit. Caesar added arrogantly. Butcher him, Kubikiri Orochi. Caesar frowned as he was suddenly bifurcated by Hiyori Surugaki from behind. He sighed as he reformed instantly, much to a panting and struggling Hiyori's anger. Bastard, she growled. Caesar raised an eyebrow. And here I thought you had already succumbed to my gas rogue. He noted. You were more resilient than I had expected. I honestly thought your small size made you more susceptible to my poisons. Piss off, creep, Hiyori snarled. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to Lisa and me. I'm afraid not. Caesar waved his hand. Land of nothing. Before Hiyori could move forward, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe. I can't breathe. What the hell did you do? This attack removes oxygen from the area, Caesar explained as Hiyori collapsed to the ground, immediately losing consciousness. I'm afraid you are done, my dear. Caesar cancelled his attack and watched the two. Now then, let's see how your particular bodies react to my poisons. Slam, Tengumaru. Caesar looked off to the side to see a flaming club coming straight towards him. Caesar's eyes widened as his body exploded upon contact with the flaming club, sending him flying back into a building. Caesar groaned in pain as Love Akawa appeared in front of him. These are my friends you just hurt, Gas Man. He told him. Not cool. Another wizard, huh, Caesar growled. And you're clearly stronger than these two I just beat. Excellent, Caesar continued. I suppose I can run another experiment before I help out the rest of the coalition. You know what? I'd like to run an experiment too. Love admitted. Here it is. What happens when I kick your ass? I hypothesize that I leave you beaten, bloodied, bruised, and maybe even dead. With Rogue Cheney. Rogue panted as he stood around the corpses of every single guard in the train station, even the ones that had been standing guard outside, as they had come in when they had heard nothing from their comrades. Okay, he said, now it's time to take care of the supplies in this place. We think not. Rogue frowned in annoyance. I thought I sensed someone new coming in. I was honestly hoping I had more time. Araniero Ururwari chuckled. Ah, don't get so upset. He said, you can't always match up with the speed of an espada after all. Araniero looked around and frowned. So, are every single one of our men dead? He inquired. Yes, Rogue replied. Araniero sighed in anger and annoyance. Damn, and we even told one of those idiots to stay alive. How the hell are we supposed to express? Lane that a bunch of low-level peons all died at the hands of one guy and put our supplies in danger. Who the hell is this we? Oh, where are our manners? We are Araniero Ururwari, Espada 9. And we are extremely upset with you for killing our men. Now we have to take the fall for their failures. Is that all they meant to you? Rogue growled. Araniero shrugged. They were expendable peons. They're meant to take the fall for their superiors. Now, unless I kill you, I'm going to get in trouble for losing our supplies. Araniero pointed Nejibana at Rogue. But enough about my problems, I'm going to take my anger out on you if you don't mind. That's fine. Rogue channeled his shadows onto his katana, because I'm going to take my anger out on you for brushing aside the deaths of your comrades. Araniero smirked. This is gonna be fun. Omake. Why certain worlds were not involved too. So this is where the Holy Sword Excalibur resides in. Chitsujo looked around the damp, dark cave he was currently walking in. When observing this world, known as the Death Weapon World, Chitsujo had ultimately decided that his candidate should be paired with the legendary Holy Sword. The idea just sounded so heroic and perfect. I hope I'm going the right way. I know there's only been one path so far, but it never hurts to ask for directions. Chitsujo said to himself. He then noticed a fairy flying towards him. He smiled at the fairy politely. Excuse me, he called out, getting the fairy's attention. Is this the way to the Holy Sword Excalibur? The fairy froze for a moment, then revealed a look of, well, it was kind of hard to describe with one word, so we will use several. Disgust, annoyance, despair, defeat, you get the idea. The fairy flew past Shitsujo before he could say anything else. I wonder what that was all about. He wondered. She didn't even answer my question. Shitsujo sighed and continued walking forward. He eventually found himself in a large room where a beautiful-looking sword was etched into the ground in the middle. I may be pointing out the obvious, but that must be Excalibur. Shitsujo noted. Shitsujo walked up to the blade and placed his hand on the hilt. I guess the only thing left to do is pull out this sword and see what happens. Shitsujo placed both hands on the hilt and gave it a quick pull. The blade popped right out of the ground and started to shine. Shitsujo watched, head in amazement as the blade started to transform. Amazing, he said breathlessly, it's so. Shitsujo then got a good look at Excalibur's true, miniature form. Lame, he finished. Salutations, Excalibur said, since you have freed me. I take it that you know who I am. Well, yes, fool. Shitsujo blinked in surprise. Excuse me, my legend dates back to the 12th century, of course you know who I am. Excalibur pointed out, I just said that I did know you. Shitsujo's sweat dropped. Now then, good sir, what is your favorite number? Well, that was certainly an odd question. Well, I guess it is. Fool, but you just asked me what my favorite number was. Shitsujo reminded him, now in complete shock of his personality. Excalibur prepared to say something else. However, he seemed to change his mind and said, now then, let us begin. Don't change the subject just like that. Excalibur took out a large stack of papers seemingly out of nowhere and shoved them into Shitsujo's hands. There are 1,000 provisions in total if you are to become my Meister. He explained. While all of them are important, the one that I must stress the most is the 5-hour storytelling session. Shitsujo's eyes widened. As an even larger sweat drop than before made its way down his head. Perhaps you would like to hear my tale? Excalibur inquired. Shitsujo wanted to say no, but Excalibur had already begun. It all began on a warm Tuesday morning. And what a fine Wednesday it was. Later, a pale and wide-eyed Shitsujo stumbled his way back to the entrance of the cave. On the way back, he met the fairy from before. Hello, she greeted. Did you meet Excalibur? After a brief moment, Shitsujo's face contorted into the same look the fairy had given him before. With that, he went back to stumbling past her. The fairy sighed and gave the man a sympathetic look. Yep, he met him all right. The universe must never know that on this day, the being of order was beaten by the world's most powerful, yet annoying death weapon, the legendary holy sword Excalibur. For those of you who don't know, this particular world was the world of Soul Eater, a very fun anime and actually the third anime I watched after D. Gray Man and FMA Brotherhood. For those of you who do know, I'm sure we all remember Excalibur. I wasn't even in the show and watching characters deal with him gave me a headache, and made me laugh too, but that's beside the point. Now, I'll admit, cliffhangers get annoying even for me to end with, but that's really how anime and manga roll when it's all said and done. They end on cliffhangers until the end of the story arc. So what can you do in the end, am I right? Now then, on to the Q&A. To Painlover 792, patience is a virtue, my friend. You'll see some Ichigo action in due time. Unfortunately, it'll be when the first division fights again, which is a ways away. To Videomaster 166, not at all, the omakes exist for humor and humor alone. They're really not meant to be taken seriously in the end, other than for a good laugh. To Anime Emperor, I actually did one for the Alliance already. I know that it is somewhere in the late 30s or early 40s. To Devilslayer 420, they are indeed, I myself am quite excited about it. Now, as for the reactions, Ichigo. Oh my god, he's a parent now. Rukia. Ah, what cute kids. Natsu. Naruto, your son painted my face. What the hell are you gonna do about it? Lucy. How did Naruto get married? I haven't even had my first boyfriend. Urza. What adorable children. Why do you have a paintbrush in your hand, Boruto? Luffy. Hey, Boruto, do you like food? Nami. Naruto. Did you even know how kids were made back then? Robin. You are such a polite girl, Himawari. Frankie. Super. Rogue Cheney kept his shadow-covered katana pointed threateningly at Araniero Ururwari as he studied his opponent. trying to come up with a strategy to fight him. Okay, Rogue thought, he fights with a trident, so his fighting style is going to be pretty simple. He blocks with the staff and attacks with jabs. Avoiding him will be pretty simple, considering that tridents are usually meant for tight battlefields. Arrow grinned and swung Nejabana at Rogue, sending a wave of water at the Shadow Dragon Slayer. That's fast. Rogue's eyes widened. Rogue quickly leapt away from the attack. Oh, we're sorry, Arrow said mockingly. Did you think that this was going to be easy? We are in a Espada, boy. This won't be easy for a mere human. Arrow gestured to Nejabana. This Zanpakuto is called Nejabana. He explained. We got this after we absorbed a hollow named Metastasia. As luck would have it, Metastasia had assimilated with a Soul Reaper lieutenant named Kayan Shiba. What? That's not your own weapon. Rogue was shocked. Oh no, our Zanpakuto is much different than this. Arrow replied. Although, honestly, it was pretty surprising when we discovered that after Lord Conton brought us back, we still kept all the abilities we had absorbed over the years. All the abilities, Rogue repeated. Indeed, Arrow smirked. Do not let our rank fool you, boy, we have the greatest power among the Espada. The power to evolve infinitely, the strongest power for the strongest Arankar. And yet, you still needed to be brought back by Conton. Rogue pointed out. Not so great, huh? Arrow frowned at this but managed to keep his composure. We did die, yes. However, things have changed since then. For one thing, our own power is greater than it was before. Even better, thanks to the merging of the 4 universes, our abilities have expanded even more. Now, we can even absorb the powers of warriors like you. Rogue narrowed his eyes at this. You're going to try and take my powers, aren't you? Arrow laughed at this. Indeed, the power of a dragon slayer would certainly be quite a welcome addition. Well, hate to disappoint you, but I'm going to have to pass on that. Rogue replied. You know, that's the thing. Arrow chuckled. You don't have a choice in the matter. With that, the two fighters leapt at one another, and Shadow and Water clashed together. Izuru Kira and Shuhei Hisagi vs. Hidan and Kakuzu. Shuhei Hisagi was admittedly starting to get frustrated with his opponent. While